Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Shall we pray? Father, we thank you.
Thank you for the privilege that we have to come and learn today. We thank you for every opportunity that you have given unto us is to ensure our growth, to make us better people, to be who that you have called us to be. Lord, we pray that as we have come, that the entrance of your word will give light to us today, and it will give understanding to us today in the mighty name of Jesus. We pray that everything that we learn, Lord, will be able practically to apply it in our businesses in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you, Abba Father, because before we asked of you, you answered us. For we ask and pray in Jesus' name. Thank you all for coming. We welcome you to this year's SME conference. This is the second edition of the Lagos Business Fellowship SME conference, and we are thrilled to have everybody here today. Last year was phenomenal. We had great speakers and we had testimonies that came after the conference, and we trust God that this year's will be same in the mighty name of Jesus. The Lagos Business Fellowship is a community of Christian professionals and entrepreneurs. We are dedicated to economic empowerment of God's people. Our mission is to integrate Christ consciousness into the marketplace by providing a platform for prayer, for strategic networking, and impactful community engagement. Our motto is on prayers in the morning, and their life is changed, their businesses are changed, their career is changing. We encourage you to join us and share the link with your professional networks. We also encourage you to follow us on our Telegram, on our Facebook, on our Instagram, on our YouTube at Lagos Business Fellowship. Once again, I welcome everybody to this year's meeting. Please join me in welcoming the master of the ceremony today, Busayo.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. You're all looking so beautiful, so ravishing. I don't know what other adjectives to describe you guys today. You look absolutely stunning. And my name is Busayo, first of all, like she said. I will be the compere for this event. And I know that you're looking forward to getting so many insights from today's session. Is that correct? So I want to ask some questions. What made you, I'll just come to you, I'm not going to tell you to raise your hand because I know that some people don't want to raise hands. What made you decide to come for this meeting today? What is one thing you're looking forward to achieving in this meeting? Because your face is shining in my eyes, I'm coming to you, ma'am. So you tell us your name, what you do, and then what you're looking forward to achieving in this meeting.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Abimbola Abiono. So I'm here today to learn and hear something new. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Can we clap for her? Thank you very much. So I'm coming to you. Okay, let's do it. Let's come to you, but then I thought gender balance, Let's come to you, sir. So your name, of course, as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, immediately you asked that question, the scripture just, flipped into my spirit. Said, I was glad when they said we should come to the household of faith. In such gathering like this, you should be there. So expectations are high, to learn new things and to connect.
You didn't tell us your name, though.
Adeni Oluwaseun.
Mr. Adeni, thank you very much, sir. Let me come to a young person like me. Such a beautiful lady.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Demilade, and my major reason for coming here right now is to get a practical solution to, what we're facing currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Demilade. That thing she said there, it touched me, Gidigon, because I'm going through a lot in this. Now, I don't know if you guys can relate, but I am going through a lot in this country. There are power issues, money issues, everything is just happening at the same time. And so, yeah, I'm sure that when you said that, you meant maybe how to make more money, maybe managing your finances, yeah. So that was very profound. And I like that it was very specific. So does anybody else want to tell us something they look out for? I don't want to choose this time around. You're looking at me, sir. Should I come to you? Let me come to him. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that man. The bright yellow.
So, when I saw Mr. Adeyemi on the flyer, I said, okay, if there are people in this league that are coming here, it means something great is going to happen here. And I also understand that this is a Christian-based organization for professionals, so by knowledge shall the righteous be delivered. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah, very powerful. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Yeah, that's very powerful because, if you're a critical thinker, when you just look at certain people, you know that this meeting is going to be powerful. And then he didn't just focus on the person. He thought about the fact that if the people that put this meeting together can bring this person, I know that the other speakers will also be powerful and there will be so much to learn from them. So let's clap for him again. So we'll take one more person and then I will hand over to the next speaker. Let me come to you, man, because I like your hair.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, okay. So you just tell us your name first of all, and then we want to know what you're looking out to achieve in this meeting.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bomi Jenfa, and I'm looking out to learn how to scale my business, basically, because that is the level I am in. I've built my business for a while, so I'm looking at how to move it to the next level. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Very, very specific, very direct. She knows what she wants, and I'm hoping and praying that you're going to get it. I pray that everybody are coming here. I mean, today is a public holiday for most people. Yeah, for most people, because some people are working. It's a public holiday for most people, and then we could be at home resting with our family, but we chose to come here to learn. I pray that it's not going to be a waste of time. I pray that you're going to get so many insights, and God is going to help you. I'll be handing over to the convener of the meeting now, Mr. Ola.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So glad to see our beautiful faces, and thank you for coming. I know it's a public holiday. Many people should be enjoying their public holiday, but you have chosen to spend the time with us so that we can, together learn a few things that will move us forward in our journey of life, business, and whatever it is that you do. And we're trusting God that it will be a meaningful one for every one of us. All right, so welcome. I do have, some opening remarks, and then before I get out of the way for our speakers, as you probably can see, I'm not on the speaker list. I also have my own notebook because today I'm ready to take down some very important notes to be able to see how, these very experienced men can move me to the next level also. I personally know all of these people, and I know that they are great people in what they do, and then, in the knowledge that they have and the experience that they have, acquired over the years. And anytime I've had the opportunity to maybe speak with them one-on-one, maybe interact and all of that, it's always a learning experience. So I can imagine that today that they have the platform to share, some of these things with us, I can imagine that it is going to be a very, very wonderful time. Already one of our speakers is with us, Dr. Paul Udochi is already seated. Please let's appreciate him. Thank you, sir, for coming. Just a moment. Insist on, please. All right, apologies for that. So, as I was saying, we are looking forward to a great time. Today we would have a different session, as you probably would see from your from the brochure for the meeting, right? Would have a keynote speaker actually will be Dr. Blessing, and he would wrap all he'll be saying much around finance and funding mechanisms for business growth. Then, of course, Dr. Paul will come talk to us about customer experience as a catalyst for business growth. In order to be able to save their time, because they are very busy people, we don't want to keep them until much later. We decided to craft out a question and answer session, right there in between before the break, so that we can take their question and answer session. I know that a couple of persons may want to ask them some questions before they go. So we'll take the question and answer before the tea break, and then we'll go on the tea break, and then we'll return for the second half of the meeting, which we will then talk on leveraging technology for business growth. Mr. James will take that, Awojobi, and then we'll then talk on smart tax strategies for SMEs, which Mr. Oladijo will take. So, and then we'll then take their own Q&A panel session, and then we close. We're hoping that we can, as much as possible, keep to our time, and then be able to let us get out of here in good time. And then if we get out of here in good time, maybe you can still have some Good Friday celebration. Praise God. Okay, so welcome once again. That's what we expect to happen in the meeting. And then I'll just take my own remark. Today we are discussing on catalyst for business growth. And I just want to title my own opening remarks, Strategic Partnership with God for Business Growth. Strategic Partnership with God for Business Growth. Whenever I've had the opportunity to speak at a conference like this, a conference organized by a Christian body like this, I've always had the opportunity to lay the foundation on the premise that God's desire for every one of us is to prosper. That's the first and the primary thing that I always say, that God desires for every one of us to prosper. It is His will for all men and for all time to prosper. Please help me welcome Dr. Blessing. I am very pleased. Welcome, sir. So I said it is His will for all men for all time to prosper. As the renowned faith apostle Kenneth Copeland puts it, faith begins where the will of God is known. Therefore, if you are not convinced that God wants you or your business to prosper, you cannot effectively exercise your faith for growth. Repeatedly throughout the Old and New Testament, God makes it clear that He desires for His people to prosper and to grow. One of the most remarkable growth stories in the Bible that we see is that of Jacob. This was a man who fled from home after journeyed to a distant land and began working for a man named Laban. Laban attempted to exploit Jacob in many ways, the blessing of God. Years later, Jacob reunited with his brother and they reconciled. However, the man who fled with nothing, who left home with nothing, and labored under very harsh conditions for about 20 years, had surpassed the one who inherited all of their father Isaac's possessions. This raises an important question. How did a man who left home without even a shoelace surpass the one who inherited great wealth? The answer is clear. He did it through a strategic partnership with God. I will briefly highlight on two key elements. First is the blessing. Although Jacob inherited no physical possessions, he received something far greater, the blessing. His father Isaac, the carrier of the patriarchal blessing, pronounced it upon him. This blessing is an empowerment to prosper, regardless of environment or economic conditions. As is often said in faith circles, and I'm sure you probably have heard it before, that no matter the economy of the forest, the lion cannot eat grass. This is the level of understanding that the blessing brings. It was this same blessing that enabled Jacob to cross the Jordan with only a staff and returned as two camps, wealthy in every sense. If we were to experience business growth regardless of the terrain, we must come to fully appreciate the empowerment, the blessing, and remain conscious of it in all our dealings. A small food business today can become a mega food chain if you are conscious of the blessing and put it to work. An insignificant consulting business can grow into a major enterprise when backed by the blessing and activated through intentional action. Indeed, there are countless testimonies of individuals who started with nothing yet became institutions through the power of this blessing. I recall the story of a man who graduated as an engineer from school. He secured employment in a reputable organization and he was doing well. He eventually decided to resign his appointment with the organization and start his own business. Like many entrepreneurs, his early years were challenging, but he persevered and refused to be discouraged. He remained conscious of the blessing of God upon his life. One day, he had a dream instructing him to visit a particular office and presented his product. It made no logical sense. He had never been there and was not even certain the office existed. However, a man who understands the blessing knows that obedience to divine instruction is more important than human reasoning. He went, found the office, and secured a major business deal that positioned him for greater opportunities. This leads me to the next point: courage. How much can a man truly prosper without courage? Many people prefer to keep fishing in their bait tub because it feels safe and familiar, rather than venturing into the deep where the real catch lies. Their mindset is often, what is meant for me will not pass me by. As it is said in the Yoruba proverb, what is meant for me will not pass me by. But in reality, opportunities are already passing them by, and will continue to do so until they step out boldly to claim what belongs to them. In the story I shared, it took courage for the man to leave his job and pursue his vision of building an engineering firm. It required even greater courage to walk into a large office without connection or reference and present a proposal. But never underestimate what God can do for the person who is willing to act courageously based on his integrity. I challenge you to think more boldly about the future ahead of you. Do not hold yourself back. Do not allow fear and timidity to limit your dreams and the dreams that God has placed in your heart. You have only one life to live, and you must make the most of it. The worst that can happen when you step out in courage is failure. That's the worst that can happen. You fail. But even in failure, you gain far more than those who never tried. Those who remain on the shore with their big boats, or let me say their big dreams, they never discover what is possible. So no matter how big your dream is, if you remain at the shore, you never see any possibility. Dreams do not fulfill themselves. You must rise with courage to bring them to life. The Lagos Business Fellowship SME Conference itself was once a dream in our hearts. We stepped out courageously to bring it to reality, and that is why we are gathered here today. Yet I assure you, we have not even begun to experience the fullness of what lies ahead of us. I recall a line from the animated movie, Turbo, if you have seen that movie before, that has stayed with me for many years now. It says, no dreamer too big, and no dream too big, and no dreamer too small. Your dreams are not too big for you to fulfill, and you are not too small to have big dreams. Today, we have the privilege of learning from some of the very best. Our distinguished speakers today are individuals who have been thoroughly tested in business leadership and carry valuable insight and experiences. As always, I encourage you to listen attentively, not only to what is said, but also to what is implied. What you learn here today has the potential to redefine the trajectory of your business forever. I'm praying and believing God that this event will mark a significant turning point in your journey. And on that note, I want to warmly welcome you to the Lagos Business Fellowship SME Conference 2026. I trust that this will be an enriching and transformational experience for you all. Thank you very much. You're welcome. And let's have a good meeting. Thank you.
Welcome again to the Lagos Business Fellowship SME Conference 2.0, themed Catalyst for Business Growth. It is my honor to invite our first speaker, Dr. Blessing Ayemere, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Jex Markets Limited, where he provides strategic leadership in advancing innovative financial market solutions and strengthening participation within the investments and commodities trading ecosystem. Dr. Ayemere brings over 2 decades of senior level experience spanning energy markets, infrastructure development, finance, and corporate leadership. Most recently, he served in executive leadership roles at Ingencia Energies Limited, operator of PML 66, and Umugini Pipeline Infrastructure Limited, where he led large-scale commercial operations, strategic transformation initiatives, and growth programs across energy-focused and infrastructure-related enterprises. He is widely recognized for driving operational excellence, strengthening governance frameworks, and building resilient, performance-driven institutions. Throughout his career, Dr. Ayemere has demonstrated a strong commitment to sustainable growth, institutional development, complex market environments. Dr. Ayemere holds a doctorate degree from Swiss Business School, Switzerland, and a master's degree in strategic planning from Edinburgh Business School, Heriot-Watt University, Scotland, along with other advanced professional qualifications. As a thought leader, he regularly contributes to conversations on financial market development, investment strategy, infrastructure financing, and corporate leadership, bringing practical insights from both the energy and financial sectors. He will be speaking on finance and funding mechanisms for business growth. With a round of applause and a standing ovation, let us welcome Dr. Blessing Ayemere.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, you may have your seats. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I must say it's an honor to be here. I feel really privileged. Sitting down to do this again, I was having to challenge myself even more. All right? That's one good thing with preparing. So I want to thank my dear brother and friend for putting this together. And I want to thank my co-speaker that is here this morning. Doctor, it's a pleasure to be with you and have you here this morning. And to my friends, I see many faces, my friends, my colleagues, my leaders, my teachers. So we are here to just have a conversation. I have about 1 hour or 45 minutes, as it were, so I'm going to try. I tried to put something up because discussing finance without showing some things to flash and to just reference, I thought it was going to be a little bit more challenging. So I tried to, I hope we can bring that up. Thank you. So, but it's not just going to be about teaching, because I know that for all of us here, we can actually go to AI and just zoom how to fund business or go to Google and all that. But I think it's about us being practical, all right? Looking at the reality of where we are, what is happening, and then bring theory to practice as much as possible. And then most importantly, work to see how we can, align the things that we are doing, challenge it, because I want to believe that one of the man, given what my brother have shared this morning, the story of growth, transformation, and commitment, I think what is most important is to see that 12 months from now, we actually look back and say, I am not where I used to be, all right? My business have moved. Otherwise, it's just theory, okay? So the first question I want to ask is, where are you right now? So if you have a writing pad, please write it down, all right? Where am I in my business? Because that's the beginning. That's the beginning. John Maxwell, in one of his books, was trying to look at the gap between where you are and where you are going to, and they need to sensitize, that understanding. If you don't know where you are and where you are going to, it's difficult to know whether you are making progress. So the first thing today is, where are you in your business? Where are you in your financing? And it starts, first of all, from the personal responsibility before it moves to the corporate responsibility. Because the business is actually a corporate person, all right? It's an entity. So it has all the attributes that you can talk about that a business entity should have. It can sue and be sued. It can enter transaction. It can make decisions. It's just that there are human beings behind it, all right? Just like you are. You are not just, a package. There are many things inside of you as well. So we have the brain, we have the thinking faculty, we have the emotions, we have everything. So it's a business entity. It's a business name. It's a company limited by, whatsoever it is that we have registered it. But the brain behind that entity is you or the people behind it. So it is a decision that you make that the business actually reflects. So if you go to an organization that is doing so well, it's because there are good people running it. If you go to an organization that is doing so badly, it's because there are bad people running it. So it is you that gives identity to your business. It is you that give identity to it. So if you have not been able to discipline yourself financially, I tell you the truth, your business will not show that financial discipline. If you are the one that want to prove to your village people too quickly that you have arrived, your business is likely just going to continue to prove that, see, I have arrived by spending money on liability instead of assets. All right? Because you want to prove. Going to rent an office where you don't have any business being in the first place, where your rent is more than your revenue. All right? So these are the things I want us to have conversations around today. So it starts from you as we go ahead. So once again, please help me appreciate my brother and the organizers for putting this together. All right. So please, the next slide. Thank you. So my bragging rights. I thought I'm teaching, isn't it? I should be able to brag. They've said a few of it, but this is my bragging rights. Okay, please go ahead after this. I have had the privilege of being in business, small, medium, and big, at whatsoever scale, by God's grace. And I have seen that when it comes to finance and financing, it's the same thing. All right? The difference is just the scale, the people behind it, and the ability to dare. Okay. So there's this book, The Science of Scaling by Benjamin Hardy. Amazing book. I would recommend to as many of us here that want to. It's a fantastic book. It just speaks to the fact that you can scale at a very, very high level. In fact, when it comes to scaling, it was trying to push the fact that sometimes when you are doing 10x, you have not even started. That if you really want to test yourself, you should be going on 100x kind of scaling. You are doing a ₦1 million revenue, and you wake up and say, you know what, 2026, I'm going to do 100 million. That's when you are scaling, not because, and you know, he's the same author of 10x is easier than 2x, all right? And in that book, he was telling us that the efforts, almost the same effort you put in to do times 2 is what you need for times 10, all right? So the same thing when it comes to financing, it's just that scaling thing. What's the person doing pure water in a small community would put in might even be more than what somebody that is going to oil and gas and needs $1 million, all right? It's just the kind of people, all right? The kind of expertise. And the same thing, you need the people in whatsoever you are doing. You also need expertise, all right? So it's just about the scaling that we talk about. So, but here, I will try to see that we'll look at as much as we can. I am also funding business right now, both at the corporate level where I sit and at an individual level, all right, where I'm also pushing some things. So I am in the heart of it. I am in the heart of it. I'm actually doing a Series A right now in one of the entities that I'm leading. So I have idea, okay, of exactly the kind of conversations that are going on, the questions that people are asking and pushing. And I've done that for maybe the last 20 years. So let me start by saying that business don't fail because the idea is bad. They fail because money runs out, all right? Business don't just fail because the idea is bad. Okay, things are, any business can succeed. Any business can succeed, all right? Even bad idea can become a very successful one. Sure, you know that. Yes. There are some people, because of their social network, if they come out today to just decide to take this my cloth and just put one green patch here, as terrible as that combination will be, because of the kind of person that business will sell, and people will wear it with pride. All right? So business don't really fail because the idea is bad. Sometimes it's because of money. If a Dangote come here today and wear bedroom slippers and walk through here, I'm telling you, if you open a bedroom slippers business the next day, you are likely going to. Why? Because somebody. All right? So let's pull back. Yes, not all ideas are great, but sometimes it's not really about your idea. It's about the fact that as great as your idea, there is no cocoa. Okay, to push the idea. So I'm often taken aback when I see people with great idea, entrepreneur, they are pitching, and they are so passionate about it. Oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. And then you get to the point where you are now asking questions, deep questions, and they start getting offended. I'm more like, it's my idea now. It's my money now. Okay. So as passionate as you are about your own idea, so also is my money. All right? Because without money, you can die with your idea, really. And like the saying, idea is free to air. Idea flows like water. I can sit down with you in an hour and I will generate 10 bankable and solid ideas inside the room. In fact, my wife has a way of saying it now. When I say you have started again, please, can you write it down? Because generating ideas is not a problem. In fact, sometimes in church with my friends, when I just see something, I'm like, oh, this idea, say, you again, you have come again. I have shared many ideas. And interestingly, some people took that idea and went to market with it. And me, I'm just saying it with my mouth. So it's not about the idea alone. The idea is fantastic. My pastor, Pastor Sam, says idea rules the world. All right? That's where you start from. But today I want to advance that conversation a bit to say, let's assume you already have the idea. Of course, that's why you are here, isn't it? So whether you want to stay with it or you want to pivot is a different thing altogether. But we all have idea, don't we? Yes, we all have idea. So now we want to look at that idea that you have. How can we fund it? All right? How do we push it on? So we say a lot of these business fail because it's either they don't have money or they run out of money. Second, growth is not accidental. Growth is funded. All right? Growth don't just happen. You fund growth. Okay? I'll come to this later. Growth is not accidental. Growth is funded. So if you are currently doing 10 million and you have your customers and you have all that, and then you want to move to 100 million, how do you fund it? Or maybe you are currently having about 1 to 10 million capacity, and then somebody suddenly comes and says, come and do a business for us that will cost 100 million. Can you handle it? That's the question. So sometimes these blessings, this increase, this growth that we are asking for, we have to synthesize it. Because the truth is that for some of us, it's not the opportunity that is a problem. It's capacity to take on bigger things. All right? And so that's why as we go through this discussion today, the question is, how are you handling the funding, the finances that are currently going through, are passing through you today? How are you handling it? Because the way you are handling it might just be a pointer to the capacity you can develop for opportunities that will come. All right? So if everything that comes as an employee, for example, or an SME, doing your small business, you are always on red. You always spend from, there's no extra. Then when that opportunity comes, in economics, when we talk about the definition of money, one of the definition or the importance of money is that it's also serves as a means of speculative transaction, isn't it? Yes. Speculative opportunity will come. So when money comes, or when the opportunity comes, can you take it? This hotel just walks into here, in this place, and I say, oh, please, we have an emergency. Who can supply us? Blah, 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 blah. It's going to cost 1 billion. That is an opportunity. I tell you, most people will just look and just be looking at, who is that person? Maybe it's Brother Blessing that can take it, because you assume that because they have introduced me, that I've done billions of dollars transaction, that I am. Now people money. All right. But the truth is that source opportunity is actually knocking at the door every day. You are walking past them. You are not able to identify them because your capacity to handle them, you have not developed financially. You walk past building that is being completed. If you really have to, you can go there and bid for interior, isn't it? All right. You see a hotel that is being developed, you can go and tell them that I can supply you linen. There are so many things we can do if we have capacity, all right? So growth is not accidental. Growth is funded. How long have you been in your current position, your business? All right? What is your next trajectory? Can you pivot? Can you add an O, a zero, to your current revenue? All right? Can you? Sometimes it's about the volume, isn't it? Turnover. The margin might be small, but it's about the turnover. Every business is a financial engine. If you don't understand the fuel, you can't scale. Every business is a financial engine. No matter how small the margin is. There are people, some of the richest people we have in Nigeria today are those that are doing some of the lowest margin business. Sellers of fuel, diesel. If you know the margin in that business, you will run. Because there was a time I wanted to do that. I did business feasibility. When I saw the effort, so I have been in the oil and gas upstream for many years, more than 2 decades. So I know how it is. Once you go through the rough part, once you start producing money, it just comes. So with few people, little effort, you make big money. So I wanted to pivot to downstream. And when I did the analysis, the level of effort, the running around, the trucks that will be on the road, the many times they will stop me, the fact that when one person defaults in payment, I'm in red. When I looked at it, I ran. I actually sat with one of a major distributor. I sat with him and said, okay, this is what I want to do. He looked at me and said, bless you, sorry. I'm not sure you can do this. So I went to do that business plan. I ran. But you know what? They are the richest people in Nigeria today. Do you agree with me? It's about the margin. It's about volume. So those small margin business can turn you to anything if you can do so much volume. So business is an engine. All right? Financial engine. No matter what the margin is. Those that have big margin, yes, they can do few transactions and get big money. You sell one real estate, for 1 billion, you make 200 million. Beautiful.
Why the one that is pulling truck will pull truck all through Lagos, they will arrest him, the driver will steal from it and all that, and he will just make only 100,000. All right? But because they are consistent and they can supply in different places, by the time they aggregate it, you see them turning out billions. So any business you are in is actually a financial engine. You can decide to be small, you can decide to scale it. I want to challenge you. Am I doing that today? Because I want to provoke us to, so some of us are limiting ourselves, thinking we are small, we are small, we are small. No! Increase your customer base and see that money increasing. Don't downplay the little margins you are getting. And if you are a big-time player, you are selling premium products as well, just increase the number of units you sell as well. All right? So any business you have, there's this saying that is accredited to Bishop Oyedepo that says that if you come to me, quoting him now, and say, pray for me, for God to bless me, and you're an employee, say, I'll pray for you. But maybe the maximum you can get is times 2 of your salary or times 3. All right? He said, but if you are a business person, and you come to me, and I pray for you, he said, the heavens will be open, and God will pour you out blessings. That's what happened to business. So no matter what you are into, if you just can continue to sell, all right, and repeat customers, you are able to scale. Are we together? All right. So why finance matters for business growth, all right? All right? And we're going to look at that. Also, introduce the issue of risk and long-term direction. Financial literacy is a competitive advantage in today's business landscape. And that's why I want to congratulate every one of us here again for sitting down to have this, or be a part of this conference where we are discussing critical matters, as far as business is concerned. Your business can only grow to the level your financial strategy can support. You don't grow business by going to the mountain to pray alone. If you go, you will get idea. But you need to download it. Put it in black and white. Go and knock at people's door and sell it to them. All right? So that's why you see even the Bible talks about selling. The woman, all right, that's miracle, multiply oil. If she left it inside the room, she will sit there in hunger. So you have to sell at the end of the day. All right. Let's go to the next slide. Understanding funding needs. Okay. So there are different stages we are in our businesses, and each of them need different capital. Some of us are just starting, and so the question is, what do we need? What do we have? What can we do? So I always tell people, if you want to start business in the future, you start planning today. All right? So for every young person I meet, when I'm talking to young professionals, I say from the one that you get an employment, have your exit strategy in place. Because what that will do, if you have a 5-year strategy or a 10-year strategy, is to help you begin to put those small things down that will become big tomorrow. Because the reason why many of us are where we are today is not the idea issue, like we said, is the money to go to markets, all right? To rent that office space, to buy that camera, to buy the equipment, the working equipment. So that is what we need. So small capital sometimes will just be that before you jump out of that job, can you just wait for 12 months and save your seed capital? All right? So somebody here, that's the whole, you don't like where you are. You don't like where you are working. But you have not liked it for the past 5 years, and yet you have not been able to do anything about it. So the first thing is, you don't like it, that you might not have control over. But what you are going to do in the next 12 months or 60 months is within your control. All right? So what capital do I need to start this my idea? Oh, 5 million? Beautiful. How can I raise 5 million in 5 years? 1 million in a year. How can I raise 1 million in a year? 83 $1,000 naira every month, I think, will give you the 1 million a year. So in reality, 5 million that might look bulky today might become something more achievable because you have broken it into 60 pieces. But some of us we believe that 5 million is 5 million, okay. 5 million in 5 years. And 5 years has passed. You don't even have 1 million in your account yet. So why not start with the strategy today? I want to start with 5 million or 10 million and then have a plan. What you are earning today, set something aside. You know? Because sometimes when you are able to raise the capital to start something that will give you or replace your current income, you have the boldness to start. And some of us, that capital might even help us to do a side hustle while we are still where we are. We are able to set up a business. So the first thing is actually, all right, that's fact that you are able to actually bootstrap. You are able to save money from what you have, you know. And of course, there's issue of grants. I will come to that later. But some of us, that's the only thing we know. We never believe that we should be part of raising capital for our business. It's grant. You be the first person to give your business grants. Okay? By saving today. And in Nigeria today, my God, if you have liquidity, you have cash flow, there are so many things you can do. I have discovered that there are so many things you can do if you have cash. There are ideas that are knocking at the door. All right? So, then growth stage is there, where you now start talking about working capital, all right? And then, of course, expansion funding. Then you have the scaling stage. So the question I want to ask you is, where are you today? Currently doing operating at level A. You want to move to level B, all right? You are servicing 10 customers that can give you 10 million, and now you want to be able to service 20 customers that will now give you 20 million, all right? So there are two different. The question is, do you understand this need in your business? Because it also matters to matching. The next phase I will come to is when I was talking about types of capital, all right? It also matters when you understand the kind of resources you need. One of the greatest problems people have in business financing today is capital mismatch, or fund mismatch, or money mismatch. They use the wrong capital or money to finance, you know, a different kind of the business. For example, you cannot go and borrow money, okay, that where you pay 5% or 10%, I hear those loan sharks can collect anything anyway, but let's assume 5%, 60% in a year to fund, you know, a kind of a growth phase where the return, projected return, might not be more than 20% per annum. Are you getting me? So many people are doing activity. After running the activity, there is nothing to show productivity. They run and run and run. They are so tired, they are wet, but they can't even change their shoe or pay electricity bill because they are working for the banks. You borrow money at 5%, for 12 months? No, that kind of money, you borrow it when you have a supply to make quickly. All right? It's 30 days. And your return is like 20% or 30%. So you take it quickly, you turn it over in 1 month, you pay back. The 5% becomes only 5% per month. And your return is 20, 30%. Are you understanding it now? But if you take it for more than 1 month, 2 months is now 10%. By 6 months, it's 30%. And the business you are doing is generating only 20%. That is a disaster. So you must understand what it is that you are borrowing money for. So I don't go against borrowing money at any rate. No, it just depends what you need it for. All right? I can borrow money at 50%. If the business I want to do is 30, it's just 30 days and it will give me 100%. I will do it and I will walk away. You might be saying, it's too expensive. Now you see expensive. Me, I see 50% margin on top of it. Are you getting it now? But that money is suicidal. If I am funding a growth phase and what I need that money for is to rent an office space. Are you getting it now? Or to buy equipment that will take 12 months to start settling down. Okay? So this is where the issue is. This is where the issue is. You must be financially intelligent to be able to get good value. Right now, the world is crazy. The financial market in Nigeria is one of the best so far in the last 24 months. Money market is giving you about 20%, even up to 30%, depending on where you are putting your money. The capital market has given more than 40-something% this year. Beautiful. Beautiful. But the truth is, somebody that was complaining about the fact that Treasury bill was only 3% some time ago is not good enough. He's still complaining today that it's giving 20%. I tell people, if I have good money today, I'll just lock it up in bond. I will not even do Treasury bill. Treasury is only 12 months maximum or 360 days. I'll just lock it up in a 10 years, 20 years bond at 20%. And I'll just go to one beach and be drinking pina colada. Without doing anything. Just imagine. Let me tantalize you. You have 1 billion naira. You just take it and put it in 1 euro bond or 1 bond, FGM bond for the next 20 years. How much will it give you per annum? 200, isn't it? 200 million per annum. How much is 200 per annum in a month? About 16 million, I guess. 16 million per month. You know they do anything. It can buy your ticket to go to US every month. To go to UK. Are you seeing what it is? That's financial intelligence. This opportunity might not be there tomorrow. When the market stabilizes, when inflation goes down, when the rates are readjusted and it comes to 3%. So somebody that is going to enter then at 3% will not have the same value that you have. That's financial intelligence. So in your business today, if you are able to find that kind of opportunity, there are some things you can invest in today that will give you that long-term return. I'm talking about money market, but not only money market. Let us come back again. How many of us are envious of Dangote right now? Right now, isn't it? How did that man know that Trump was going to EBITDA? I learned that there's a new definition of EBITDA now, isn't it? We don't know yet. Earnings before Iran and Trump. What is it again? All right. So what we are saying is that all of a sudden, that investment today is almost ×5 of its value before we enter this year. So also are some opportunities in your businesses. There are some things you just do, you know that they are valuable, and situations just change. You are able to scale. All right? So don't kill your business. Don't starve it, of the requisite financing. Sorry, let me get my system up. Are we still together? All right. So let's move on to the next, which I believe. So I've talked about your growth phase and your working capital, your short-term financing and long-term. So I'm trying to do something here. I'm trying to relate it to the things that we can relate with in our various businesses, as it were. So let me talk about debt financing. Okay, yeah, the next one after this. Two categories, debt and equity. So this is a little bit tricky when it comes to business growth. And people keep asking questions about, how do I finance my business? Should I take debts, which is like loans, or should I only use equity? The first question I have is, if you have equity, why are you going for debts? Because equity is bringing in your money on one side anyway, or the owners of the business funding the business. I think that's a better way to put it. So you are not owing anybody. You're only owing yourself or the owners dividend. That's for equity. For debt, it means you are borrowing
And we have given an example of that already. But what it also means is the fact that you have now included another expense head in your business called interest. All right? So when you take debts in your, or bringing debt into your business, what should matter to you is the margin I am making. Is it able to cover my current expenses plus the additional expense head, which is the interest? Some people don't look at that. So if you already have total expense, running expense that is at about 60%, and you take debt for 20%, you still have a 20%. So in real sophisticated finance, that is still a very good transaction. You are advised to still go ahead because you have a contribution on top of what you are doing. So there's nothing wrong with debt financing, but you just have to align it appropriately. And the place you can get debt financing can actually be like loans, all right? Bank loans, loans from friends, microfinance, and then some people can use their assets to borrow money. You can give your car or your CFO, which I don't advise most times. Otherwise, you might end up sleeping on the streets. All right. Government-backed loans, trade credits, and overdrafts. But what this does to you is that it gives you control of your business. You are the owner, and you remain the owner. You don't dilute. All right? And also, you can predict the returns and what you want to do with your returns. Okay? But for equity, if you are not the one bringing the equity into the business, you are bringing somebody else. It's very good. It's actually the best way to run your business, quote unquote, to an extent, because there's what we call leverage, equity and debt together, mixture of that. But let us not go into that today. But what you do is, when you want to bring in equity, I think in our parlance today, there are different kind of equity financing we have. We have angel investors, all right? You are just starting an idea, you don't have the money, but you have a fantastic idea. And there are some people that want to invest at the early stage with you. I was going through one, and I saw that within 2 years, some people that invested in a particular business, they have done 100x when they were doing another level of funding, all right? Because the base was small, all right? And then the second level, you might be doing 10x or 20x. It just depends on what it is. So angel investors, there are people that like that. They just want good opportunity, enter it, do 100 and go out. There's also what we call venture capital, all right? These are more professional. They want to come into your business professionally. What they do is they sit down, they gather money from other people, and then they look for good opportunity, growth opportunity to invest in. But one of the things they do, so venture capital, private equity, and strategic investors, they can be there. But we see more of these ones today in the tech environment, all right? And my focus here today is that nothing is wrong with this kind of financing. But the implication of this is that you lose control to an extent. You are no longer the only owner of your business. You must understand that. Unlike the debts, you are only losing part of your earnings. But for the equity, when you bring somebody in, you are losing part of control. And some people, that has been their biggest mistake, for bringing somebody that they don't have the same alignment. Because these people will ask you for reports. Some of them, they want to even take over your business once it's going on. It's just like you're going to rent a place, a business place, and you now beautify it and everything, and the landlord suddenly comes and says, I've given you quitting notice. All right? Because he's not interested in the fact that this building can generate for me more resources. So that's what is happening. So when you want to bring somebody into your business, seek legal advice. It's very important. And don't ever give more than 40 to 49% out. Retain control. In fact, I always say retain majority control, super majority, which is 75%. Unless you really don't have a choice. because 75% of your business ownership gives you super majority control. But it also goes back again to what you write down, isn't it? The shareholders agreement, the things that you put down. So please, it's very important. So one of the reasons why some people have not been able to grow today. How many minutes do I have more? Am I done already? 90. Okay, I still have a few minutes, I think. But let me know, signal me, because I can do this for the next 3 hours. All right. Part of the work I do is lecture in school, so I talk a lot. So, but is it meaningful at all? Yes. Are we having fun today? Yes. Having fun doing meaningful things, all right? So, get a lawyer to document for you. Understand the implication of what you are doing. But I always tell people it's better to own 10% of $1 billion business than 100% of $1 million business. All right? Some partnership can take you to the next level. Some partnership can open doors for you that you can never imagine in your life. So sometimes you don't become too dogma with ownership that you lose sight of the bigger picture. And some people really, they are not interested in your business. They are interested in you. All right? Your character, your person. And if they can trust you, they can actually invest more in you. All right? We've talked about grants, the fact that there are grants there also. There are government grants. These are literally free money that come to people. Don't be carried away by them, but they are very helpful. They are actually real. And I think we have some people that's their business. They just teach people how to do grants, all right? How to assess grants. $5,000, $10,000. Some even give up to $200,000 grants, some of these international donors. So please position yourself, train, learn, package your business properly to assess those grants. There are also NGOs and development agency that give grants. There are innovation challenges. You know, you go to do pitch, and then at the end of the day, they give grants to your business. So the question is, does your business qualify, you know, to be able to access any grants? Some tech ideas, you might not be able to really fund from your pockets. You need grants. Just assemble a team and then go and do proper pitching where you should. All right, let me move on quickly. So we also have some other financing, what we call alternative funding mechanism. Where am I now? Yes. Yes, fine. Alternative options, okay? For example, we have what we call crowdfunding today. You know, some of them are reward-based, some of them are equity-based. And the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission, in their ISA 2025, which was passed last year, they have now recognized crowdfunding, all right, as a regulated business in Nigeria. So which means people can actually publicly, all right, access capital, all right, as an SME now by using some of those recognized platforms. So there are crowdfunding platforms. Some of them actually they are like equity, so they will dilute your ownership. Some of them will be debt as well. They will require that your profits are shared. They will also have some businesses that are funded by what we call revenue-based financing. All right? I will fund you, we'll share profits. Revenue sharing kind of businesses. So in real estate, we have a lot of that today, JV partnership. Okay, I will contribute the land, you will contribute the development, and then at the end of the day, we'll share the profits. Okay, there are kind of funding like that, and so you can have a skill that you are good at. You can get somebody else that have the other part. You partner. I want to advise on this, and I want to also advise seriously around it. If you want to go far, they say, you don't go alone, isn't it? You go with people. But in going with people, you must be wise also. The reason why we have a lot of disaster, business disaster, relationship disaster,
among believers today is that we take so many things for granted. We trust with our head, which is not wrong. But when it comes to business, there are procedures, there are processes. When you are going into a partnership, document it. Write it in black and white. Expectations should be clear. Because the moment the money goes out of your pocket, it becomes a problem. The same person that you gave your money to do business, when you call him tomorrow and say, how far with the business? He's like, is it that you don't trust me? No, I'm not saying I don't trust you. Give me record. I had a business like that so many years ago. I invested so much in that business. All right? But I was a signatory to the account. So I was seeing the movement in the sales and the inflow, and it wasn't aligning. I will call the guy, how far? This thing doesn't, the inflow based on what we have projected, the inflow that I should get is not corresponding with the outflow. You are having more outflow going out than the inflow that is coming in. That's supposed to match this. He will say, don't worry. After so much, by the time we got to force a board meeting and we went into the record, the guy was just doing like Father Christmas. It was a credit company at that time. It was just busy to expand the credit base, loan base. Collection was a disaster. All right? And we were forced to shut down that business at that time. So you must understand the kind of business you are going to and the kind of persons. All right? The agreement must be key. Because once that money goes out, so even if you are not going to be part of it, can you engage a consultant, an independent consultant, to be your eye in that business? All right? It's key. Because if one of you is sitting down doing that business every day and the other one is not, I have seen this kind of lethargy. Somebody will just say, but I'm the one sitting down. He just sit down and go like, where is this money? Somebody has said that to me before. That I'm just busy doing my own. He's the one doing the business on day by day. I'm not come and be asking questions. I say, All right. So please, documentation is key. Get somebody to be part of it. It's not lack of trust. It's just a proper way to do business. All right? Okay. So quickly, we have other ways. There's some that we call supply financing in business financing, which means you buy products on credit or from your supplier, and they give you 3 days, or 30 days or 3 months to pay. Some of us actually offer that to big businesses. All of us here. Some of us, we are the ones sponsoring those big quoted companies on the exchange. Because we offer them credit. 30 days, we don't add anything on top. How many of us are dealing with multinationals? Payment cycle is around what? 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. You are funding their business free of charge. Because if they go to bank to borrow that money to pay you upfront, they will pay interest. So you can also use the same strategy in your business. If you think you have an advantage in negotiation, request for 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days. And if you are granting that kind of credit, unless you are in a very tight competitive edge, add the interest factor on your receivables. Does that make sense? Yes. If you sell for 100,000, if I'm paying today to me, the person paying you in 30 days should be 100,000 plus 30 divided by 12. All right? Well, some of us don't factor it in. So at the end of the day, we fund that business and grant that credit. And when we finish paying those interests, we don't have anything left for us. Okay? So 2 ways here we say, you can grant it to somebody, but you can also use it to your advantage. All right? You can ask for it. So, how to become funding ready? Quickly, I'll take this. Number 1, strong business model. For anybody to grant you funding, or for you to even understand your next level in funding, your strong business model is key. Even if you are not submitting it to anybody, submit it to yourself. Understand your business very well. Who are your customers? What are your competition? What are the opportunity for growth? Who are your suppliers? Understand that. Have a very strong business model. Be able to understand the path to cash flow, to liquidity. Clear financial statements. If you have been in business for 5 years and you have not even asked an auditor to check your records, then something is wrong with your ability to scale and to fund your business for growth. Cash flow management. This is very key. Again, it's not about revenue. Business survivor is not just about revenue. Revenue is good, but it's more of cash flow than revenue. All right? Now, the reason is this. If you have a business today that is doing, maybe you have a bakery, you are doing 600,000, you are able to do that part-time, and somebody suddenly comes and say, I want you to do a supply for me for 1.5 million. All right? If you don't have the cash flow, you will not be able to do that business. So you see, it's not about revenue now, because revenue is almost sitting by, but your ability to fund it. So if you do a good business model, a good financial statement, your bank is able to understand your business history sometimes. When you need that short-term funding, they are there to attend to you. Any partner, if you come to me and say, need money and I'm interested in your business, the first thing I want to see is your history, your discipline, how you have managed it. Did you separate yourself from your business? Is your business income different from you? It's not that it comes in as it's coming in, you are spending directly from it. Some churches also do that. As offering comes on Sunday, they spend it. There's no accountability. There must be clarity in this. All right? That's what that does is creditworthiness, legal structure, a compelling story, and then you are able to demonstrate traction. All right, let me look at this quickly as I wrap up. Matching the right funding to the right business. Not all money is good money. Business funding must align with one, where you are in your business will determine the kind of funding you want to attract. Your business stage. Number two, the kind of industry that you are in. Is it a high growth industry? Do you want to quickly position yourself? All right? You want to quickly position yourself for an opportunity like Dangote have done, even though he didn't know that Trump was going to bomb. But look at the refinery today. People from all that part of Africa and Europe, they are coming to queue up, all right? In our various ecosystem, there are things like that are going on. So that will determine your funding. Your growth goals, all right, will also determine your funding. Then your risk appetite. How far are you able to go? For example, if I can attract funds today at 10%, I'll gladly go and put it without even stressing myself in a government bond of 20%. And I'll just be chopping a 10% margin without stress. Are you getting it now? That is an opportunity. And people are doing it really. They are there in the market. They are attracting cheap funds in microfinance banks, in commercial banks at 3%, at 4%. They turn it around and they are able to give it to, all right, you at 30%. In fact, I want to open a bank. You should just encourage me. Sure, you all patronize me. All right, so that matters a lot. So I'm told that I have 10%, so I mean 10 minutes. So 10%. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Is this a finance class? My God. All right. Are we good this morning? All right. Let me do this. Let me talk about some funding mistakes that we have to avoid. Do I have that? I don't even know where I am now. Okay, let me see. I've talked about debt financing, equity financing, grants. I've talked about that. Alternative financing, matching financing. I've talked about that. Becoming funding ready. So go on. If you are still helping me control that. Let's look at, yes, funding readiness. Funding readiness. I think I've talked about that. Let me go to common mistakes, all right? Common mistakes. Okay. One, some people in their business, they rush to raise money too early. Because everybody is raising money. You must raise money. The best way to start and run a business is your own money. That's the best way. It helps you to understand the business environment. Because what you have on paper in business plan is different from reality. Oh. Business plan revenue growth will just go like this. Now lie. Sometimes it goes like this, come down, and then come up again, stabilize, come down a little bit, and then takes off. So it's not a straight line. So don't rush when you don't understand the business. You don't understand the nuances. It's like you are going to real estate construction. You don't understand the nuances. You just only hear that, oh, people make returns. The artisans you are going to work with, they can wreck you. The supplier of material can wreck you. Registration process can drown you. Funding, you can build, and then 3 years after, you are looking for a buyer. It can wreck you. So when you go with your capital, all right, and these things are happening, you are understanding the markets. You get it? So when you eventually understand it, sometimes it takes you 1 year, some 2 years, some is even 5 years. When you are now operating, people don't understand what is driving you. You are pressing the buttons. You understand what? I have spent 29 years in the corporate environment. There are some places I enter, in 2 minutes, that meeting is done because I already understand what it is. I don't need to waste my time. And somebody else will come and be shouting, there is opportunity. I don't see anything. All right? So sometimes you have to start. And that's why we started by saying, you are the first person to trust your business. You have to invest first in yourself. That 10,000 you set aside today, the 100,000 for 12 months, for 5 years, goes a long way. All right? So start. Or family come together and they support you. That's fine. You are not giving anybody a payment. But please, don't rush to the market too early. Unless it's a grant, all right? And you know that when you blow that grant, nobody will give you another one. That's fine. Then 2, taking the wrong type of capital. We've spoken about that, isn't it? Yeah. Mismatch. Poor financial management. Poor financial management. You don't know how to keep record. You mix personal fund with business funds. You don't know how to leverage on supply credits, you know. There are so many things. You don't keep proper records. Okay? And you still collect cash when you can actually use electronic means. Then overestimating revenue. This is good with startup. Somebody came to me and wanted financing and projected powerful revenue. And was asking me to pay valuation based on that revenue. That he doesn't even have the structure today. So it's my money you want to use to generate that revenue. You are valuing the business at that very high level for me. Say, oh God, sorry. It's not like that. We are here today. If I'm giving you, we are starting here. We will grow it together, isn't it? It is different from when you already have revenue, you just want to expand it. So overestimating revenue can make you start going to rent office in Ikoyi when you should actually be in Abulegba for a start. And I'm not just kidding. I also had another guy. He just was starting a business. And he said he wanted to go to Marina to rent an office. I'm like, no, you can do this from your home. He said, no. That's where the business is. I said, this is more digital. Of course, after about 1 year, that business folded up from Marina. Underestimating costs. Some of us don't really appreciate. Is this still 10 minutes now? Or you should give me the current one, because if you keep showing me 10 minutes, I will keep seeing 10 minutes from now. All right? So I'm rounding up now. Underestimating costs is another place where people make mistake. You are using your car to run your business. It's part of your operating costs. You are using an apartment in your business. It's part of your operating costs. All right? You have some people that are just volunteering to help you. You are not paying them. It's part of your operating costs, really. So don't underestimate your costs. This fellowship, for example, is not just about gathering people. They pay for this hall. It's part of funding costs. All right? So we must get that. And then, of course, lack of documentation
not understanding investor expectation. Okay, let me do this. I said I was going to do this before I leave. Just in a minute, you want to write down these things. What stage of your business? I think we have answered that question already. The second question follow up on that is, what is your current capital need in your business today? How much do you really need? If you don't know that, there is a problem. How much do you need in your business today to do that next scale, to do that next purchase? How much? As in, really, really business. You are not going to submit it to me. But please, this will help you. Write it down. How much do you need? If you ask me, wake me up 10 times, I will tell you exactly. I have 3 levels, 3 layers for 3 different kind of businesses that I'm trying to bring on board now, so I can tell you. So write it down exactly how you need. Then the last question on this is, what is your best funding mechanism for this money that you want to raise? Based on what we have discussed today. Is it equity? Is it debt? Is it grants? Is it a mix of equity, debt, and even grants? Because some of us have not really been real to ourselves. So we are rich in the spirit. We don't have anything written down in black and white of what we really want to do to fund our business. We just believe that it shall happen, shall. It doesn't shall happen. We have said that it's not just magic. All right? And finally today, let me give this analogy. If you have 3 million coming into your business every month, and then you have 2.5 going out, what's your net cash flow? Positive or negative? Positive, isn't it? 500. If you have 100,000 coming in every month as cash flow now, not sales, and then you have expenses of 2 million going out, what's your net cash flow? Negative, isn't it? But you are doing more activity. And then if you wrap this up in the final week, maybe after this class, let's assume you are in stage 2 before you came here. You now go back to your business from on Tuesday, and you now have 5 million coming in, and you are spending only 1.5 million. What will you have? Of 3.5. This is what I want you to look at. Cash flow is king in your business. Don't underrate it. Don't oversell because you want to run activity. Don't oversell. Some people are overselling. They are just doing business. They are just doing activity. People are not paying them. And some of them are going to turn out to be bad debts. In closing, I will say, capital is not scarce. Clarity is. Your financial strategy is your growth strategy. The right funding at the right time can transform your business trajectory. I want to encourage every one of us in the next 30 days, all right, to challenge yourself. Start from yourself, your income, whether as an employee or as a business owner. Challenge yourself. Financial success does not come overnight. It comes through discipline. He that is faithful in a little, much more will be committed to their hand. I always give this example of how I started. And I look back today, about 23 years after committing to the fact that I will always spend less than I earn in whether as an income or in my business. I have done that for the past 23 years. Sometimes when I look at where those money have been, it gives me a huge level of comfort to either dare expansion, go into different side of business, or even go into partnership. I want to challenge you today. From this moment, don't just treat finance as one of those things. Every month, do a reconciliation of your inflow and your outflow. God bless you.
What an insightful session that was. Let's give him another round of applause, please. I know that we're learning so much, and I hope that we are going to be applying these things in our lives and in our businesses. It's time to welcome our second speaker. He is Dr. Paul Udochi, a seasoned sales and distribution executive, business strategist, and leadership mentor with over 30 years of commercial leadership experience across multinational and indigenous organizations, including the Coca-Cola Company, Cadbury Nigeria, Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC, and SC Johnson. He has led major growth initiatives across B2B and B2C markets, building high-performing teams, expanding market share, and strengthening key customer partnerships in competitive environments. His previous roles include Market Development Manager, National Key Accounts Manager, and Franchise Manager at the Coca-Cola Company, Sales Director at Cadbury Nigeria, and Head of B2B Sales at Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC. Dr. Udochi is CEO of Tomorrow.com Nigeria Limited and a partner with Incrementum Nigeria Limited, advising organizations on growth strategy and commercial excellence. Beyond his corporate work, Dr. Udochi is a senior pastor and president of the Great House Ministry, a Christian outreach organization headquartered in Lagos with a ministry arm in Port Harcourt. Through his leadership, he integrates faith, leadership, and marketplace influence to inspire personal transformation and ethical leadership. He holds a BSc in Business Administration, an MBA, and a PhD in Coaching and Leadership. He will be speaking on customer experience as a catalyst for business growth. With a round of applause and a standing ovation, let us welcome Dr. Paul Udochi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, you may be seated. Thank you. I thought the session we had, I was just busy taking notes, and it was a wonder. I believe it was a very good session, and good particularly because there were practical insights, to really help us, develop and help us manage our businesses. This morning, I want to say a very big thank you to the convener. Thank you very much for bringing me in here. It's a great privilege to be here to speak with you. And I will be talking on catalysts for business growth, which is the theme, generally for this conference. And I'll be focusing on customer experience. Something about customer experience. Somebody was talking one time, and I think, it's quite popular around. People say that when you go to these restaurants, the local restaurants where they sell these abula kind of restaurants, that part of what makes the food, particularly, delicious is because of the attitude. It's almost as if the attitude is part of what makes it nice, when they look at you and say, there's a way they, as a salesman, I have been to many of those places. But see, the thing about it is that attitude actually gives people experience. People, kind of encounter the place and then they live with that understanding in their mind. For some people, I think it's just the way we think as Nigerians that has made us to conclude that that's what makes the food nice. Because, we have learned how to manage and make do with difficulties. No matter how bad the situation is, we bring out something good out of it. Something to make us laugh, something to make us happy. But we want to talk about customer experience as a catalyst for business growth. Because at the end of the day, we'll learn, please let's go on to the next. We'll try to understand what exactly is customer experience. We'll try to understand, how to link it with business growth, some strategies around customer experience, and then how does it affect, SMEs? Because like the first speaker said, we are actually helping big organizations to fund their businesses because they are strong enough to use us to fund their businesses. Most of the time, when you want to deal with some of these big organizations and they put out their terms, you don't waste time. Many times when people sit down and they are discussing, they say, let's just agree. Let them just give us what we are looking for. So you are willing to do whatever they are asking for simply because of where they are compared to where you are. So we're going to look at how it affects SMEs and then how it also affects longevity as we go on. Next slide. So we're going to have some reflections very quickly. The first one, that's what Walt Disney said, about you doing whatever you do so well, makes people want to come back over and over again. The next one, that this is from Aliko Dangote. When you take care of your customers, then your business will take care of itself. So these are just thoughts. These are just reflections that I want us to see. This one is from the former CIO of Dell Computer. It was talking about customer experience is the next competitive battleground, because at the end of the day, what is going to really make the difference is going to be how your customers perceive you. That's actually it's going to separate you or your business from another person's business. The next one, please. Now, businesses that focus on people will always outlast those that focus only on profits. So there is a difference in how you focus, how you run your business, the kind of things that move you, those decisions that you make and the structures that you put in place. How does it affect your customers? And then we have business in Africa is built on relationships before transactions. In my over 30 years, dealing with customers, there are customers that will leave, especially in the north, and I also even in the southwest, there are customers that will buy from almost about 120 kilometers away. They get their supply from there. Whereas there's just somebody next door to them who supplies the same thing, but they will not buy from that person. And you ask them why, they say it's because of the relationship I have with that person. They tell you all kinds of things that the person keeps doing for them. They tell you all kinds of, services, that they enjoy whenever they are dealing with, that person. I think that was one more. Okay. We see our customers as invited guests to a party, and we are the host. That's the Amazon guy. So our customers, we see them like guests, and we see ourselves as the host. And you always want to be a very good host, isn't it? You always want to be a good host. So this is just to open up our discussions about customer experience. Customer experience, what is customer experience? What is it? It's the total perception that a customer forms, for interacting with you. It's a total perception. We used to say in Nigeria that customer are king, but now how you treat them, now you go make them stay. When people leave you, what do they live with? We normally use that word that, sometimes people come across some people, and when you leave them, it leaves a bad taste in their mouth. I used to say to people, when you go to a hotel to stay, when you leave, the only physical thing that they give to you is your bill or your receipt to show that you have paid. So that's still reminding you that you parted with money. But what you got while you were in there was an experience. And that experience will want to make you either to come back again or not to ever go there. One of the most, established, cultures, working around hotels or the hospitality industry is tips. Now, around here, it's a little bit, it's a bit strange. People look at it as if, why would I give the person money? But in advanced countries, tips are part of the kind of income that people who work in hospitality industries make. So when you are going to pay, they give you a space where you add whatever you want to give as tip. Sometimes they even give you suggestions. They suggest to you that anything above 25%, above 35%. So they give you ideas. So it's part of the culture. The reason is because they are also trained to make sure that they give you good customer service. So when they are attending to you, they attend to you because they want you to give a tip at the end of the day, and they understand that what is going to make you give that tip is the experience that you get, how you feel, the way you feel, that they took good care of you. So the perception can be good, like you see, and the perception can be very poor. So people leave and they talk about things and they feel so bad. Sometimes they don't mention it, but the only decision they make in their minds is that they don't want to come back again. They don't want to do business with that person again. And the person begins to wonder why. And the person begins to pray, begin to call and kabash, and say whatever it is that the enemy is doing to stop and to stand in the way. But the truth is that the person is the enemy. The person is the enemy. I remember one time when, I think there was one of those events when Pastor Adeboye was preaching and was talking about enemies, and so he said the last enemy, he called different enemies, and then the last enemy he said you. He said you are the last enemy, because most of the time, the enemy is not really outside, the enemy is just standing there. So people come and people go, but they live with different kinds of experiences. And it cuts across everything. Next slide. It cuts across everything. So first of all, I want to just talk about the science behind, how people feel, or what makes people feel the way they feel. Because there's some science behind it. There are platforms, there are organizations that work around understanding human behavior, understanding customers and how they relate to people and how they relate to businesses. Because there was something that the first speaker talked about. He said, you are the one behind any kind of business. You are the first person. So the responsibility is first of all yours, before you now look at it as a corporate responsibility. So when people relate with you, no matter the kind of business you are doing, how do they feel? And it is the way they feel that determines how they want to work with you. The first one, please. The first one. So good service triggers happiness chemicals. You see those chemicals, dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin. This is coming from research. When you treat people well, when people are happy, when they have some good feeling, it triggers chemicals. Just the same kind of chemical that got triggered when we met our spouses. I remember I used to tell my friends then, I will follow, we'll stroll with my wife now, and then we'll go all over the places and come back. And my friends will be laughing at me in the room because they know I've not eaten. And you cannot explain why you don't feel hungry. There was a particular night, I remember after escorting her to where she was staying, and I was going back, and I was asking myself, why am I so hungry? It was so late that, the people that were frying akara and the rest of them had closed. That was how bad it was, And so when I got home, I was asking the guys, please, anything to eat? They said, go and chop love now. Is it not love that you have been chopping since? So all that time, it was chemical that was working, And so when chemical works, it changes everything. So when people interact with you, when they interact with you and they are happy, the chemicals work, and they want to come back again. Why they want to come back again is not because of anything you said to them. It's the things, it's what they felt in the way they were dealing with you. Next one. People feel valued. When they feel valued, it's a need. It's a core need, of human beings. And you see the references, for the sources where this is coming from. So when people feel that they have been valued, when they feel that you respond to them, they feel that you kind of show them respect, regard. They are happy with you. They want to come back. They want to deal with you because it's a human need. This is something that is just inherent. It's just there in man. So when you treat people well, people want to come back to you. Somebody said that there are certain tribes where there's a way they treat the men. I went to Calabar. I remember one time to walk, and that morning I was going to have breakfast, and so I told the lady, I said, "See, I don't want to take anything much. I'm fine. I just get me egg, just fry, Even if it's just 2, just fry 2 eggs, I'll just take it with, whatever I have here. And so she left. By the time she got back, she came back with a plate of, fried egg and plantain. So I told her, I said, I didn't ask for plantain. And she told me, she said, sir, it wouldn't be nice for you to just eat the egg like that or to eat with what you have here. I decided to give you plantain and everything. So when I got back, and I was discussing with somebody else that comes from that area. So she told me, she said, sir, the way they train us, they train us to take care of people. So what she saw was that what you were asking for was not going to make you all right. So she decided to make you okay. Then I remember the story of one of my friends who was serving. He went to serve there, and he had a lady he was marrying. And that lady was very mean to him. And she, according to him, she used to treat him and talk to him anyhow. When he got to that place, he was beginning to make up his mind that he won't come back to that lady again. Why? Because of the way he was being treated. Okay? Next one. So good customer service is actually pleasurable. People feel happy. People are excited. People feel good. So there's a scientific study that found that receiving excellent customer service is perceived as pleasurable. So it is strongly associated with positive emotions. So you see how powerful. This is not just saying it because it's a kind of business strategy. We're saying it because there's some science behind it, that when people feel happy, then people want to deal with you. And when people are dealing with you as a business person, what does that mean? It translates into more revenue. It translates into you making more, Now, this is an area where many people do not really understand how it impacts their businesses. Because many people just feel that, some of these things is just a waste of time. If they want to buy, they will buy. If God has blessed you, God has blessed you. If God opened door, no one can shut. And all of that. But we're going to see how these things actually work out. Next one. So it creates gratitude, loyalty, and advocacy. When people are happy, when people are grateful, when people are loyal to you, the same people will talk about your businesses to other people and want to bring in more people to come and do business with you. And all of this is a product of research. Next. Emotions drive decisions. Sometimes people pay more for something. They pay more for something because they enjoy dealing with the people involved. There is a cheaper alternative, but they don't really mind. What people are excited about, people don't really, think about any other thing when they are happy. That's the reason why you find out that in the arts, industry, music and all of that, they make a lot of money. Football. When people are watching football, it's all about emotions. People get excited when they score a goal. People shout. And you see two people that were, quarreling before, they hug themselves. They forget completely about the fact that they were quarreling. Why? Because we're emotional beings. And if you are able to connect your business emotionally, to people, it just sustains, the delivery of, profits, continuously. People will just continue to come back to you because they are connected emotionally. We used to say that when you get to that level of emotional connectivity, it changes everything. It changes everything. So when others are struggling, you will not struggle because people cannot just explain why they just want to hang around you. Now, the first speaker was talking about the fact that if Dangote comes here now and walks with bathroom slippers, emotionally people will get connected. And that's simply because of how people rate him in their minds. People just get connected. A guy just strolls out, because he's a star, and then he just wears something. Everybody wants to start wearing it. So when they are wearing those things, they are not wearing it because of the functionality. They are wearing it because of the connectivity. It's the emotional connection. So if you do your business and if you relate with your customers to make sure that they become connected to you emotionally, you hold them permanently. Because the level of connection is completely different. Next one, please. So memory. Memory is emotional. People will not forget. So psychology shows that people remember the most emotional moments. They remember the most emotional moment. People, get to make decisions, because of the connectivity, that connection they have, emotionally. Next one, please. So it's a journey. It starts from awareness where they get to know about you. it moves on to consideration, to purchase, to usage, support, and to loyalty. So customers will judge your response to problems even when the cause is beyond your control. Network problem, power problem, they understand. So somebody comes and say, but it's not my fault. You see, the customer is not interested in the fact that it's not your fault. The customer is interested in the way you have made him or her to feel. You see? So someone says, yeah, but it's not my fault. There's no light. There was no light. I'm not NEPA. I'm not PACN. I'm not disco. I'm not this. I'm not that. Yes, you are not. But how did you make the person to feel? How did you address the issue? When you came out and you found the person, there was a complaint. How did you manage the complaint? How did you handle the complaint? How did you tell, oh, I'm so sorry, please, can you please just sit down, maybe you get something to take, and then you try to explain what happened, and say, but don't worry, we're doing our best to make sure that this matter is resolved. There's a way you talk to the person goes out, and the person says, yeah, these are nice people, I think we want to do business with them again. Next one. So everything communicates. You see, right from the very moment the guy comes in, at the gate, gets to the reception, gets on, and then eventually coming out. So how do people feel when they meet with you? You may not have a reception at the moment. You may not be in Marina office that our first speaker talked about. You may not have a reception. Everything might just be around you. But how do you make people feel? I remember sometimes when, in Coke, when you go out, the first thing you are made to understand is that, we have this, detailed, planned sales call. And in this detailed planned sales call, one of the things that, we try to emphasize that when you meet with the customer, you try to greet the customer by name. Now, there is a way you personalize it. So you are greeting the customer by name. It kind of connects you immediately. And sometimes you leave everything aside and you say, what about your son? The one you were talking about yesterday. And then you are spending time to just talk about that person's family, that person's life, and then the person gets so happy. And then by the time you are done, it's amazing how easy it will be for you to get the order you are trying to get for them, from that person. Because the person feels that this person is interested in my life. He's interested in my good. He's not just wanting to come and make money off me, but he's interested in what I'm interested in. There are people that immediately you start talking to them about their family, maybe about their children, they just start smiling, and they just let go. All the defenses are gone. And by the time you are done, you just pick your order and whatever it is. In fact, say, I want to do more. Simply because you have shown interest, in that person's life. I was talking with a very big customer, in my, that time, and we had a product that he was not buying because he was buying from another customer. Our competitor. And he said he was not going to buy, and he was a big guy. He was somebody who could do so much. And so I had an opportunity. He had a problem, I think he was supposed to pick up some product from our place. He had an issue, some logistic problem. So I called all the people that were involved, and I got them, to talk about it, and we dealt with the matter. And I threw my weight behind it to make sure that the matter was resolved. And he saw, how committed I was to just making sure the whole thing was resolved. So everything was done and concluded. So shortly after that time, there was an opportunity. He had some money. They were going to give him, some, rewards, for his performance and all of that. Some serious amount of money, in foreign currencies. And so when we went, because he couldn't speak English that much, he needed me to go with him, to, the place where they were going to give him the money, So I went with him and all of that. And when we finished the whole, discussion, he got money. I was leaving. Now said, yeah, let us go so that, you can also get your own share, of this money. And I said, no. I said, I don't want the money. He said, what? No, I'm the one offering to give you. It's not, you didn't ask me for it. I know you, because I have asked you before, you will not accept. I said, no. I said, I don't want the money. He said, okay, now what do you want? I said, you've not been buying this product. I need you to buy. You know what he said? He said, I'll buy 500 trucks. Every month. That was how I secured him. when people feel happy with you and they feel good, they are ready to do just anything. So everything communicates. Everything communicates. Next slide. Okay, now, how do we make this, to grow? How do we use it as a growth engine? We're going to look at it, first of all, from the one that is, what to avoid. Next click, please. What to avoid. Next. So you see, these are things people feel. Slow response, failed delivery, ignored complaints, hidden charges. These are realities. And to be very honest, most times these realities happen because, of different reasons that may not necessarily be coming from you. But some of them also will come from the owner of the business. So these are things to avoid because they will lead to loss, they will lead to increased complaints, damages, and then it will ultimately cause a decline. Now, what should you go for? What to do? Fast response. Now, how do you achieve this? You can't achieve this if you are not intentional about it. It was Mike Tyson. I always say that, who said, every boxer comes in with a strategy until the first blow hits his head. That's what he said. Every boxer comes in with a strategy. All the time he's preparing, he's telling you, you jab him here, you jab him there. By the time they give him the first one, he throws away all the strategy goes out of the window. He now wants to survive. Culture will eat strategy for breakfast any day. Culture will eat strategy for breakfast. Culture. So the first thing is, if it is not cultural, if you are not going to make it your culture, then you will not be able to keep it. Customer service, good customer experience. You must be intentional about it. You must have it all laid out, and you must have it clear to say, these are the things we stand for. If you have more than you, maybe you have 2 or 3 other people that are working with you, from time to time, you must be able to let them understand how important it is for them and yourself to make your customers feel good. Why? Because we're not just saying it now because we want to be nice. We are saying it because there is a science to it that if we want to grow, then we must be strategic about how our customers feel. We must make sure that every time people come in and have any dealings with us, they must leave here with a taste in their mouth that is good. They must leave with a testimony that, yes, I think I like to go back there. Somebody who gave a testimony one time, I think it was in church in Daystar, when he was saying that when he came for the first time, even in the toilet, there was AC. There's a lot of work that goes behind that. To clean the place, people volunteer. They have other people that they are paid, they pay to do that. But the whole idea is because they want to make sure that they give that experience. I also know about a church in town where parents will take their kids on their way to their own church, will stop in that church and drop their children for children's school and go and do service in their own church. When they are done, they will come back and come and pick their kids. Why? Because of the experience. Because of the experience. So it's very, very important that it has to be intentional. Next slide, please. So now look at the story of Jesus. It's a very interesting story. The woman, by the well in Samaria, many times, when I look at that, when you want to look at it from the business angle, clearly, it was a quite interesting story because the woman encountered Jesus. But by the time she was leaving Jesus, she became an evangelist talking about it, Now, the first question was that when the disciples came back and they saw him talking to the woman, the question was, what is he doing talking to a woman? There were, barriers ordinarily. But he sat down there and it was just an encounter, just engagement. He asked her for water. And then the woman said, you don't have anything to fetch water. First of all, why are you even talking to me? You guys don't talk to us. You Jewish people, you don't talk to us. And then he just spun it around and said, if you know the person talking to you, right now, You even asked me to give you the water of life, you know. But the idea was that by the time he was done talking to her, you know, she had issues. He knew she had issues, but he didn't judge her. You know, rather, he told her, he confirmed. When he told her, go and bring your husband, the woman said, I don't have your husband. He said, yeah, you are right. You had 5. Even the one you are staying with now is not yours. You are right. You know, he didn't condemn her. He understood with her, you know, because he wanted to help her. But by the time he was done with her, he was not the one that sent her to go and tell people to say, I have found a man who told me everything about myself. In other words, I found a real guy. You know, so this is a clear story of a positive experience that turned the woman around to start talking about him. So you want people to talk about your business? You want people to make referrals? You want people to bring other people to you? Make them feel good. Make them feel respected. Make them feel regarded. Make them feel valued. You know, let people feel when they talk to you, let them feel valued. You know, sometimes even in our just regular dealings with people, you know, there are people who don't know how to really address, you know, issues. You know, they just talk. I mean, I learned that in the hard way, you know, growing up. When I got married, I used to think I was a fantastic guy, by the way. You know, I used to think I was a fantastic guy. I used to think that was one of those nice things that they did after sliced bread. You know, not until I got married. You know, and I remember there was a man sometime who came, and after all the accolades and they said all of those things, you know, the man came out and said, wow, I wish my wife were here to hear all these things. He said, because when I get back home now, they will cut me into my right size and put me where I'm supposed to be. But the idea is this. When you talk to people, you know, you make them feel a particular way, you know. One of the easiest things, or one of the first things that people learn when they get married, is that when you talk to your spouse about something, and then you see the way she feels, then you now know that, okay, you thought what you said was just normal, but to her, it wasn't normal, you know. And then you trace your steps back, and you begin to ask, what happened now? When they start turning cold shoulder to you, and they start asking you, will you eat your food now? With a straight face, you know. Will you eat now? Is anything wrong? No, nothing. Did I say anything was wrong? So when you hear things like that, then you know you have touched a button that you shouldn't have touched. Now, that is exactly what happens when you deal with people in your businesses. So you must be aware. You must be sensitive, you know, to know that people want to be treated with respect. So whether they look like it or not, you treat them with respect. You know, the people who sell cars, let me give you an example. The people who sell cars, when you walk to them and you say you want to buy a car, they don't ever look at you and think that you can't buy the car. They start telling you about the car, they start telling you about all kinds of things. It was my brother that first called my attention to that. You know, somebody asked me to help them look for a vehicle. Long time ago, I didn't have a car then. So I was telling him, but when I spoke to the man took me seriously. So he laughed. He said, yes. He said they take everybody seriously. And at the end of the day, they end up getting somebody who will buy. He doesn't look at you as if you don't have the money. So a good business person respects everybody that comes. Because sometimes that guy may not be the one to buy, but he's a link to the person that will buy. So that's how, you know, it has to happen. Next. So businesses, competition is increasing every day, you know. So this is why, you know, it matters for people to have a very good experience with you. You know, social media makes it easy to spread news fast. People can talk in social media and talk about an experience that they had. And that experience alone and whatever they are put in social media can just cause a lot of damage to the business of that person. This is why it matters. This is why it matters. So the experiences is actually what separates your business from other businesses. So how people feel when they relate with you is actually what determines. That's why it is important. Next. So now, how does it work? Immediately people become loyal. Customers become loyal to you. Then you have some level of retention. You are able to keep them because you want to keep your customers. You also want to increase the frequency of their transactions with you. So one of the things that will make that happen is when they feel good. when they are happy. Remember, like I said to you, this man was not buying a single truck. One truck is about 650 kg bags. And we're talking about millions, you know. We're talking in categories of, for a truck as at that time, we're looking at category of between 10 to 15 million, depending on, you know, the particular kind of product. And this man was prepared to do 500. Now, listen, this was a big man. Usually, this was one of those people that will travel with Aliko for Umrah, and they will stay in the same block. And they will sit together, they will pray together, they will do everything together. So I understood his position, you know. I understood his position. I knew how big he was. But I also knew that he was strong about the fact that he was, you know, loyal to, you know, competition. But I wanted to get him. But I knew that the best way to do it was to make him feel happy with me. Let him get to the point where he could trust me. You know? Let me take him to the place where he could believe that, yes, I think I can relate with this guy. And then he said, 500. Every month, he sorted me out. So, retention. Then customer advocacy. Let the customer talk about you. The woman went out and was talking about Jesus because it will drive growth. It will deliver profit. It will change the business. Somebody says, but it's just me. I don't really have a big business. I don't have people come. Yes, just you. When people interact with you, they are interacting with your business. What will make them want to pick their phone and call you? You know, you didn't know about it. You didn't even have it there, you know. But they were just discussing with somebody. Say, I have a friend here, and I was telling them that so. Okay, fine. Oh, you speak to that person, and the person will say. And then many times, you know, people make calls, and then when they drop it, they say, oh, so pleasant, nice person. No, you've not even seen the person, though. You just say, no, they are so nice. The person sounded so nice on the phone. You know, why? Because the person is trained to do so. The first time I went to one church, you know, I went to a church office. You know, as a young Christian, I was thinking that everybody, you know, around the church ministry were just like angels, you know. So went to church office and said, yes. What? Okay. So I felt so cold. It was like, what? I should be church. If you buy an Amoro, which church? This is supposed to be a Christian ministry. Until I realized that these are human beings. They just go to church, you know. And then the next thing left me and said, you know, discussing and said, well, what again, sir? And it's like, what? Everything communicates. Everything communicates. Now, they may not have understood that was going to happen. Thank you. But everything communicates. Okay? So, now, these are numbers also, you know, from research, you know, to show how, just bottom line, how a 5% retention increase can lead up to 95% profit growth. Now, there are analyses that explains all of that. You know, those 5% that you have retained, for example, you are not spending money to advertise to them anymore. Those 5% that you have retained, their volume of business will increase. You know, he goes in, take a very good example of a restaurant. He goes in, he spends 3,000 naira today. He comes next time with a friend. He spends 5,000 naira. The next time he comes, you know, they spend about 15,000 naira. Now, one person, but the volume of business is increasing simply because you want the person to yourself. The person got a good experience. So this is just talking about how, you know, it goes from, you know, one level to another. Now, these are key drivers. Speed, we talked about this earlier. You know, fast response, making sure that you are prompt, you know, to handle whatever it is that is the issue. Personalization, making it personalized. You know, when somebody comes into a restaurant and he knows that they already know what he's going to ask for, and say, you know, many times when you go to bars, you know, when you watch some things about bars, and when we used to know about bars in those days, when a man comes and they say, "You're regular, Abi?" He say, "Yeah, I'm a regular." The guy is excited because he knows that they know he's regular. You know, he's happy because they know he's regular. Then consistency, quality, consistency in quality. quality. Some people can be so, you should be very strict about the quality of your product. Ensure that it is consistent. Every time they come to look at it, it's just the same. In Coca-Cola, there are people who are in charge of quality. They have the power to stop production. That's how powerful they are. If they notice that there is a breach, a quality breach, they will stop the production. As powerful as he might be, as small as he is, but because of his role, there are people that are above him. But if he says the production should stop, they will stop it. Nobody will continue. They will stop until that matter is resolved. Because if anything happens tomorrow, and he says that I told them to stop, they refuse to stop, all the people involved will be gone. That's how intentional they are about quality. For most organizations, most multinationals that handle food, that's how it is with them. There are certain things that they are not negotiable. Why? Because quality has to remain consistent. Every time I pick a particular product and I test it and I say, yeah, it's the same. That word, same, will keep certain people connected to it continuously. Next. Okay. So these are all issues, and I think some of them were dealt with. Limited resources, in the first session we had, they were dealt with. So, customer service, inconsistent quality. Next, please. The role of your employees is for them to know. They need to know what you stand for. They need to know that it's the culture of the business. They need to know that it is what, we want to have. And they need to know that they have to be consistent. Long waiting times. There must be somebody who is mad at keeping people, delayed. He must come out to say, please, excuse me, may I help you? Why are you still here? How may I help you, please? People need to feel that somebody also comes out from time to time to check and make sure that they are being attended to. Have you been served? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Why are these people here? Excuse me, may I help you? One particular time I was in the queue and a lady came out in the bank. She came out and was talking to us and addressing the issues. There was some time, at the airport, while people were on the queue to get to where they were going to get their tickets, because the queue was so long, another person had a handheld and was meeting people midway and was checking them in and giving them, they had a little printout and was printing out, their boarding passes and giving to them, just to make sure that people move immediately. Whatever it is that you can do to make sure that those issues are resolved. Technology. I believe we'll be addressing that later. You need technology. Whatever it is, social media, engagements, digital, ordering, making the experience as simple as possible. Usage must be simple. You must find out every day, how can I make it easy? How can I make it easy? Can people just call me and place their order? How can I take advantage of technology to make it easy for people to be able to do business with us? Yes. So this is just, case study. I'm sure maybe we'll be able to have access to this, later. But this is case studies on how we can actually, do things for different levels. This is for the food business. We talked about remembering, their, regular, what they eat regularly. We talked about keeping records, of their favorite meals, speed to serve them. People come in, they are hungry. And many times in the restaurant, people are hungry. And somebody just says, while waiting, they give them water, they serve them with maybe some nuts, to be taken. While all of that is important. All of that is important. Abroad, you get to the till point and you want to pay. And the cashier looks at you and says, wow, you are buying so much. Do you know that you can actually make some savings? And then the first time I remember many years ago, I said, this one is even telling me to make savings. Back home, the guy will not even tell you anything. He will hide the information from you. And I said, this is why people keep coming back. He said, do you know you can make some savings? I said, you want me to make savings? I thought you were supposed to be collecting my money. No. You see, the problem is that it's not about collecting your money now. It's about keeping you engaged so that the frequency will continue. Yeah, you can make some savings. Say, yeah, why? She brought out the form and said, you just fill this form, give me your phone number and everything, and then you can get up to 10%. So what? Really? 10%? Yes. And then next time, say, let's go back to that store. Then I discovered that it's all over because they understand the principles involved. So this is for the next one, please. This is for the fashion business. The fashion business. Follow up after delivery. Ask for feedback. provide warm welcome service. Sometimes after we have delivered those stuff to them, we need to check, we need to ask. Somebody say, don't ask, it is in asking that you look for trouble. Well, the trouble that was not there before, they now start telling you now, you better keep quiet, leave it like that. Let them manage, don't talk. That's how you draw yourself into trouble. But please ask, because when you ask, the person feel happy that, okay, you ask. And if the person had a complaint, you will take note of that so that it can make your output or whatever you are giving to be better the next time. You see, truth and consistency keeps you to be authentic. People must know you, that you are very authentic. You must be sincere, you must be consistent, you must be transparent. It's not going to take anything away from you. It's only going to end up adding up value to you. Next one. This is a neighborhood retail store. You see, the greet, you advise, and then you maintain stock. You advise the person. The person wants to buy. Okay, do you need this for so thing? You can also use this instead. It might be that one you are advising the person to buy might not be as expensive as the one the person wanted to buy before. And then the person is touched and say, wow, yeah. He said, yeah, because of what you are asking for, I feel this is much better for you. Although I don't mind though, if you say you want to pay for this one, I don't mind, I can give it to you, but to be very honest with you, I think this is better because this one will actually address the issue more because this one has this and this and this. And they say, wow, you are not just thinking about making money. You remember what we had earlier in those reflections. If you are thinking more of your profit, the people who focus more on people make more than those who focus only on profits. So you always have to remember that. Yes. So this is like a logistics company. The basic things about logistic companies. But here I say I've never had any issues with their deliveries. So delivery has to be reliable. Communication, you have to talk to them. You have to let them know what is going on at the moment. Yes, I'm sorry, madam. We were supposed to have delivered, early this morning, but we are unable to do that because of so. But I promise you, I expect that between now and the next 2 hours, we should conclude on that, and we'll make sure, we deliver to you. Once people consistently hear, not like today that, a flight is cancelled and people are seated and they are waiting and nobody is talking to them. Then all of a sudden, last minute, they will call one and say, fly so and so, please, all of you to report to the counter. And then only to get to the counter and they say, we're very sorry. Due to operational reasons, the flight has been cancelled. And then people will shout and shout. The guy has been trained to receive all the abuses. The guy will just sit down and be looking at you people, And then people will shout. They know when you are done, they will go home. Those are the things that kill businesses. Those are the things. They are killing the businesses silently. Tomorrow, another guy just comes up and just makes a little bit of tweak. It changes everything. And everybody will start getting that direction. And they say, I want loan, Connie. They will say, one loan, Connie. They are using something. Next one. So this is just a summary, just to summarize, what we said earlier. Next, just quickly wrap up. This is about building a customer-centric organization. Listen to customers. Make it embedded as part of the culture. Take feedbacks. Train your employees, and then measure satisfaction. Okay, measure satisfaction. Next slide. Measure, so we can use WhatsApp, Google Forms, we can use notebooks, but please let us get to measure satisfaction. Next one, I'm just wrapping up. So these are just takeaways. We've talked about this before. Next slide. Okay, so these are some organizations and some of the things they did, that has kept them going. Now, some of them may not be as fantastic as they were when they started, but your case will be a different case because you want to make sure that you are not just changing, but you want to make it sustained. So if there is anything that you take, next one, please, that your product can be copied, your price can be beaten, but your customer experience is your true advantage. What people experience when they relate with you is your true advantage. Nobody can take that from you. They can copy your price. They can copy your product, but they cannot copy the experience that people get from you. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our speaker. That was very insightful. Your true advantage is the customer experience that your people feel. Yesterday, I did my nails, and for the first time, now, how do I say it? The places where I go to do my nails, I've never gone to do my nails in a place that has a different quality, like maybe like a higher, we say, well, maybe it's more expensive. So I went to do my nails for the first time at a particular place. And after a particular phase, she asked me to wash my hands. She helped me wash my hands. And I just thought to myself, for me. You know, so that thing just dropped my mind. I will come back to this room because it was just hurried. Let me just do my nails anyway. I just found a place. And I thought, I didn't even know that part was supposed to be a thing. Like they were actually supposed to wash your hands after you do this thing. So you see, that was very, very, let's clap for him again, please. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be doing is taking questions and answers. But before we do that, I want to implore us to silence our phones. We've been hearing sounds of phones and it's really distracting. Let's please help silence our phones. If you cannot switch it off, just silence. Thank you very much. So does anybody have any questions? All right, I see some hands up. Okay, a hand up. I don't know if there's another person. Any other questions? We don't want questions that will birth questions, though, because... Okay, I see another hand up. And if you don't feel comfortable speaking with the mic, you can write your questions down. Somebody's going to collect it from you. Okay, you have a question. Volunteer said they get a question. Oh my God. All right. Is somebody going to help me with a mic to pass to them? So let me give to that lady first. Thank you. So you just tell us who your question is directed towards. Your name, please, as well.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Peace Morrison. I'm the founder and CEO of Zivon Limited. We are into green tech solution. We provide EV cars, then solar solution as well. So my question is directed to Dr. Blessing. Sir, please, I would like to know, as a founder and as a CEO, what will be the percentage of my salary from my business profits? That is just the question I want to ask. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks a million. I mean, I truly appreciate this question. A lot of people are working or they are running business, they don't even collect salary, they just spend. So you're asking this question is really, really very important. I think it would rather be guided by the industry that you are in, the stage of business that you are in as well, rather than the percentage. Because you can be doing $1 million or a 10 million naira in your business, and if I say 10%, that's 1 million. But the same business can grow to become $1 billion, all right? 10% becomes 100 million. So I think the things that will guide it is, what stage are you in your business? Sometimes you might need to run the business by paying yourself less than you would have collected, you know, if you were working for somebody, or the average that the industry is paying. So that's one. Number two, you can also do a survey. Every industry have benchmark of what is being paid. So find out from that industry what somebody in your position is earning. That will also guide you as it is. The need of the business will matter. Do you need to reinvest more money in that business? So let me just pull back by saying, number one, the stage that you are in, the income level, the industry that you are in will be what will guide you. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Somebody raised their hand here. Yeah, look at him. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kennedy. I'm an architect and an interior designer. So I own a business. Actually, it's like a one-man business. So I have like 2 questions to ask. The first question is for Dr. Blessing. So, you said when you were lecturing us, you said something about having an office when you're supposed to work from home. Right, so when I started my business, I also rented an office space, but with the idea, because most times when you meet some clients, they ask you, where is your office space? I would like to come and see that place or to know the place. So I rented an office space. Then I had, because I do deal with foreign clients most times, I freelance. I design buildings and interiors for them. So I wanted to start up somewhere, maybe I could manage it both local and foreign. So I rented an office space. Now, the foreign business is not really going that well. So I want to know, okay, the office space now, I want to use it as a storage space for my business. Most times when I take jobs, and I also install some of the products before I take it to the site. So I want to know, is it profitable now to still maintain that office space? Since I don't want to be storing most of my products I use for my interior design business in my own house, because I have a small space there. Should I still maintain the office space, or should I give it out? Should I let it go? And then my second question is for Dr. Paul. About this customer experience, how can I manage a customer when I know that at the end I'll be the only one to lose? Like, I'll be the one to lose. Okay, you have this customer, this client, who always wants to use my professional experience. It doesn't give me the job directly. I always want to take my professional advice without paying. So you like, okay, what can I do for this place? After giving him the professional advice, he looks for someone else to do the job for him. So how do I manage customer? I don't want to lose I wouldn't say that I don't get some certain jobs from him. But when I give him the professional advice and give him my pricing, you say, it's too much. Then look for someone who is cheaper, and then use the person for the job. So how do I manage such client like that? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kennedy, for that. So there's nothing wrong with starting and having an office space, all right? I think it's just the peculiarity of your business at a given time. It's actually advisable that when you are starting business, you should have a business address, and that can be your home, all right? It can also be you're going to get this shared business where you just have a correspondence address. I think your address these days is more of where people can correspond with you. But there are also some businesses where people want to visit. They want to be sure they are not dealing with a faceless person. So it's also important to have that place where people can come. So your home can be one. Number two, if you are dealing with customers that want to be able to visit you in their KYC, they want to be sure that the person they are dealing with have a location, then you should have that office that you use as well. However, if the business you are doing is more of the thing you can offer without people really visiting you, and you feel you can just have your laptop, and you can project from where you are at home. If your income or your resources cannot support starting with, a paid office, you can start from home. But the target should be that within the shortest possible time, you should move to having, a place that people can visit. Then if you are doing a business also where you also have to showcase some things like have a showroom, all right, then it becomes also very important that you have a location that people can visit. And that can also be your home if it is good and convenient enough. If it is not, then that's a different thing. Then you ask the question, what should you do with your space now, especially now that the foreign part of the partnership is no longer working? Well, that will be depending on what your other income source is again. If the people you are currently servicing now, they don't need to come to your office and you can comfortably service them from your home while you are trying to re-strategize, then why not? You can shut down where you have right now if it is incurring unbearable costs, impact on your business. But if it's something you are using also, because you talked about storing, all right, materials, then the question will be, are there cheaper alternative, all right, to store that? If because you rented that place for your business. Now, if it is for storage, the purpose is different. So you might need to want to benchmark whether the cost of retaining your office for storage is aligned with using it for a business place where people come and engage. I hope that addresses the question. All right? Or is there a part that I lose out? Yeah, I think I got that. Thank you.
All right. I think the other question about maybe somebody getting professional advice from you, and the person is not paying, and then when the person gets the job, when there is an opportunity to do a job, it gives to somebody else. I think it's two ways. It really depends on who the person is. Sometimes, some people are so close to us, maybe like relations and other things, like they always want to take things for granted. But I think we need to also know how to kind of, balance it out. That maybe if it is professional advice, I think you need to find a way to charge for your professional advice, And then you could also do it in a way that you could say things like, if we are the ones that will do the job, it will cost this amount. But if it's just for our professional advice, then it will cost this amount. But again, you can also have a kind of, like we used to call it, a come to Jesus conversation with the person, whereby you can talk about the fact that, you see, I have been doing this thing for you for quite some time now, but sometimes when there is an opportunity, the job doesn't come. I think we need to find a way to arrange so that, I will always be able to do things for you, especially because you get professional advice from me. So you can actually sit down and have a conversation with the person, and then the person can now tell you what are the issues. If the problem is price, you can get the person to understand, the fact that you are dealing with a professional. This other thing that you are doing with somebody else who is a quack or might not be a professional like myself might be cheap, but it also has its consequences. If things happen tomorrow, you are going to lose a lot more, and then you can call out certain, areas where the person is missing it out, So you can have a conversation so that you resolve the matter and then be able to decide how you will take things with the person going forward. Then secondly, you can start charging for your professional advice to say, okay, for professional advice, this is what you will pay. But if we have to do the job, then this is what we'll pay. Because what we do also in consulting sometimes is that when there's going to be a retainer arrangement, the person will pay less than if the person is just paying directly for the cost of consultation for that that particular period. I hope I've been able to help with that.
Okay, so we have two questions here. One is for Dr. Blessing. You said there are things you can do if you have the cash. Please mention them. Then they also said, how to attract best funding that is balanced. So those two questions for Dr. Blessing. Because of time, let's just read the second one. This is for Dr. Paul. Your internal customer, your staff, the road staff, is dating your clients. The wife of the client, who is also your customer, came to complain. You intervened and warned your staff to stop, and she promised to. 3 years later, the wife returned with fresh evidences. You queried and had a hearing session and confirmed the relationship between your single staff and your married client is still ongoing. What do? The staff has been with you for 6 years plus, understands your business and is dedicated. Your competitors will rush to employ her if you sack her. Your customer's wife is threatening to go public and take business elsewhere.
Okay, please, can you help me with the second question again? It's like I missed that, so that I take both of them. My second question.
Oh, okay. The second question is how to attract best funding that is balanced.
Okay, best funding. Thank you. All right. Thanks a million. On the first question, I want to know your intention. Whether you want to fund the business or you want to steal my idea. So I need to know the one. In reality, there are Nigeria is a place of endless opportunities and possibilities. I've done a few research and I see that any sector you turn to, there is opportunity. So today, if you ask me, I have an opportunity in finance, just to help you know the area. I have oil and gas, exploration and infrastructure. I have real estate. Are you interested in more? All right, so I think really, I'm just using that to tell you that anywhere you turn to really, whether it's in agriculture, whether it is in manufacturing, there are opportunities with what your passion will work with, and that will be fine. Best funding and balanced, that will also depend again on what you are doing, all right, and the stage of business that you are in. We have said that at the beginning, it's good you start with your own capital or support from family and friends, because what that will do for you is to give you comfort, give you control, give you time to understand the business that you are in. Once you have mastered that part of it, you want to scale. There is nothing wrong with borrowing money to do business. I want to re-emphasize that. But you have to match your capital to your business need. Don't use wrong source, not really wrong now. Don't use funding A for, funding C requirements. Ensure that there is proper alignment. Working capital funding for working capital, growth funding for growth, and of course, asset acquisition funding for asset acquisition. That will help you more. I also said that there's no problem at all with having equity injection into your business from other parties. And this could be people that are coming not only with the money, they are coming with the influence, they are coming with the expertise, they can open market for you. And there are some people, their name in your books can open a lot of opportunity and can bring credibility to what you are doing. So at a point you can mix them, all right? You can have an equity debt mix. It can be 40-60, it can be 70-30, it can be 10-90, depends on what it is. But it's not what I can answer here. We need to sit down, look at your business, look at the stage that you are in. But doing that out there today, that can sit down with you, and it's not too expensive to actually engage. That will help you. I hope this is helpful also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody said it was jam question. Well, first and foremost, I think there are ethical issues in this matter, and you want to make sure that you first of all divorce whatever the matter is from your business, so that you can address your business, and then that matter also can be addressed. You also don't want people to start going about and saying the people that work with you, maybe wives will start advising their friends not to allow their husbands to patronize your business, because they just snatch husbands, in that company. That's what they do. But truly, that's actually not what they do. So I think, it's important to actually, check the matter and divorce the issue. Because the person is your worker and you have heard about the matter before, as much as possible, you need to let the person understand that you will not want the company to be dragged into this matter. So it's something that has to be dealt with, privately. So the person will have to actually decide how the matter is going to be dealt with, because you also don't want to legislate, for the person. So it's something that you need to carefully do, but immediately you discover that it is now beginning to border on your business, then you have to take a decision, because the business is separate. Nothing must affect the business. So decisions are made, to keep the business afloat and keep the business going. So as long as it is not in any way tampering with the image of your business and with the performance and continuity, then you have to advise the people involved to deal with the matter privately. But immediately it starts disturbing your business, it doesn't really matter whether the person has been with you for long and the person understands it. If it is going to affect your business, then the person will need to be excused, because it is critical that nothing tampers with your business and continuity. Thank you.
A round of applause for our speakers. Let's clap very, very, very well. We want to thank you, Dr. Blessing and Dr. Paul, for your overwhelming love, your support. You have poured so much into us this morning. We are really grateful. We can't pay for this. And if we had to pay, we'd pay so much. We don't take it for granted at all. So, is there a problem? All right, thank you. So, we're going to be going on a tea break. The order is 10 persons will go first. That's clear? Yeah, so it will be like in a batch of 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. So we'll just follow the directives of the ushers. The tea break is going to last for 30 minutes. Let's try to finish our meals before the next session so that we don't have to be eating while the session is going on. Are we good? So 30 minutes. Let's try to just keep the time. Thank you very much. See you after 30 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. So we'll be going out in batches to avoid the stand being crowded. And we'll be going out in batches of 10. So I'll be assigning people who will be going out in batches. So please, let's work together to make this orderly. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so while we enjoy our tea break, we'll just be calling out some names, and one of my colleagues will be attending to you. You don't have to, just signify with a raise of hand, and somebody will come meet you where you are seated. Okay, so Ikechukwu Ichedom. Ikechukwu Ichedom. Are you here? All right. Jennifer Peter. Jennifer Peter.
All right, everybody, just in case, we are calling the first 20 names because there's a package for the first 20 people that came very early. So they just want to put number on your card. There's package for everybody, but there's a special one for the first 20 people that came. So that is why we are calling the name. So once you hear your name, please signify. They just want to put the number on it. We're just going to put a number on it, the first 20. That's what we are calling. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start all over. Ikechukwu Ichedom. Jennifer Peter. Josiah Ibrahim. All right. Okeke Ujunwa. Okay. Olusoji Osaoluwa, Abi? Sorry, Asaoluwa. Are you the one, sir? All right, Ashaoluwa. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Patrick. All right. So kindly raise up your hand so that those who are writing the numbers can see you. You can wave it above your head. Thank you. Bayo Babatunde. All right. Is here. Bolanle Iyowu. Oh my God. Sorry. I thought I knew how to pronounce Yoruba name, but I don't know. Okay, Bumi Jenfa. She's not here. Christiania. Do we have Christiana here? So that name is difficult to pronounce. Don't stress me. I don't want to. Okay. Emmanuel Ebubechukwu Elu. Yes, Bumija. Emmanuel Ebubechukwu Elu. Are you here? Okay. Number 13, Fabi Manuela. Hello. Taufik. Okay. Abiodun. All right. Adeni Fabi. Okay. See Adeni Obadina. Anthony Obadina. Anthony Obadina. Sam. Sam Ijiokun. Let's just stick to Sam, please. Mr. Sam, help me by raising your hand. He stepped out. Thank you. Titi Layo. She's here. She's here. She's here. All right, I'll just take it one more time. So, in case you were not in the hall when we took the names, you would identify yourself and then we'll tag you. Ikechuku Ichedum. All right. Jennifer Peter. Jennifer Peter. Josiah Ibrahim. Lydia John. Lydia John. Okeke Ujunwa. You've been marked up. All right. Olusoji. Mr. Olusoji. You've been marked. Sorry. Mr. Patrick. You've been marked. All right. Mr. Bayo Babatunde. All right. Bolanle Iyo. Bumi Jenfa. Have you been marked? All right. Thank you, ma. Christiania Isukubo. Christiania. Is she here? Sorry, Kristen, sorry. Emma. Okay, so Emmanuel Ebubechuku Elu. He has been ticked. All right. Fabi Emanuela. All right. Abide Taufik. All right. Abiodun has been ticked. Adeni Fabi. You've been ticked, right? Anthony Obadino. Sam. Mr. Sam. Okay, Titi Layo, she has been ticked. Then we have Emmanuel Orefe Oluwa. Orefe Oluwa. You've been ticked. So sad. After many years I've spent in Lagos, I can't even call. Okay, so that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I like that you're just smiling. What's your name again? Sorry, sir. Your name, yes. What? Ini. Kennedy, okay. Yeah, I just smiling, just anxious. I feel like maybe the insights that you got for that one's response you just give the people. I don't know if we know anybody that's outside. Maybe we can just tell them to come in so that we can kick off. If you know anyone, maybe you can get someone and tell them to come inside about to start. How's it been so far? Somebody said great. Any other qualifying word? How's it been for you? Amazing. Why you saying all that was great? How's it been for you, ma'am? Lovely. The man was great. How's it been for you? How's the session been? Very good. Thank you. You want multicolored jackets. And you said it like you already called you like you had it already. Lightning. Okay. I always take content creation. I love it. I love it. Does anyone want to tell us something that you have taken out of today's meeting so far? Like maybe like a summary of sessions for you. Something that stood out for you. Something you have taken out. Something you have learned. I know you have something to say. I can see it. I'm coming to you. What?
I'm actually still processing everything.
That was a very simple response. But you have learned a lot and she's still processing everything. So you don't be so emotional about it, Sha. Alright. Do you have anything to share? Something that I've learned or like a summary of the session so far? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, once again. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, such a class, except you are not open. That's when you will learn something. For me,
Except you are not what?
open.
Okay, open.
For me, I've learned a lot of things. Basically, with Dr. Blessing. There are some insightful things that you said that, I've not thought of it when I was his wife. I didn't look, I've always, busy without looking at the funding aspect of my business. Which, when he was going through all of those stuff, I saw, wow, I've never seen it this way. Okay, maybe that's the next step I need to just explore. I didn't really have much issue with customer relation or customer, experience, because I could remember there was a time that you raised a question like that and it was like, are customer really the king or are they always right? I told you, I said, well, to me, they are kings and you must treat them as such. Today when he opened up again and began to open up those stuff, I said, yeah, you can see what I was saying that time. Because for me, as a salesperson, I can stoop low to get what I want. I can. As one of the things that I want to take away from what he said is that, you build a strong relationship with your customer. Everyone I've dealt with in the time past, I can call them at any time. As a result of that, I have a strong relationship with anybody, with all of them, because I kept that. If I get to you and you're not, opening up to me, I'll just give myself time. Then I penetrate. I will just look for something that will make me to just, move away from that business stuff. I connect to you. Immediately I connect to you, you open up. So I've always been using that for a very long time. So, for me, it's an exploratory section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please. That's very powerful. And I feel like beyond maybe learning, learning these things from maybe like conferences, meetings like these seminars, I feel like maybe personality also plays in that. Do you think so? Yeah, because somebody like me, I struggle I don't want to be on my own. Like, oh God, it's not easy to connect with people. Like if somebody reaches out to me by themselves, I'm very free. But like to just try keeping in touch. Sometimes people will come and I just look at my phone like, oh God, I don't want to talk to anybody. So it's a gift I really admire when you're able to just connect with people, because I feel like it's a burden for me to be able to talk to so many people. Is a burden. All right, does anybody have any other insights for us? Something that stood out for you, something that you learned today, or like a summary of today's session for you. I'll come to you. Okay, I see a hand up. Thank you.
I'm Daramola by name. Good day, everyone. I don't want it to be as if it's a form of lecture again, but I just want to tell to everyone what I've actually learned today. It's been very awesome that I'm here today, so I think this will be of help too. So for Dr. Blessing, thank you very much if he's here, for him to hear that. This is what I've learned from his speech. He said cash flow is king in business and we shouldn't oversell. Then the other one is capital is not scarce, but clarity is what is scarce. He also said that right funding at the right time also matters. Then he gave us these 3 thoughts. He said we should try challenging ourselves for the next 30 days. I think that is what I'm currently on right now. I think for me, this is my 3rd week. I've actually done that. So when he said that, it looks as if it resonates with me. Then the next one is financial success come through discipline. I think when it comes to that, discipline is like, to me, I think number 1 when it comes to business, because I think that is where most people find it very difficult. Then it was like every month we should always try to do a reconciliation of the inflow of what we have. So I think that is what I've learned from Dr. Blessing Passy. Then for Dr. Paul, he said it as people can, if I'm right, he said people can copy your price, your business strategy, but one thing they can't do is your customer experience. So I really get that word. It's a top notch for me. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please. So powerful, so powerful. All right, so we'll be introducing our next speaker. He is Mr. James Onlarewaju Awojobi, a business growth catalyst who helps organizations accelerate performance through technology, data, and strategic innovation. With a unique blend of business leadership and advanced data science expertise, he empowers teams to unlock new levels of efficiency and growth. He possesses a unique blend of business acumen, data science expertise, and strong leadership skills. A former regional head at AXA Mansard and managing director of LN Outsourcing Limited and founder Out and Out Limited. James is known for delivering transformational results, most notably leading DataGuard to a 4681% YOY EBITDA growth and achieving profitability within 3 years. Today, as founder of Out and Out Limited, he partners with SMEs and enterprises to drive digital transformation, AI readiness, and data-driven decision-making. He leverages his expertise to help businesses and individuals unlock their full potential. James is a certified Scrum Master with a master's degree in data science and business analytics and a sought-after facilitator for institutions such as Tom Associates, Workforce Group, First Banks LAP, and PLAC. His impact extends beyond business. His Tech Up Boys initiative boosted digital literacy among undeserved youth by 65%. Recently recognized as its 229th certified global tech hero, James continues to champion the power of predictive analytics and technology as catalysts for sustainable business growth across Africa and beyond. He will be speaking on leveraging technology for business growth. With a round of applause and a standing ovation, let's welcome Mr. James Awojobi.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, I'm going to struggle because I carry so much energy, but everybody here seems to be like cool, calm, and gentle. But my speaking is with too much energy, right? And the worst thing is the energy is just on water. You know, some people have energy on steroids. My energy is on water. Just drink water, I'm good to go, all right? Okay, it's been a wonderful time. The Lagos Business Fellowship, my brother, a big thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much. How many of us join our prayer meetings on Mondays? All right, the truth is sometimes I join really late, but you know, I just hear a man of God skabash and I say, who am I not to follow? You know, it's tough when you don't see people, when you don't see someone praying and you have to pray. You must be disciplined to pray alone. But that's who we are and that's what we do. All right, it's a great privilege, and I must tell you, see, the stuff here is masterclass stuff. And I don't know why you didn't invite someone right away when you got here. And after Dr. Emery's session and Dr. Odochi's session, you still didn't invite them. There's space in the room. Come. You should. This is masterclass. And I'm telling you, if you will pay for this kind of knowledge, the combined experience in the room and all of that, I don't know how much you will pay. In this kind of location and spot and this hall, you will pay a lot. You will pay a lot, I'm telling you. So don't joke about it. It's big stuff, it's masterclass. And please celebrate all the speakers that have gone ahead. Celebrate Dr. Emery, who is not here. And what do we say to Dr. Odochi? Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All right. I am not going to make it technical, right? It's not about, forget all those things you heard about me. In fact, as somebody was wondering, what's all this technical? you know, it's okay. All right. But we're just going to keep it really simple. Really simple. Possibly you do one or two of those things already, but maybe we put it in a different dimension before we get our taxman to help us put the cement on everything, all right? You know, and deal with those issues. All right, so how do we leverage technology and data? Now, the challenge really is that, again, everything you do is in the numbers. What you do, your numbers will tell you. All right, let's look at it this way. When you get to the hospital, what's the first thing you do? Anyone? I told you I have energy, so flow with me. When you get to the hospital, what is the first thing you do? Vitals, all right? And vitals they tell you what? They're pretty much numbers, all those vitals. Okay, temperature, we tell you that what? Oh, 36. But you know, that is an interpretation to something. If it is 37, if it is 38, 39, 40, like, well, this person has got high fever. I mean, like that, I'm just saying. It's telling the doctor something. Then you check your what? Blood pressure, all right? Maybe, you know, BMI, whatever. But those are numbers, and those numbers tell you something. But you see, the challenge with SME is that we don't have time. We just want to hit the street. We want to hit and say, I am selling. You just want to see that you are selling, you're moving. The concern with the SME is you want to move. You just want to move. No, you shouldn't just move. You should pause every time to look at what is driving your momentum. It could just be that you're just running in the wrong direction because you're not paying attention to numbers. And that's pretty much what data is all about. Data speaks big volume to your business. And because a lot of people in the room will say, I don't understand technology, I'm not IT. You know, that's what they say. It has nothing to do with IT. It has nothing to do with technology, as a matter of fact. And you will see that you don't need to go anywhere to go and learn something big, one big grammar. You don't need to be a data scientist for you to understand your numbers, the sort of numbers that come out of your business every day. Pull that together every week, pull that together every month, pull that together every quarter, and begin to interpret the trends that the data is telling you. All right? Your business is about data. All right? So let's move on. Let's move on quickly. All right, so we'll look at the opportunity that we have. Forget about this, it's just big grammar. We'll look at the opportunity in the digital space. I know we have a lot of technology people around. We'll look at what is your most valuable asset. We talked about it, data. Let's look at some technology that is cheap, that you can just go away with, which you already know. And sometimes we overlook them. All right, we look at some growth pillars. We look at some case studies, maybe not. And then we do a recap and we'll begin to tidy this up. Let's go. All right, so we all know we're still discussing it out there. 20 million Nigerians, meaning there is a vast opportunity for your business. So in the first instance, the challenge with your business is not who to sell to. It is knowing who is ready to buy. Dimensioning who is ready to buy. We have enough people who can buy. Forget the story out there. Oh, the disposable income is thinning. It will thin, but that's not the issue. The issue is that if you have a solution that someone cannot reject, all right, guess what? Basic economics. They tell us food, clothing, shelter. Everybody needs it, right? But guess what? The dimension of food you sell would also determine how much you take out of this 220 million. The dimension of houses or accommodation you provide will also tell us how many of these guys will buy, or clothing and all of that. I'm just using that as an example. So this is massive opportunity for your business. Now, think about it. Again, always think in margins. Always think in margins, all right? And that's what some of these technologies will make you see. For instance, if you take a percentage of the population of Nigeria and you say, you know what, let me start with 10% of 220. What was that? 22 what? 22 million. And you say 22 million. Let's do the quick math. Take your notes. Quick maths. Do it with me. Do it with me. What's going on? You don't like maths? But it's simple. It's simple. Don't worry. Because I saw that they were not taking the paper. They were not taking the paper. When they had mathematics, it's technology we say you should talk about. Don't worry. We're on a journey. We're on a journey. Just follow me. I'll be everywhere today, all right? Follow me. 22 million, all right? If you sell 1,000 naira every day to 22 million Nigerians, what's that? Sorry? 22 million. Is your business doing 22 million a month today? Ask yourself. Okay, let's say, oh, no, this guy is trying to mess up with my head. Okay, let's not do 1,000. Can you just sell 500 naira every day to 10% of this population? What's that? Is what? 11 million every day. Multiply it to say, you know what? Because you will spend a whole month, all right, enjoying your life, going for outreaches a whole month. No, let's use 2 months. All right, you will spend 2 months going for family functions and all of that. You don't have time. So you only sell for 10 months, all right? Okay, so calculate it, spread it out. What's that? Who knows? Are you sure? All right, times 10. I'll be very simple. 110 what? Million. Now, think about it. So that's the way to dimension opportunities. Dimension opportunities. All right, we're coming there. Internet users, we have over 45%. And when I talk about, digital economy and all of that, we'll deal with this internet users. To tell you that, see, today in this country, we have way more people that spend their time on the internet more than you think. And guess what? That's where you're going to meet them. So the question is, am I where the people are? Is my business where? Media, you have to be panning, because my energy. So you pan and be following me because of online guys, okay? All right, so the point will be that, are you where these guys are? That's the big question. Some of us carry emotions into this thing. You say, you know what, I'm not all this TikTok, all this whatever. The question is, have you sat down to ask yourself, after dimensioning this, or you look at your product, where are my customers? Who are the people that will buy? Where do they live? Where are they? And I'm telling you, they live on the internet. They live there every day. And guess what? You're not looking for so much money. Yes, we're looking for so much money. But, you're looking for what you have dimensioned in little margins. All right? In little margins. And it makes that thinking different. So you approach your business in a different way. When you leave this place, you're going to think about it. All right? If the budget for the year, I'm assuming you have a budget you're running with. If your budget for the year is 300 million. By the way, your budget should drive you. If that budget is not big enough, bigger than your thought, bigger than your whole village, bigger than your thoughts together, bigger than you times 5, you are not ready to go. It means that you are limiting yourself, not technology. There's nothing technology will do to help you. All right? Technology is meant to help you scale. It is meant to help you move very quickly, to leave mundane things that will hold you down. Everyday story, use technology to deal with that and then to look at how you scale that business. All right? So let's move on very quickly. So we have mobile, sorry, go back one more step. Just let me finish on this. Thank you. So we have mobile money users. We have the digital economy is projected to be, this and all of that. Like I said, don't worry, we will dimension all of this. And we're saying your customers are already online. They're there. That's where they live, okay? But how do you leverage digital tools to help you find them and be able to play in that field and prosper in that field? Very important. How are you able to harness the data that is flowing out of your business every day, screaming at you, look at me, look at me, look at me. If you can just look at me. All right, next. Okay, what do you need to do? Data is critical, very, very important, very important. And I'm said, number one, sometimes we don't pay attention to critical things. Your revenue or your income will come from where? People are not ready. Is it the snacks? You see why you should, water is good. Once you stay on water and apple, you have plenty of energy, all right? Okay, so where do you get your income from? When you sell, all right? When you sell. And you can sell. Selling has different dimensions, all right? But let's just say you understand what you're doing and you know that you have something to sell. The big question is, what are you selling? Tell your neighbor what you're selling. Quickly, let me be sure you know what you're selling. If you're not selling anything, don't worry. Just say, I am just a onlooker. What are you selling? Okay, you're not selling anything. You're selling her. Voila. You can't sell her here. You can't sell her. Okay, what's the person selling? Anybody? Hello? House? I'm hearing house. Health. That person selling health is not selling anything. That's not selling. You can't sell health. Okay? And I'm making you understand something. You don't understand what you're selling. That's the biggest problem, and that's why you're not seeing the numbers. You can't sell health. Abi, doctor, can they sell health? You can't sell health. No, you can't sell health services. See, hold on. It's okay. You see, this is what I like to do. This is what I do best. I mess up with adult minds. We're all adults. And you see, when you're an adult, it's tough for you to sell, to see clearly. And I told you, it won't be so much of technology. I will lay out technology. Technology is small, don't worry. But let me open your mind to see. I asked you, what do you sell? You say it's health services. So you come and meet me and my family, sir. And you say, you know I sell health services. I'll be like, oh God, I beg, walk. No, that's not what you sell. That is not what you sell. Okay, if someone comes to you and say, oh, I sell houses and I sell them with mortgages. And in fact, you don't even need to pay me for the first 2 months because we've prepared a plan for you. What do? You look at the person twice and say, oh, really? But when I come to you, you say, okay, it's about health. And I say, oh, sir, do you know that you don't really need to go to the hospital because what we do is that we have a doctor check you every month. And that analysis is what we take to the lab and we send you a result. Based on the result, we invite you over to see a doctor. What are you selling? So I know it's fine, but see, be open-minded, all right? Don't argue it away. I'm telling you, ask yourself what you sell. So where do you generate your sales from? And this is where I'm going. If you don't know what makes the sales for you, it's a problem. When you have actually sold and how much of it you've sold, that's the problem because you really don't know. I sell health services. But I don't know what makes money for me in health services. It's not about presentation. It's about knowing what you do. Knowing exactly what you're there to sell. And that is what technology will track, or that is how you can layer the metrics into technology for you to track it. Do you get what I'm saying? You must know what you're selling. What you have sold, how much you have sold it, those numbers will come back at you. And you must ask yourself questions. Let's move on. Customer information. Again, technology is going to help you to know who bought what. How often did they buy? Dr. Udochi was talking about retention and all of that. We'll talk about that. How many of you would usually run your NPS, Net Promoter Score? I will come there. But let's move gradually. What customer information do you even know? Who buys? Pareto, it's so simple. We always say it's 80-20, but you don't apply it to your business. Why? But there are simple technology tools that once you know, you have Pareto in your head from primary school, but translate it into a simple technology to say, please, dimension for me. But the challenge most times is that the foundation is wrong. You started the business, you're excited, everything is there, but you never tracked anything. Or you're tracking or you're keeping a record is so small. Sometimes you say, you know what, it's not easy. Even the people working with you, your guy, you know, we've done a lot today, we're tired. And you don't insist on critical information that must be kept and that you must see. All right, let's move on. All right, social messages, all right, questions, complaints, interest. These things will always throw out data for you. All right, it will throw out data. You can see WhatsApp there, will come there. All right, cash flow. We talked about cash flow today, of course. Dr. Emery talked about cash flow, how cash flow is different from your revenue, all right, and what cash flow can do to you. But how do you know the sort of cash flow you have, all right? Your expenses, your revenue patterns, can you actually even say in a month or in a quarter without wasting time? You're sitting in front of an investor. Can you easily just say, do you know, in a month, our expenses are 45%, 60%, our margins are this and all of that. It is not because you went to a school, but because you look at a simple tool that helps you every month and you're able to work with those numbers and you have the ability to interpret those numbers. All right? A number of businesses, I hear this a lot. And thank God my sister is here. She wanted to do something and she told me, oh, you know, I'd like to open a website. She told me, she was telling me she wants to do a website. Let me make you laugh. Hold on, let me make you laugh. Tell me what this business is looking for a website for. Sir, please tell me. You know I'm not that smart. That's the truth. So, it's the only way that helps me. Not a smart person. So, guess what? My sister cleans home, or homes for people, cleans everywhere. Cleaning, janitorial service. I mean, for those who like services, you know, there's health service. But what she does is basically, I clean, I make you clean, I make your home clean. Right. And she wants to set up a website. But she has not sold to one person. It's very easy to say, it's very easy. But you know, that's what we hear. That's what people tell you. Oh, why not have a website? If you have a website. The point is, what's that website tracking? How do you drive traffic to that website? What's the website going to sell? So if you have a website today, I congratulate you. Please congratulate the person beside you who has a website. Quickly, do it. Congratulate them. Now, emoji, what you will realize, what you will see is that if you go to that website, you will see when it was created, 1854. They've not updated it because there is no value. They don't understand what the website is for. Some businesses just need a simple portal. You just need a simple portal. In fact, you don't need anything for now. All right, so let's move on. So the point is, what data will help you to do is that it will help you to understand whether you are ready to scale. But before it tells you whether you are ready to scale, it shows you what your business is like. It tells you exactly that, see, do not be sentimental about this business. Throwing in the right numbers, note, right numbers, meaning you've thrown in the right numbers and you're analyzing the right numbers. So you must put energy first in building a base before you talk about technology. A base for recording, document management is as simple as that. All right, every day, the first thing when you want to sell is there an invoice? How do you generate the invoice? Is there something, a simple technology that pulls the invoice numbers into a simple CSV file? And at the end of the week, it can tell you, in this week, we generated 15 invoices with these ID numbers. And I can use these ID numbers to track who sold, who bought what on a weekly basis. And these technologies are free and cheap. All right? Okay, so you must be able to collect, record every transaction and interaction, and even feedback. All right, you must be able to organize, store that in simple databases, and then analyze. We'll deal with all of this as we go. Decide what to do, all right, and then ultimately, from the general things that you've done to build the base, you will know whether you are ready to move to the next level or not. Whether you need to spend a bit more time to be grounded in your core. All right, next, let's move on very quickly. very quickly. All right. So let's start with sales and CRM. Now, WhatsApp Business, I suppose a number of people know that, okay, is a free tool that will help you to sell. And with your WhatsApp Business, you can easily reach thousands of people. The only discipline you need to have, is to make sure you keep a database of people. Now, we're not going into the nitty-gritty, so I'll just touch and go. I'm sure there'll be further sessions, if Pastor allows, you can see me, we can have conversations and all of that. Now, there's an application called Zoho. All right, there's Zoho, there's Odo, there are many, all right, everywhere. Now, the challenge is they usually give you some of that comes free. It comes free. There's a free part of all of these applications that you can use. And it will help you, because if your business is still at that point where your data, your information is not a lot, you're not pulling in so much, you can use it because the databases are not so big, they're not massive. So you can use these free tools. Now, someone will tell you somewhere that, don't use it, they will steal on the cloud, they will steal your business. That is in the cloud, they will steal your business. Even when rain falls, it will soak it. Let's move on. So you need to explore all of this. HubSpot is another one. And what it does is as simple as even generating leads, meaning you're thinking of prospecting, or you've gone out, you've spoken to people, you just dump the card somewhere, or you just dump the name somewhere. You can't even recall that, 2 weeks ago, I met with James. Because immediately you come back, you can put that on your what? On your on your HubSpot. Immediately, you can log that in. You just type, I met this person. It keeps it there, and it reminds you. If you put a reminder check or whatever it is to follow up on that person or to submit a proposal, it will remind you that, you did this person. And at the end of the month, it can calculate for you that truly you met 100 people, but out of the 100, none of them have morphed into anything yet. So you know 2 things on your hands. Speak in tongues, and then rework your strategy. All right, so let's move on. If you look at payments, now, payments is a big deal when it comes to managing SMEs, payments. Now, these guys, for a little fee, and that's the challenge. Most times, we are conscious about money. But guess what? I've always known that to make money, you must spend money. So there are little fees, and there are very little, I'm telling you, very little fees. And these are building blocks for your business. When you open a Paystack account or a Flutterwave, and how you will know this will work is, ultimately, these applications that you think will collect a little amount of money from you, you've forgotten that they have so much to offer you in terms of analytics. They will help you at the end of the day to know, to understand where your business stands and how it should be going, in what direction it should be going. All right? So, Money Point of Pay, we're going to talk about all of that. Now, Wave is another one when we look at accounting. This is a big issue. A lot of business owners don't even know accounting. Welcome. It's fine. You don't need to know. But you need to know. All right? Because you can't want to make 3 billion in a year and not understand where that money will go, how it will be spent, and how you will apportion it into different things that will make the business grow. If not, you won't understand. And what people do naturally is they go and look for an accountant. And that's the beginning of the problem. Because the guy you have gone to, by God's grace, you have big money to employ someone who is chartered and all of that. But you get a guy who says, I can do it, and I can do it. And at the end of the day, this guy first, he does not understand the model of the business you run. And so he's not able to fix the accounting properly. So all the time, your accounting just have K-leg. You realize that you are making money, but the guy keeps telling you there is no profit. And you say, wow, that means you need to do more. And you just want to kill yourself. God forbid. All right? So, but you must understand your business model, understand where you make money from, and what takes money from you. All right? And then you'll be able to deal with that. All of these guys will help you to do that. Very simple, because you can, the videos are there. It will guide you. Step by step. Sometimes we just get a little lazy, we don't want to do it. But if you can just do it, it will guide you. What about marketing? Doctor spoke about customer experience and all of that, yeah. So, but guess what? You want to do email marketing. You're like, oh, I went for a program, I got a lot of numbers, or you went to mine information from somewhere. By the way, I hope you know that some people's business is just basically to sell you contacts. Yeah. So you need, just be careful what you buy. You go and buy contacts that are not in profile for your business. You send them email, nobody responds. You send them WhatsApp, the next thing, or you send them an SMS. Someone calls that number, or maybe it's your number, and starts to speak one language from somewhere that you don't understand. Or someone calls and starts to beg you that they found you somewhere. So be careful. All right? But these guys, MailChimp, will help you with all of your email marketing. Now, Meta Business Suite is super, and Google My Business. Free. Everything is free. Google My Business. How many of you use Google My Business? Just a few. Google My Business, Meta Business Suite, they're all free. Google My Business, you put your information there and your address and everything. What it means is that if someone searches your business, they will find you and they will find your location. You don't need money for that. It is free. Just go to Google My Business. Put all your details there and it's there. If someone in the US wants to find you, find your business, they will find it through that place. Do you understand that? Very easy, and you're able to do your marketing from that point. Let's come to analytics. This is where sometimes it can be tricky. It can be tricky around it to say, how do I analyze what I'm doing? How do I know my business is doing well, and how do I scale from there? Okay? This is where it gets tricky. But guess what? If you keep every time, you keep as simple as Excel sheets. Now, that's one is causing problem now. If you keep Excel sheets, so someone is wondering, so do I need to, for you to excel, you need to know Excel. Thank you for clocking. Let me to shall drop something. I'm just saying. But it is not a difficult thing to learn. But guess what? Life is very easy now. Let me teach you. You don't know Excel, but you have a business and you need to keep that information. AI to the rescue. All right? AI is going to rescue you, and we're going to come there. AI will do everything that your Excel will do for you. All you need to do is just to copy it again. Hold on. You must know what you are telling the AI to do. So, you see, we have professors here. I'm not even talking, I'm not going to prompt yet. But fantastic, you hit it. Prompting, not even prompting yet. Before you prompt AI, you must prompt yourself. You must ask yourself, do I really know what I want from this? All right, so, but Google Analytics is very easy. What it does is simply if you use Google Sheets, you have kept your information in the cloud, and it is free to a particular level. Once your storage begins to go out of hand, yes, you will need to buy more, but it's very, very, very cheap. All right? I think the first one will give you 15 gig or so, and then you can buy 2 terabytes, and I think it's less than 30K in a month. Then you can go on like that. And you have your information in one space. Now, when you have Google Sheets and you put your information in Google Sheets, or you get someone who can put them in Google Sheets, Google Analytics can help you pull whatever you need about that, to know about that information for you. The same thing with Looker Studio. Let's move on. For those who are in project management, we're looking at things like Trello, Notion. They're a bit high level, but also simple to use. Now, Google Workspace is what takes everything here. Google Analytics, Google Sheets. You can have everything with your Google Workspace. So if you don't have a Google Workspace account, it's also free. Open one. When you open one, you have access to all the sheets, everything that you need in that Google space. You have everything there, and you're able to deal. Now, if it is about e-commerce, you sell products, and you're wondering, I cannot design my own e-commerce platform. You don't need to. Jumai Seller Hub is there. They have a vendor hub, and it is free. What do? You go there, you register your stuff. It's either you do drop ship or you do the warehouse it for you. So they can take your product, depending on the kind of product you're selling. They can take it from you and they will keep it because that product is critical. And they don't want customers to not have it immediately. Or if your product, depending on the kind of product you're selling, you could decide to store that product yourself. When someone needs that product, Jumia reaches out to you and then you dispatch that without any money. The only thing is, of course, they're smart. They're going to take your money and hold it down for a few days and then pay into your account. So when the buyer pays, you won't get the money immediately. All right? So that's why you need to understand the kind of business you're doing. If you put some products in this kind of line, you're wondering, okay, maybe you also do direct sales that gives you that cash flow immediately or gives you cash immediately. All right? So you can do that. You can use the seller hubs. There are many seller hubs that you can use. And that way, your business has gone ahead of you. There are only few people you can reach at a time. But if you just put there that, oh, you can buy this product on Jumia, Jumia will reach millions of people across Africa. All right? Konga will do the same thing. All right? E-commerce, seller. Now, you can open a free account with seller. What does that mean? It's seamless payments we're looking at here. Seamless payments, seamless transactions. So that when you sell something, you don't need to necessarily have to be calling people, or people don't have to call you to say, oh, how do we pay? Now, once someone starts to call you, to say, oh, how do we pay? We want to pay, we can't, or your is bouncing, but what's bouncing? It means your business has bounced. I'm telling you, once it bounces, just tell yourself you to bounce out of that business. Tell your neighbor, please don't bounce. Some people want to bounce, so they don't mind. But please, those who don't want to. So it's important that you set a proper payment structure that is seamless. Seller can do that for you as well as Shopify. We'll move on to AI. But when we get to where we discuss it, we'll talk about it. Next slide, very quickly. Okay, let's move on. Growth pillars. Let's move on. All right. Now, when you use these tools, some of them I've talked about, I'll still talk about some of them. It would help you to do is to generate simple reports so you can know. The other time I was talking about Pareto. Who are the 20% of the customers that give you 80% of your money? What do you do to them? In fact, some of you don't know your biggest customers. You don't know. And that's if you cannot identify your very big customers, there's a big challenge. If you identify them and you treat them a little differently, guess what will happen? They will blow up the business for you. But if you cannot even identify them, there's a problem. And that's what we're saying. Why not just subscribe to some of these free tools, free technology tools? All right? Don't forget, we're not going deep into them. We'll have another time where I can take you through do a demo. 45 minutes will not cost it. All right? Now, you also need to track your sales funnel. Sales funnel. You know what a funnel is, right? What is dropping out of... Let me just ask. How many of us have constructed a sales funnel? A sales funnel. I didn't say you went to the guy making rubber to make funnel for your diesel or your petrol. No. For your business, how many of us? Oh, wow. So this is critical. You need to be able to first design a sales funnel. So draw a funnel in your notes so that I can explain it to you very quickly. If you cannot draw, reach out to your neighbor. If your neighbor cannot draw, let your neighbor reach out to the next neighbor to help you draw the funnel. Okay? All right? A funnel is very simple. Who is smart? Just draw a Y. That's a funnel. You should pay me. You should pay me. If a funnel is a Y, then you can now do the 3D later. Wow, I like this one. It looks like a sledgehammer. All right, so basically what we're saying is, what is coming into your funnel? Ask yourself when you leave this place, what are the things coming into the funnel? And at what rate are they going to drop? I'm moving in because some people are already seeing vision of where God is taking them to after they launch. They are beginning to, visualize. They're saying, Lord, oh, so this is what you have in stock for me. They're already looking way beyond, So for people like that, what I suggest you do is get up and begin to, move around with that energy and say, wow, wow, just be shouting, wow. We know that, we know, we know that, yes, you have caught the vision that takes your business to the next level. You understand? Ask your neighbor, do you understand? Do you understand? All right? Very important. So we're saying what goes into the funnel? What goes into the funnel? You must know. Now, the thing is, even though technology will help you, for instance, with WhatsApp Business, you can label the charts. And when you label those charts, and those tools are there for you to, 10 minutes, I know it will not, don't worry. I will rush it, we will rush everything, but God will help us. You know, the labels are there for you. Once you have all of those and you are able to quantify those who are buying, what you want to do is, at the end of the day, what comes out of that funnel is those who will buy. So, the more you put in that funnel, determines the what? The flow through that tiny thing. So, the funnel, basically, without being technical, is trying to help you pre-qualify those that will come through. You must know those that will come through. So the question is, do you spend your time chasing everybody and then wondering whether they will come through? Or you chase those you know will come through, but it's a matter of when they will come through. So your business, all right, with technology is going to help you to think through it very quickly. To say, oh, rather than you thinking, I called this man yesterday, I called uncle yesterday, I called that woman yesterday, he said we'll buy, No. But with technology, you will know when that guy will buy. You will know because you will have pre-qualified it. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it's simple and cheap technology. So at the end of the day, you are able to count drop-off points to know why didn't they buy? What do you do to people who don't buy in your business today? What do you do? Anyone? The person has not arrived. Okay, let's move on. Okay. So we're saying that everybody buys, all right? Celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself. It's out of my 10 minutes. I say you should celebrate yourself. You cannot even celebrate. So it means that some people truly don't buy. So the question is, what do you do to those who don't buy? You nurture them in prayer. I like that. You nurture them in prayer. You speak over them. Rekebo, Mateo. You speak. You nurture. Yes, so. What do you do at the back? What do you do? Sis, what do you do to those who don't buy your stuff? Evaluate. Evaluator. It's all good. All right, but think about it. If someone doesn't buy your business, I think that's the person you should be more interested in. Why did he not buy? It's going to give you more information, possibly, than the person that bought. Don't assume it's because he does not have money. Who told you? Don't assume. Most times you say, okay, let's move on. Let's leave those ones. Let's move on. Yeah, we should move on. But do you pay attention to them? Let's move on too. Truly, let's move on. Sell where your customers are. Do you know where your customers are? See, simple Instagram stories, WhatsApp broadcast to just ask. You know the poll, that poll. WhatsApp poll. Have you ever used it for a business before? The yes is now coming down. Have you know, church people, they will say, how many people will attend fellowship this evening? Yes, no, they can use it. But don't you know that stuff is for business as well? That poll, you can use it for anything possible. And what you do is, maybe in a quarter or at the end of the month, you're like, okay, you bought this product. What do you like about it? What don't you like? As simple as that. And you just elicit a lot of information. All right? Now, we're talking about scaling. Upsell using purchase history. Do you go back to look at those who bought and when last they bought? Now, the issue is that when people make the first sale, once you sell, brother, once people sell, they say, we have sold, we move on. They are looking for new buyers. They forget about, they're not old, that's the problem. You call them old, I was waiting for you. They're not old buyers. They are potential buyers to buy more. And the challenge with small business emoji is that people don't know that you upsell. There is cross-selling, there is upselling. Meaning, you must be able to calculate and determine when you are running your year's budget, the yearly budget, to say, for every one person that buys, I will retain that buyer to buy 10 more times. That's one strategy. Before I chase organic businesses, new businesses. And It is very easy if you just pay attention to the history. Where is your purchase history? Quickly ask your accountant now or your co-owner. Where's our purchase history? When you don't check them, you don't even know those who've gone through the cracks. You don't know. How do you then upsell and all of that? Let's leave this story. Let's move on. All right? Because we don't have time. So we can use order management if you know that. For instance, I put it here. Mostly in Nigeria, SMEs spend about 70% of their time on tasks, simple tasks that technology can handle for them. You are just there wasting time, but technology as cheap as 10,000 naira can deal with it. Now, I decided to go this route because I don't want to make it technical. I just want it to be every day, what you hear every day. Technologies you hear every day. So you don't think it's somewhere in the air or something that, big corporates will use. No. That you have to subscribe to and be paying money, and then you just lose interest. No. Everyday tool, WhatsApp, everyday tool, Wave, everyday tool, Google Sheets, everyday tool. But all you need is just, we'll talk about it as we wrap up. So for order management, yes, before there's chaos everywhere. But if you're into project management or you can understand a simple use of Google Sheets, you automate your pipelines and order is sorted. You're able to deal with issues of not knowing who bought what or what. Just sort out the order. Now, invoicing is another one. How many of us use Excel for invoicing, which is beautiful? Excel. Or what do you use? What tools do we use for invoicing? You use white paper. Zoho. I wanted to say my own paper is not white. Okay. See, there are many people. You know the style in this room. I've discovered the style. Once it is a question that hit everybody, like, who will talk first? Once the person speaks, the person must say, yeah. See, it is a conference. I'm not preaching. I'm not pastor. I'm not preaching at you. If you speak out, we'll be able to deal with your own special issue. So, what do you use for invoicing? See, the people I ask for Excel, they say, ask them for Excel now. You are hearing Excel. You use Wave. Fantastic. Excel. Good. Any other one? I use biro and paper. Or I just type it to you. Don't be shy, please. There's nothing to be shy about. Please. And what do you do? Duplicate. Go to printer. How many will you print today? Like 77 million booklets. Just be writing. I like that. Beautiful. But what you need to do is so simple. Zoho has a free version. Zoho for invoicing. Even my wife uses it. Free. Just the discipline to ensure that you put that invoice in there. And you'll be able to see it. All right? Excel is good if you can automate it, ultimately. All right? So let's move on. No, there's no time at all. Let's move on. We'll come back to all of this. I'll be around. No, let's finish this one. Let's finish that one. Okay, inventory. Anyway, all of this. Now, let's talk about scheduling your time. And how many of you have as simple as you have a note taker? A note taker. Don't say yeah. Don't join the crowd. I will ask you tough questions. Do you have a note taker? See, the years have gone now. Okay, very easy. Very easy. Very easy. Okay, you should get note takers. You can get Otter.ai, right? Okay, Fireflies. All right, that's the easier one you can get, and it's free. All right, you can use it. Calendly is another one. Now, someone is thinking there. They say this man should come and talk about scaling. He's giving me all these names. See. Listen, let me tell you. Let me tell you. If you don't know that you have an important meeting because you have a diary that is 2020 that is full. You don't know that people, they say, I love this diary. And it's full. Because church note is there. Estate meeting note is there. And you now cannot remember that you have an important meeting. Someone wants to buy 1 million of your product. And you say, child. Calendly, Google Calendar is also there. Just the discipline to do the simple things that can free your time up for you to chase big things. All right? Let's move on, Rotobi. Let's move on. All right. So it costs 5 times more To get a new, you all know this one. You know this one. All right. And I will just narrow in on your NPS. And I don't know, when I was preparing, I thought to say a thing about your Net Promoter Survey. Now, your Net Promoter Survey is a simple customer feedback tool. What you want to get is your Net Promoter Score. The question is, how likely is it for one of your customers to recommend others? That's your Net Promoter you're trying to look for. So what you do is, once you generate a simple survey, all right, look at the question. I just put a simple one there. How likely are you to recommend us? And every month you are checking. Those who say, oh, you know what? This is a fantastic one. This is this. You can qualify them and give them scores of 9 and 10, depending. It would tell you, by the time you are trusting God, you say, you go and pray, say, I'm trusting God that we'll make a budget for it. God has shown you where, because your net promoters are there. Your net promoters are there. They're there to help you scale. They've said to you, we can help you what? Sell. By way of saying, we like the product. We can recommend. But most of us don't use it. We don't even try NPS. How many of us will try NPS from today? NPS. Just try. Try. And you know, some people will not try. Some people are very stubborn. They say, that guy is telling me NPS. Holy Spirit is my NPS. The Holy Spirit. Well, they say, Holy, you know, and you know, they don't know that we know so much about vibes. Yes, we pray so much about vibes, but you see, you must spend your time to also do the right thing. The Holy Spirit will give you the vibes. Now they are vexed. They even Kukuma giving me time up, which is not bad. All right, next one. There's time up, please. We didn't manage our time very well. All right. Okay, mastery on your money. Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay, I will share the deck with you. Let me just find what is critical that we need to. Okay, the same thing. Again, hold on. Let's talk about this. Instagram, TikTok. And you were wondering why I'm using these simple tools. See, there are those who have, I suppose even in this room, have used these tools as simple as they are. They dedicate time to push their business. See, push their business in, because the people that want to buy, I hope you know that they've left you on Facebook. Anybody that's on Facebook, honestly, is older than 35. No, should we do the test? Should we do this? I will call you now, because I know your age. I will call your age. They've left you there, and they're where? TikTok, that's where they're at. But you are saying, God forbid, TikTok, I do nonsense. No, they don't do nonsense there. They don't do nonsense there. They sell. They sell well. Well. You will sell well there. Well. I hope you know that the chain effect is even funny. Children or people or teenagers who are on TikTok who do not have the buying power force their parents to buy. Let's move on. My time is up. I've messed up my time. All right, let's move on from this. No case study. No more case study. Hold on here. Let me wrap up with AI. All right? Now, some of you still look for people to design as simple as you just want to design a simple marketing tool. You still look for people to design it for you. And as you go there, you know, it's very funny. As you go to meet these people, the guy will open Canva in front of you. And you say, okay, your bill is 500,000, and I'll send it to you in 3 days. And he opens the Canva. Whilst you're talking, he has finished. But to tell you that he worked, he will wait for 3 days. So you say, God, we need this thing, we need this. Sir, you know, when we mix these colors, we mix that. It's a lie. He's done with Canva. We all know Canva, right? The chorus answer will be yes. We all know, but what have you done with it? That's what. See, let me tell you. In fact, some of us, I suspect, some of you will leave your job now and be making money through AI. And this is it. Maybe we'll create another session for AI. And it is massive. We need to. Let me give you one secret. Man of God, some days ago, I will not say it loudly. Those who pick it will pick it. Some days ago, someone needed a business document. I think it's a business plan. A lawyer needed a business plan. Came to me and said, I don't understand. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the legal terms. At first, the devil that is not in me was saying, you don't know anything. Let this guy go. So, are you hearing me from there? It's not possible. So guess what happened? Guess what happened? You see, you don't have a drama king. So guess what happened? The Holy Spirit said, "You're a fool. You prayed to me last week that you needed money, and because me. If you see my system, this system, Toby can check it for you. At a go, sir, I don't use at all. I use 10 AI tools at a go. Sometimes 15. They're all here. Not that I'm not sharp. Don't blame me. So now, guess what? So this guy now said, this, and I said, sir, my brother, I said, I just surgered immediately. And then I'm like, oh, just that one. No problem. So when he called, I was still thinking, I said, Holy Spirit, I now have collected the job. I did not. He was even saying, Pastor James, how much? I said, no, forget. I don't know how. The next thing, I thought to myself, yeah, good. What's wrong with you? All right, so I cooked the prompting, cooked it for hours, kept tweaking. At the end of the day, I landed something. Now, guess what? He said he needed it in 2 days. Now, he came back the following day and started handing me that, he needs to do secret, and he needs that thing. The same style I told you. I had done it. I had cooked it. Even me, when I cooked it, and I delivered it, I said, wow. I'm now a lawyer. I read through the terms. Now, hold on, be smart. Guess what? I didn't stick with that. Because what I do is, I use AI to deal with AI. All right? So the first thing is, I took all of that, and I went to some of my AI tools to say, are these information between 2024 and 2026? The ones that are not, I flushed them out, and I asked for very fresh. And then I requested for regions where it did this. And I said, no, I don't want those regions. Narrow it down to these regions for me. I cooked. And then it was ready. Now, I was ready. I told the guy, we'll do this stuff. I will deliver it tomorrow. Don't worry, we'll deliver it tomorrow. Tomorrow, but you give me time. Late in the night, we'll deliver it. So late at night, I also tried to now localize and adapt it to his, because I got his business. I got every other thing. Localized, did a lot of work and all of that. This is where I'm going. I pushed it to the guy. The guy calls me and says, this is fantastic. I say, yeah, it is fantastic. They say, Pastor James, but you did not, with this kind of work now, and you did it in this day, how much are you going to get? Because the guy, he said the guy I was going to give this job to was doing Yanga, and me, I didn't know how much to bill him to start, because brother in church, well, I'll be pastor, brother. So he now said, I'm telling you what God can do with the knowledge of what you know and what you have handled. All right? He now said, the person that I wanted to give you, he was saying, no, if it's not 1.5, forget it. So Holy Spirit now said, Shebi, you don't know how much to and I said, brother, because it is, you see, this kind of things. You see, honestly, we've come a long way. Let me go and think about, because how will I be billing you? Okay, you know what, you now said, wait. You now kept talking. I said, actually, what's on my mind, why I chased that guy is because I only budgeted 1 million. Excuse me, sir. Think about this. If you run ₦1 million every 2 days till the end of the year, if your business does that consistently, because you understand the place of technology, think about, money is numbers. That's what we're taught. Money is just numbers. It's not, nothing. There's nothing money. Guess what? The guy, I did not even say that. I don't say, brother, because of our love, just do the 1 million like that. Do the 1 million. And that was it. So AI will help your business. It would help you big. See, you don't know anything. See, take it, put it up on an AI tool. Let it explain. This time I'll go kill you today. I'm sorry. I think I should wrap up. Let's go. Let me not mess this up. Let's just wrap up. Go to the last slide. Go recap. Okay, good. Let's leave it a recap. So this is what I tried to talk about, to say, deal with digital payments. If you must expand into cross-border solutions, we need to deal with that. Don't worry. Don't snap me with the stuff. I know I'm like that. It's okay. We'll give you the deck, okay? Don't worry. So cloud tools are important, and we can still talk about them. A day like this will not be enough. Social commerce is critical, all right? AI tools, we will have to come back to sweat that and deal with that. But see, if you are just a ChatGPT person, don't GPT your life. Sorry, don't. It's good, but there are tons of other things that would help you. If you are into research, write this down. If you do a lot of research, use Perplexity. You see, my teachers are here. If you do a lot of research, Perplexity is good for you. All right, but your go-to that will use a sledgehammer to kill an ant is Claude. It's Claude. Claude, you will tell it one simple thing. It will take you, swing you. All right, there are way more. If not that recently, Grok has now been monetized. All your marketing, whatever, but you can use 11 Labs. How many of you use 11 Labs? All right, good. So you can use that to create your own adverts, your copyrights and everything, and the brief, and that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. God bless you real good. If I don't stop, I'll continue. Thank you.
What a power-packed and energetic session. Another round of applause for him, please. No, that was absolutely fantastic. We'll be inviting our fourth and last speaker for the day. He is Mr. Oladejo. He's Mr. Oladejo Adeyemi, a partner in the commercial practice group at Anderson, Nigeria, with extensive experience in corporate tax planning, personal income tax planning, transaction tax management, and tax dispute resolution. Since joining Anderson Nigeria in 2017, he has played a key role in delivering practical, high-impact tax solutions to a diverse range of clients. Prior to joining Anderson, Oladejo spent several years with a leading Big Four firm, where he advised clients across multiple sectors on tax compliance and strategic tax planning. His work focused on helping organizations navigate complex regulatory environments and designing tax structures that support sustainable business growth. Over the course of his career, Oladejo has built strong professional relationships with tax and regulatory authorities, enabling him to resolve tax matters efficiently and effectively for his clients. He has advised both local and multinational companies on Nigerian tax regulations and has supported numerous corporate transactions by evaluating their tax implications and managing associated risks. Through this work, he has consistently delivered measurable value to the organizations he serves. Beyond his client engagements, Oladejo is deeply committed to knowledge sharing and capacity building within the tax profession. He regularly facilitates tax training programs for industry participants, regulators, and legislators on emerging issues affecting their sectors. He's also active in public discourse on tax and economic policy and has appeared on both national and international television programs to discuss issues related to Nigeria's economic development. Oladejo holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Agriculture and a Master of Science degree from the Federal University of Agriculture. He further earned a Master of Legal Studies in Taxation and a Master of Business Administration from the University of San Francisco. He's a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria and an Associate Member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN. He will be speaking on smart tax strategies for SMEs. With a round of applause and a standing ovation, let's welcome a regular member of the House, Mr. Oladejo Adeyemi.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, everyone, and good afternoon. Thank you, Ola, for the opportunity. It's a privilege to be in our midst. I was just wondering, what will I say again now? After that very powerful presentation that my brother gave. Thank you so much. So we'll do this in how many minutes? 45. Okay, so we'll do our best to keep it within that time. It's been a long day for most of us, and I'm very confident that because I came early in the morning, I joined online, with the quality of the speakers that we've had, it has not been a waste of time. In fact, and that's why the work of the kingdom is interesting, because when you sit back and you then wonder, with so much that has been put into this, if it is left for the people of the world, you can imagine how much money, they would extract. But the beauty of it is we are building a community. I think the vision is also very clear. I was in a program last week, and someone came around. They were introducing themselves. I didn't even know it was in the hall, and then he said, I came here, my name is so and so. I couldn't remember the name. I came here because I saw a poster that Mr. Oladejo would be here. We met back in the day when I was in University of maybe Ife or OAU, one of those programs. And since then, I've been following. So you then wonder how much impact some of these things, leave on us. So I congratulate you for making it to the second edition of this SME conference. It's a deliberate attempt to pour into businesses and ensure that businesses flourish. And I think that is one thing that the fellowship is known for. If you're not a part of the fellowship, please consider having a part from inception. And my life has not remained the same since that time. So please consider also joining and becoming a part so that you can continue to glean from what God is doing among us. But we've had fantastic sessions since morning. Catalyst for growth. We've looked at leveraging technology. What we want to conclude with, and I think it's intentional that Ola kept me as the last man. Most people don't like to see the tax guy, right? Nobody wants to see the tax guy. So what we want to conclude with is, how do we retain the value, the money that we would have made from the growth that our businesses will have experienced, having followed these principles that our speakers, from Dr. Blessing to, Dr. Paul, and then to my powerful drama king brother, Meanwhile, you will pay tithe from that 1 million. Don't think. No, you will pay our own in the fellowship. Don't think you will forget that one. Please, when he's going, just lock the door. So, when our businesses then flourish, how do we ensure we are positioned to retain the money? Because guess what? Government is a critical stakeholder in every business. For some businesses, government retains as much as 30%. Someone who owns 30% stake in your business is not a stakeholder you can shove aside. When the person coughs, you should be bothered about what is making that person, uncomfortable. So what we are looking at, even though it's the very last session, lies at the very core of the continued existence of our business, because you don't want to make all the money and someone just comes and wipes everything off you because you have not done things rightly. So I encourage you to please pay attention and keep your questions, note your questions, so that I'm sure we have session to take those questions. And then don't bother so much about the slides. Usually the slides are a guide, right? Focus on the quality of the conversation we want to have and the examples that we're going to cite. So it is also instructive because of the timing that we are in. This is, in the past, maybe 1 year, 6 months, tax has become a front burner issue. Someone was going to buy something the other day in the market, and he said, please just write gift. He said, put gift. They said, gift, how now? He said, they said if you put gift, you will not pay tax on it. I said, oh, really? they play. So we'll look at some of those things, today. So let's move on. So SMEs, our focus is to ensure we know what the hacks are, tax-wise. What kind of catalyst, should we be pursuing for the growth of our businesses as SMEs? So we look at who SMEs are, the strategic tax planning, and effective use of incentives, tax compliance and risk management, vis-a-vis audit readiness. When we speak about audit, when you're doing your thing, that stakeholder is usually a silent stakeholder. Government is usually silent for most SMEs. Government doesn't show up when money is not involved. Ola is a very experienced man in this matter. When they were still struggling and using their money to pay salary and pay everybody, they didn't know their address. Their government is a very patient stakeholder. But immediately they see that, you are making numbers. They will say, my brother, I want to come and greet you now. So how do you do your business in such a way that you are ready for that time in mind? So you keep putting that consciousness in the mind of everyone who represents you, that at some point, this transaction we are doing now, someone who doesn't quite hold my interest would come and check. If you have that leverage and that advantage, then you'll be able to beat the taxman to it. So we'll look at leveraging strategic tax advisory, and then we'll take questions. Okay, so because there's a new sheriff in town in terms of the new tax law, most times people don't know the objective. Things have changed dramatically. In fact, before leaving my house this morning, I posted a video, because since this new tax law was signed, I started a YouTube channel and I post one video per week. And when he was talking about, being consistent, you don't know how far those things go. When I checked this morning, I saw that I have over 60 videos. And I asked myself, this thing started 1st of July. The president signed the act 26th of June last year. So I was asking myself, what would you do differently? Everything has changed. All of the VAT Act, CIT Act, all the things we've learned for 16 years, they've changed overnight. So what are you going to do significantly that will be different? I see people do video and then they just say all sort of nonsense. It's very cheap now to just set up ring light and and then you have followers. Then you say, okay, I've got no followers. I'm only following Jesus. I don't know how many people are following me. But I know that I know a little bit. So if you then know a little bit, regardless of the ton of nonsense that people are saying, that which you know, right, just put it out there. So it won't gain as much followership. It won't be popular. I'm not sponsoring. I'm not going all out. I'm not even seeking to make money from it. But it's important that if someone wants to hear something that is correct and accurate, there should be a platform where they can go to. So I started doing that on my own. And I looked at it. 60. That means it's been 60 maybe weeks. I don't know the number of, but at least I do a video per week consciously. I must post something out there. So I want to talk about this objective first so that you don't think someone doesn't tell you what is not right. The government changed all of the taxing legislation because majorly of these things. They wanted to consolidate the tax laws. We had plethora of tax laws, CIT, VAT, they were all everywhere. So that even if you had wanted to comply, it would be impossible for you to comply because there were many laws, right? So they wanted to consolidate all of the laws. That was a major, major, major objective. Did they achieve that? Yes, they have done so. Because now when you talk about the principal taxing legislation, you're talking about the Nigeria Tax Act. When you're talking about the how, the Nigeria Tax Act speaks to the what tax, income tax, this, that, capital gains, and all of that. Then when you're talking about the how, you're talking about the Nigeria Tax Administration Act. File your tax returns. We just passed 31st of March now. And you saw that there was increased noise, right, about returns. It didn't used to be like that. They kept saying, they wrote employers to say, tell your employees, we'll charge them 100,000 for the first month and 50,000. So people that didn't used to bother before now, they started calling and checking. They went there. And sometimes government just wanted to drag you into the net first. When you're in the net, we can now pick on you and say, oh God, this is what you declared. But when you are not in the net, they don't know your address. They won't. So consolidation, enhancing tax compliance, of course, I've mentioned that when I was talking about dragging people into the net. Expanding the tax base. Nigeria's got population. It was part of the point he made, 220 million. I believe we are even more than that. That population is not reflecting when it comes to contribution of tax to GDP to the country. Countries that are not even as populous, right? They have greater numbers, less than 10% over the years. And the government is saying, we've got to fix this. The president has got this idea that we should have a $1 trillion economy by 2030. If that is going to happen, tax to GDP ratio must change. So government is trying hard to ensure that people participate more when it comes to paying taxes. Of course, that will also dovetail into increased funding and revenue for the government. This, number 5, is actually very critical. Equity. If you pay more, if you earn more, you pay more. What had happened over the period, particularly with the previous Personal Income Tax Act, is that the big men, you know, it's very funny. You are on direct assessment as a big man. So what it meant was that you don't pay tax until the March of the following year. So let's say you make 10 million every month as profits. Let's just say for the sake of it, 10 million, January, February, March, April. We would have to wait until March next year before you pay tax. So even if you just took the 10 million and just fixed it, right? Let's say 3 million is your tax from that 10 million, just to keep it simple. And you took the 3 million and you fixed it, right? The money will have started working for 15 months before you pay taxes, right? But someone who is a salary earner, the tax will not even get to his hand before it is removed. So you see, and the band would, you know, we will go through the same band. So by the time he even gets to March, because he's a big man, by the time he's walking into a tax station, they are even telling him, Rankaderi allergy. Say, how can we help you? He said, no, I'm the one that have come to help you. And he will help them indeed, right? So he may not even pay the correct amount of tax. So this law tried to change that, to say, they change the band. So if you earn more, you're going to take the hit. You know, if you earn above 50 million, you can pay as much as 25%, you know, on that. And if you don't earn as much, if your gross income, for instance, or taxable income is about 800,000, you even pay 0. In fact, the minister just signed this March the presumptive tax regime, right? So pursuant to Section 29 of the Nigeria Tax Act, that says nano businesses, right? If you are an SME and you are not making up to 12 million, don't even pay anything if you can't determine your revenue. But if you are an SME and you don't have up to 100 million, they say pay 1%. That's what that presumptive tax regime, you know, is saying. So that equity, they try to project it now to say, if the poorest of the poor among us, don't let us bother them. They are not the ones we are running after. Let's go after the deep pockets. So that's part of the objective. And of course, modernization. He was speaking about how do you raise your invoices. You know, I know that SMEs may not have the requirement for now to jump on the e-invoicing initiative, but the NRS, which is the old FRS, has rolled out, you know, the framework for how to incorporate everyone eventually into the e-invoicing journey. So it's only a matter of time, maybe 2027, 2028 or so, they will be required, all SMEs will be required to transmit invoices through a dedicated platform. So they are trying to close the gap. And you know what that means? As your businesses are happening, the government is seeing it. So you cannot say it was a bad year. And you went to Greece, you went to Canada, you know, you traveled with your family 5 times. And business was really bad this year. they can show you the quantum of invoices you generated. So that's where they are going. I just thought to spend a bit of time here so that we understand that objective. Moving on. Okay, I've mentioned this a bit in terms of the broad picture, economic support, fairness, simplification and efficiency, broadening the base. Moving on. So the major changes in terms of rates, small companies with turnover of, the law has now been changed to say 100 million. It was 50 million from some of the previous versions, but it has now been updated to say 100 million. So companies, you need to understand that in tax law, these words are not semantics. Sometimes people will mean company to just mean business. Tax law, when law says companies, looking at limited liability company, right? So if you're a limited liability company and your turnover, your revenue, your income, your inflow, whatever you like to call it, is less than 100 million, company limited by shares, the law is saying your tax rate is 0%. So what that means is don't bother to pay tax. We are not expecting any tax from you. So you see the equity part that I'm talking about. So SME, a lot of people in this room will fall under that category. Knowledge is power, and the application of it is even more powerful. Someone then comes to your store and is harassing you for taxes. If you know this information, that will be the time to drop it. Because my tax rate is 0%. The highest you can harass me on is on filing, that I have obligation to file. But if the rate is 0%, even if my income, even if my profit is 30 million, my brother, I don't have anything to pay, because the tax rate that applies to me based on the law is 0%. I didn't write the law. The government wrote it. The government is saying, I'm not interested in collecting any money from you if your turnover is less than 100 million and the asset that you are using to generate that turnover is less than 250 million. Those are the two thresholds that are important for companies. Now, if you are not a company, remember I said no semantics in tax, right? If you are a business name, a venture, enterprise, this does not apply to you. And that's where people need to be careful and really evaluate things, especially at this SME level. Some people just started the business, someone just helped them to incorporate a particular legal framework. It didn't matter to them. They just had an idea. They wanted to fulfill the idea and put their passion into it. And then someone just incorporated an entity, 50% shares for your wife, 50% shares for... But the entire turnover they've been making is 12 million, 15 million. This is the time to ask yourself, if you did maybe a venture or enterprise, if I register this thing, if I change this thing to corporation, to limited, I would be able to enjoy this 0%. So those are the kind of questions that you want to start asking yourself when we are looking at the catalyst for growth. Because when you don't pay tax on it, that gives you opportunity to be able to plow that income or profit back into the operations and grow, right? So it's important. PIT rate, I think I've mentioned this, 800,000. This 800,000, I've watched video of a YouTuber that said it is 800,000 monthly. That's not correct. The 800,000 is annually. The 800,000 is not the gross income. The 800,000 is the income. So the gross income can be 1 million. So the way it works for tax is that you have a gross income, you have deductions. There are deductions that we'll still talk about that the law allows you. And a classical example, for instance, is the rent, and you can take up to 20% of that rental amount, subject to a maximum of 500,000 as a relief. So if someone has gross income of, say, 1.2 million, right, and for whatever reason he has rent relief of, say, 500,000. At the end of the day, it's taxable pay, because we need to deduct that 500,000 from the gross income. The taxable pay is going to be less than 800,000. The tax law, as it is written right now, is saying that person is going to pay tax at 0%. Income tax at 0%. Are we together? That 0%, everybody enjoys it, including Dangote. You know why? The rate is a graduated scale. Says first 800,000, 0%. Next 2.2 million, 11%. Next 15%. So there is no way the calculation will start for anybody that will not start from that first 0%. The difference is that for some people, the security men, the cleaners, you know, their own will stop at that first 800,000. And that's what made 800,000 popular. You know, again, stressing the equity part. If you are not earning a lot, if you are already poor, the government believes, let's not stress you. The young shall grow. We'll wait for you. When you grow, we'll tax you. So your nanny, the people that are supporting your businesses, you know, they are not getting so much. You have been deducting 5,000, calling it tax. You know yourself. You need to stop. There's no tax applicable to them at that layer. Are we together? Then withholding tax, some people are also suffering deductions. You are doing businesses with some companies, they are big corporations, they are used to deducting. The rate changed significantly. It used to be 5% on goods and services before now. It reduced to 2% now for most goods and services. Supply of goods and services, most of them, except for those that are in professional services. And by professional services, you know, some people are professional cleaners, professional health service provider and all of that, right? That's not what I mean. By professional service, there are some, maybe lawyers, accountants, and exactly. So except for those ones that the 5% is retained. But for most of the regular supply of goods and services that we do, right, it's been reduced to 2%. So big corporations, sometimes for basis of compliance, they've not updated their platform. Because you know why? For them, the law places the burden to deduct on them, right? They just want to deduct and be correct. For you, it's your income that somebody is stripping off you. On some transactions, you may not even make that 5% margin. And that's why the government is, and that's why when people are saying the government is not doing anything, you need to be really careful. You need to be careful. There are layers to these things. Yes, there's a lot of hardship in the land, right? But I know that some of those reforms, you know, it will be difficult for those reforms to happen really without pain. And I'm not a political person, so I'm not pro Tinubu or anything. But I'm saying some good things have been done. And we need to register that. The fact that we are not aware of them, you know, doesn't mean they have not been done. Till today, some people are still suffering withholding tax at 5%. You need to engage and say that it should be 2%. You know, they need to pay you. When you push back and you ask for the payment of the 3%, they know that you know what you are saying and they will adjust, depending on, of course, the nature of the service. But for most supply of goods and services now, the 5% was dropped down to 2%. Then a very popular one, people will say capital gains tax moved from 10% to 30%. That's not correct. Because that's just the popular way of saying it so that everybody will get it. What they did is capital gain tax used to follow the tax type before now. Oh, is a particular tax type taxed at 30%? It had its own act, in fact, Capital Gains Tax Act. So what they did is that we are no longer concerned about the tax type or the income type because it was capital gain. We just want to treat it as a gain. Whoever has earned it, the taxing regime of that person, when the law says person, the law means individual or company. So in the eyes of the law, a company is a juristic person, right? So when the law says person, if it is a company that has earned capital gains, currently, the tax rate of that applies to the company would apply to it. If that company is a small company, what's the tax rate that applies to the company? 0%. So there will be no tax on it, even though there was capital gain. If that company is a regular company, a big company, the rate is 30%. 10% will apply. If the person that earned the capital gain is an individual, the first 800,000, next 2.2 million, that's what we apply. So that's what they've done now. So it's no longer a case of blatant 30% or 10%, on capital gains. So, but you see most people report it as capital gains tax moved from 10% to 30%. And that's what you see in the media. What they are doing is not good. They increase capital gains from 10% to 30%. Those things are emotions. That's not what they've done. What they've done is no longer by income categorization. It is now by who earned it. If a person earned it, what is the taxing regime of that individual? We follow it. If a company earned it, what kind of company is it? The taxing regime of that company and the tax rate that applies to that taxing regime would go for it. Are we together? VAT, of course, is retained at 7.5%. But something excellent happened on VAT, which most people still don't know. And for SMEs, you don't even have the burden to charge VAT as a small company. Some people are still collecting VAT till today. And they are chopping. In fact, some people are seeing it as an opportunity to get additional 7.5. In fact, some people will say, you deduct withholding tax at 5%, I will add VAT at 7.5. You see, the day the government will come for you, you vomit all those things. And I've seen huge liabilities wrecked a business idea, prosperous business idea, because the liabilities were just established, confirmed. You had issued invoices that showed that you were charging, and it wasn't your money. So they would have to take it from you forcefully, distrain you. How many people know the NRS, old FRS building that you have at Awolowo Road at Ikoyi? That gigantic building, that brown building. It was taken from NEPA. It was a tax settlement. It was distrained, yes. Government to government. So if they could take from NEPA, who are you? They will distrain you. They will wreck you. Government is a powerful stakeholder. When they pinned the neck of Dangote, that he started talking. We're seeing him in media. Dangote named somebody and said, go after him. He sent his truth. Dangote. Can you imagine that? But when he mattered, he voiced out. Because someone said that if a poor man, fights a poor man, should not bother to fight a rich man. Because the rich man can send the poor man to jail in a country like Nigeria. There are jails that they will blindfold you before you go. You won't know how you entered. You won't even know where you are. A rich man can make that happen, right? But a rich man can be wrecked by government policy. They will just say, government. You know the way they say, government. It's government. You will not know who is fighting you in particular. It will just be government. So something interesting happened with VAT. They sustained the rates, which is the 7.5%, but they increased the number of items that are allowable for claim. The input-output mechanism is very funny. So items like food, basic food items, tuition, they exempted, VAT on those things. Medical services, no VAT on all of those things. So they expanded the number of items that qualify for inputs. The inputs, I don't have time, but the way it works is input-output mechanism. When you buy raw material, you pay VAT to some people. Let's say you want to make this pulpit, right? You pay VAT when you were buying the raw material for the glass. Let's say the VAT was 7.5. Let's say you bought it for 100. When you manufacture it and you are selling it back, let's say you are selling it for 200 to keep it simple. You will charge output VAT. That will be 15, right? The way it works is that once the VAT that you paid on the raw material is allowable, you can deduct your 15 that you bought from the your 7.5 that you bought on the 100 that you paid for the raw material from the 15 that you have collected from the person, such that you retain 7.5 as recovery to yourself, and pay 7.5 over to the government. So it's really never your money. So people that are collecting VAT is the deadliest of them all, because it's not your money, you know, and you are collecting it and you're just sitting on it. When they come for you, your penalty is special, you know, because it's not your money. It's just passing through you, you know. So what they've done before now, there were limitations as to the number of items that you can recover from in that manner, right? Now they've increased that number. It's almost like you can recover anything now. Meanwhile, they sustain the rate. So imagine what used to happen. What would have given them 7.5 before, right? They will now even have revenue shortage coming from VAT alone, because the rate is the same. What they wanted to do was to increase the rate. For those that followed the conversation, when the Governors Forum weighed in and said, no, you can't, they took the rate to maybe in the draft form when the law was still being drafted, maybe to about 12% or so. But the governors weighed in and said, no, you can't do that, because what they wanted to do was to increase the rates, the output rates, and then increase the number of items that qualify for input. You know, when they take the rate up and then they increase the things you can claim, you know, it will be offset. But now they increase the number of things. They opened the floodgates, right? But they kept the rate there. So that is going to be clear reduced revenue for government. But those are some of the things that they've done. So we know what SMEs are. We are not going to sweat this. We will just look at what tax implication this has. And I think I've spoken about this, the 0% and the 30%. You know, it increases the threshold. The asset base didn't used to be a threshold before. You know, we were just used to 25 million. Just 25 million, 25 million. Now, they've said the volume, the value of the asset you are using for that business should also not be more than 250 million. And I bet you that a lot of businesses will qualify for this. The question is, will those businesses be in this room to understand what applies to them? Will they have opportunity to have someone who is going to tell them that this is what applies to you? That's the challenge. So 100 million, less than 100 million, and the value of the asset you are using for your business is less than 250 million. As a corporation, limited liability business, your tax rate is 0%. Are we together? Small company, asset threshold, I think I've spoken about this. Moving on, please. Dan, let's quickly talk about this. What are priority sectors? You know, because it's important as we have received all of this knowledge, ideas may be popping up, you know, and you're looking at where is the Holy Spirit going to move you, in what direction, you know, so that you know which one can help you retain more for yourself. There are some sectors, there's something that we used to call pioneer status incentive, PSI. They scrapped it, right, and replaced it with economic development incentive. And that EDI is focusing on some sectors, you know. So these are the sectors that the government is believing that these are priority sectors. You know, there are a couple of them. But when you look at manufacturing, when you look at ICT, agriculture, for instance, an agricultural company will not pay taxes, you know, for the first 5 years. So you have an idea, you want to start something, you can look in that line. You can narrow down, you know, or you already have something going on, and you know, God is moving you to do something else. You can look at it and say, in what area, what will constitute for animal husbandry, what will constitute for crop production. Key yourself into that value chain so that it doesn't matter how much money you make within that sector, you're going to pay no tax for the first 5 years of that business based on some of the incentives that are available. You also have tax credits, you know. I've mentioned the economic development, you know, that is what they use to replace, you know, the PSI. The way it works is to have 5%, you know, credits for 5 years on qualifying capital expenditure. So when you make certain expenditure, you will get up to 5% of the credits. Withholding tax, again, I think I mentioned this already, that if you're a small business, look at this. If you're a small business, you're not paying taxes. Withholding taxes are advance payment of income tax. So the way it works is that 5% that they used to deduct from you, when it is time for you to pay your tax, to file your tax returns, it was an advance payment of your tax, right? So if your tax was going to be 100, round number now, just random number, and you have different people have withheld different amount from you, totaling 30, right? What it meant is that government already had 30 in their hands before you come to filing. Then you will just have to pay 70, right? So if you're a small business and you're not going to be paying taxes, small company, right? 0%. You know, it is then futile for someone to be deducting from you. That was a problem. That was an industry problem before. You have a company that had pioneer status incentive who wasn't going to be paying taxes for the first 5 years. But you then place burden on a Coca-Cola to say you are the payer. You had an obligation to deduct. Well, you can't deduct from my money because I'm not paying taxes. The money, the withholding tax that you are deducting and remitting should be an advance payment of income tax for me. So as income tax is then not eligible to me, then you should not deduct. That used to be a tussle. Now the law has clarified that. So if you're a small company, you know, and someone is still deducting from you, this is the time to have that conversation to say, I'm a small company, you know. Then it will be a case of what do you have to show for it? He mentioned the fact that we need to have records, right? That would be the time to say, look at my revenue. This is what I have. This is what I'm doing. So that they can spare you that. Because the whole idea is government is saying, we want you to grow first. We don't want to be taxing a company. Grow first. Grow. Yeah, and it's a good thing if you ask me. Because see, the reason we are, if you probably have 100 million, because if you look at the presumptive tax, 1% of your turnover, right? 1% of 100 million is 1 million. How many people will frown here if someone wants to take 1 million from you, from 100 million that you've made for a year? It's not so much. You can deal with it. You will still have 99. So the reason we all hide and try to say, is because the money is not enough. If the money is enough, right, you will pay taxes. You know, let's not go to the other side of the conversation where we say we don't see what they do with their taxes and all of that. I know that. I know we are Nigerians. I know everybody has got their story, but I don't have the time to cover that part. It's not part of the remit. And as I'm not representing the government, I can't speak to that. But I'm saying that based on what the law says, you know, these are the obligations that you have hanging around your neck for the business. Go ahead. Transaction taxes for SME. Transaction taxes are taxes that apply whenever a business makes a sale, provides a service, or makes payment. These are the deadliest. I said they are deadliest because they are transaction based. You know, a business can have 1,000 transactions. So the taxes kind of replicate very quickly. They balloon very quickly. Before you know it, the amount has, because it's not based on income. You know, the other one, which is income, you would have to take expenses away from revenue, and then we have profit, and then we subject the profit to tax. This one is per transaction. So if you had 50,000 transactions, there's a provision that says if you give contracts to a business that is not registered as a corporate, a business that is not registered for taxes, you will pay 5 million naira fine per transaction. Imagine that you were doing paddy. You are in charge of procurement, and you were just giving your church members. They are all not registered for taxes. And then the NRS comes for an audit. And you were the one that appointed all the vendors. And all the vendors were not registered for taxes. And your company now had 5 million naira per transaction. And you've done 50 of those transactions. You've lost your job now. You don't want to be in that kind of situation. You know, because transaction taxes, you know, they heap up very quickly. I've mentioned withholding tax being an advance payment of income tax deducted at source. VAT is consumption tax. Consumption because if you don't consume it, you know, VAT is very funny. It is the person that eventually buys this pulpit, right, that pays this last 7.5, right? Everybody that is paying, we are all exchanging it. But whoever says, I'm going to put this on my table, that's the person that is going to pay the government, right? As long as you keep passing it on, trading, you know, pass it on, you will keep getting your recovery. And that's what they've done now, you know, for VAT. So SMEs below the threshold may register voluntarily, but VAT is consumer tax charged on taxable goods and services supplied by a business. VAT compliance becomes mandatory once an SME's annual turnover exceed. This is also saying it. So if you don't have, that's another beautiful thing that has been done. If you are still an SME, they are saying we don't want to burden you. There's no points. Let us cut you off certain compliance obligation. They are saying charge and issue VAT compliant invoicing, meaning the business must register for VAT. Once an SME annual turnover exceed 100 million, that means if you are not up to 100 million, no go dey collect tax where government say make you no collect because you want to chop money. And guess what? They put another law to put a burden on the bigger guys. That's why you are safe. Because the rule, the provision, another provision then says that if there is a transaction that is vatable, that the vendor has not charged VAT on, for whatever reason, the bigger guy that is dealing with that vendor has the obligation, right, to deduct, to account for that VAT. So you have not done anything wrong by not putting VAT on your invoice. If you know that your turnover is not up to that 100 million, there's no point. Don't go and be hugging a compliance obligation that is not your own. Are we together? SME must collect withholding tax credit note and use them to offset. Okay, I think I mentioned that already. How SMEs benefit from NTA in relation to transaction taxes. I think I've also mentioned this. Reduce VAT. No, go ahead. Go back. Reduce VAT burden through higher simplified and modernized tax. And SMEs no longer face multiple reductions. Yes, let's go ahead. Yeah, so these are structural issues, you know, in terms of, I think I mentioned this already, how to structure your business. You know, if your business, if you are still playing in the small league and you are playing as you and me and co, you want to look at it and say, is there anything stopping me from being a corporation? Because two friends, one is a business name, you know, one is limited liability company. They both have the same profits at the end of the year. The one that is limited liability company having the same profit will pay tax at 0%, because the law says so. The one that is business venture will pay tax following that graduated table of first 800,000. That's the way it works. That's the way it works. So you need to look at it and say, why am I keeping this limited liability company? What is my reality? Can I do a turnover that is more than 100 million realistically this year, next year? When am I going to hit that threshold? When should I change? Because you can change structure, right? So you can play free advices that people pay for that. Ola is making us give you people free of charge, but it's okay. Many SMEs operate unlimited when they optimize via different structures of partnership and regularly review your entity structure against current turnover threshold. Don't let a 5-year-old structure dictate today's tax bill, which is important. That's what some people are doing. Some people even inherited the businesses from their parents, you know. I'm telling you, and they just left it, you know. I know people that are into palm oil, they are, you know, these are businesses that their parents have been, and they just left the corporation form. You have to adapt. They do that a lot in the US. People will, when they say, oh, the corporation tax is going to be this, you will see everybody, I mean, this is April now, by 15th, everybody will file tax returns, right? You know, and when you say there's a particular thing that is applicable to these business types, you see conversion. People will move towards that line. Because that's what they use tax to do in developed countries, right? They use it to shaping behavior. You know, if they look at hospital records and you have a lot of diabetic patients, say for a particular year, look at it and say, okay, so what's happening? People are taking a lot of sugar, right? Sugar tax. And then you know human beings, when you want to buy something, they say this one is 25 naira. You know, if you want to buy picnic now, you see picnic, you see cowbell. You just say, Mickey, Jenna. Are you getting what I say? This one that has sugar, I will pay more. No. And then you will see that behavioral pattern. By the time they check the same trend for the following year, you will see a sharp decline, you know, in the number of patients that were diabetic from year 1 to year 2. You see a decline. So they use tax as a policy tool to control behavior. You know, so if I wanted more SMEs to spring up, I would say the incentive is for SME. Do you understand? And then you will see people, incorporating and all of that. Moving on. So don't slack on that your own strategy. So let's quickly look at some of the strategic plans, right? I must emphasize this, right? Because this has made a lot of SMEs hub, record keeping. Bro James spoke about it. See, there's no two way about it. The season we are in now, you've got to have records. There is no way you can keep saying, God sees my heart. Oh, no, we made this volume last year. No. It's not only God that should see your heart. In this season, the government wants to see potential investors. I'm telling you, you see, I've dealt with many people in the line of this job. And I tell you, there are many sad stories. People really wanted to bring money into your business. And they are saying, just justify to us that this business is doing the volume you are saying is doing. But there is nothing to show for it. But you've worked hard. People know you in your area. They know that this is the work you do. But you are the only one that knows. Something else should show for it. If you can't even go digital, you can't leverage technology, just have a way of keeping your own. Buy what do they call this notebook? Just do something. You know the good part about technology? At any point, anyhow you have the data, it can always be converted. What cannot happen is that you don't have data. I've seen people pay taxes that they don't owe. Because in this tax issue, people don't pay taxes because they owe them. Sometimes it's because they are unable to prove that they don't owe them. And it pains me. Because sometimes I say, this guy is my guy. I know him. But you see, where's the proof? Show me. Show me. So you must have a framework for keeping your record. That record you've kept can help you check things and say, okay, I did this, I didn't do this, okay, this one, you can change this like this, you can do some trends, you can then adapt some of the tools that he has, taken us through. Legal liability deductions. When people talk about taxes, they say them as though, as you are getting, in fact, it was December last year, someone called me and said that, sorry, for non-Yoruba speakers, it's sweeter in Yoruba. Your tax name. I said Akika. So let me try to interpret that as the inflows are landing in our bank accounts, Tinubu is just going to be taking the taxes. I said, in which world? When we are not back to the Stone Age, the point is there are deductions. You have rental income. You can also have rental expense now. So don't forget that part. There are deductions. You use your vehicle to monitor the business, but you repair the vehicle. It will break down. Look who will come and carry it. You can track those expenses too and file them. So when we talk about taxes, people only think of the income. My wife's on tax, 80 million. That's not what they are saying. The question is, have you been meticulous enough to also gather your expenses so that we can test the deductibility of those expenses as well? It is when we back out the expenses from the income that we come to profit. Tax is always on profit. If you don't take anything away from our discussion today, take that away. Tax is on profits. So cut the chase on the noise. Everybody is just making noise. They are taxing everybody. If you know what you are doing, with this new tax law, you can find a smart way to ensure that your business grows, you retain much money for yourself, and you continue to prosper in this same country. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, questions.
Thank you, Mr. Oladejo, for that insightful session. Let's give him another round of applause, please. Okay, so we are going to be having a Q&A session again. If you have any questions for our speakers, our speaker 3, so many hands up. So many hands up. Okay. So if you do not want to speak, maybe you want to write your question down in a paper, please do that and then hand it over to any usher that is close to you. So this is the order, right? You say your name and then what you do and then you ask your question. Can I have an usher give them the microphone, please? Okay. Please, can we raise our hands if you have any question? So you are 1, Madam, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's number 1. 9 years. Okay. So ask your question, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the enlightenment. My question is going to Mr. James. Yeah. So I really enjoyed the session. It appeals to me with the documenting part and also the invoices as a whole, and also for the publicity, most especially the TikTok. Yes, the marketing. Thank you. Better words, marketing. So last year, my business unknowingly, we didn't know that this person was an influencer. We did so many things for the person. We did a very good job for this person. And we didn't know that the person was documenting it. Afterwards, the person went on TikTok, did a whole storyline about it, and a lot of traffic came. So afterwards, we did another thing for the person again. The person did the same thing. And later on, I turned the person to a brand ambassador. Then we negotiated on how we can decide. But in the midst of those things, I'm just trying to tell you that that thing actually worked for me. So in the midst of those things, there is a specific thing. You mentioned something about the funnel part. So there were some clients that came in through that funnel and got paid. We closed deals. And then there were some customers that were not able to pay because they could not afford it. So what do we do in those sense? When you have that because you left money on the table in those spaces. Sometimes I just have to look through the like you said, the funnel, and I see a lot of people just leaving, and then as time goes on, the data with us, we have these customers that came through this place, but they could not buy, and then we had like 100% of people that came. 45% people bought, and then we have like 60% just came to do survey to check, because it's TikTok. You have a lot of people that cannot actually afford it over there, and then you also have people as well. That's my first question, and then also.
You have another one. Okay.
Should I just cheer?
So the thing is, you're going to be taking 3 questions. You're done with your question. The next person should ask.
No, okay. Is it? Oh, I said, what do you do? I said, what do you do to... okay, you got the first one. Okay, the second one. Please, can I? Oh, okay. Okay, the second question.
Please, let's just coordinate ourselves, please. Do you know it is too much, please?
Can I? Okay.
Thank you.
The second question. Sorry, I lost that. My second question.
Sorry.
Let
me you can write your question. The next person, please.
Okay, no problem.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Lisa. I run a cleaning and fumigation service company. And then currently, I began a marketing firm for SMEs, business owners, small business owners. Okay, so I have a few questions. The first one is, I saw JRB tax somewhere in a document I was going to fill. I don't know what that is. When I was asking, they said just put something there, don't worry. It does not apply to you. But I don't know what it means, so I said, let me ask, now that I have JRB tax. So what they were asking was for the ID, JRB tax ID. So I don't know what it is, and I don't have an ID, so I said, ask. Then I also wanted to find out something. So if you have a business, for instance, my cleaning business, we are transcending into a different aspect of cleaning business currently, even though we've not executed it fully. And that would also mean that we'll have to change our name. But in our current name, we've been paying our tax, we have a tax ID, we have some little documentation when it comes to government. So my question is, if I have to change the name, will I have to change will all of those documentation be lost? Like, how do I retain that tax ID, all the information, or everything goes with that name and all of that? Do I start all over again? Because of course, I'm going to come with the fact that, we've been in business for 7 years. But of course, we just transcended into something different. So the question is, will all those information be lost? Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right,
then the slides, will we get them? Thank you.
Okay, you already nodded for the slides, so you get the slides. Third person, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kennedy. So, thank you for the lectures. It was quite inspiring, especially the tax. There are some things I don't get. So, my question goes to Mr. Adeyemi. Actually, 2 questions. Okay, so what happens when, like you mentioned something about you pay tax when your turnover gets to more than 100 million or for 100 million up. So what happens if a business makes 100 million turnover this particular year, the next year they go down? You're not able to reach that 100 million turnover again. So what will happen? Will the person still go back to the old or still continue paying the tax? And the second question is, about filing of returns. Is it what you tell the government, or that's what they take, maybe from your invoices and everything? Is it what you tell the government that you file? That's what they will take, or they will still need to go and make their own investigations?
You want to know what you can do, Mago Mago? No, so let them respond.
Okay, thank you. On the TikTok thing, fine, it's fine. So after you qualify the customers, typically you have those who can buy and those who cannot buy. But the point is, those who can buy might not be able to buy now. Some might not be able to buy now. Some will buy later. Those who can buy, some of them will also buy now and could still decide to buy later. So you must qualify properly. And in qualifying that, you're still using technology to reach out, to find out what the delay is, especially if you know the gestation period of selling. You know that, it takes 1, 2, 3, 4 mails or conversation before we close this. So you just keep checking. That's one, on a broad one. Now, for those who say they don't want to buy, or you perceive that, these guys cannot. First, I need to know how you determine that they cannot. But let's say you have determined, okay, fine, from the analytics and all, they say, the budget is not there. What you can do is this. One, look at your business model. I'm not a proponent of be everything to everybody. Look at your business model. If your business model truly cannot sell to that category, you might just have to look away, right? Because your business model cannot. Now, but guess what? It's tricky. If the volume is a lot, you could create another stream of service. But you have to look at the volume and look at what it will cost you to reach that. Because you see, honestly, big customers, they don't give you stress. But you see, kobo customers, which is who we are mostly dealing with, the stress they give you is worse than one client who will give you 100 million, but you have 100 customers who will give you 20 million. So you have to dimension the data properly. So it's simple. Sometimes what you can also do is harvest that information from wherever, right, and throw it in case your mind is in a lot of places. Throw it into your AI tool and ask it, what should we do as a business in this? Then sit with people, think around it, and then you can deal with that. So you have 2 options. If the volume is good and you believe that in the long run you can cope with the concerns of those kobo people, then you can go into it. But consider your business model. If your business model is really structured to deal with luxury, it's luxury service, and it's a niche, stay there, because those kobo will mess you up. They will be the ones that will now go to say he's a bad man. Now he's putting gospel there. He's putting Jesus. He does not know any Jesus. Because you fail to talk to someone who wants to give you 100,000 naira. But normally you do millions. So be careful, qualify properly, and don't be shy to walk away from where you don't have a niche that does not fit your model.
Thank you so much. So let me start with the JRB tax ID. So the little story about tax ID is, you know, up until now, what we've always had something we call payer ID. The problem that the payer ID created, which was part of what I didn't discuss, it was localized to every state. So as an individual, you are required to pay taxes and file returns to the states, you know, IRS where you live. And we have 37 of those IRSs in Nigeria, 36 states, and that of FCT Abuja. So depending on where you live, so if you have an employee of the government, for instance, or someone who moves about a lot, who lived in Lagos for 3 years, then Lagos LRS issued him or her payer ID, then moved to Kano, then Kano issued him payer ID, then work took him to Oyo State, then Oyo State issued. So at the end of the day, you had the probability of having one person that would have multiple payer ID. So when the person then makes a transaction, maybe he buys house in, say, Oyo State because it was cheap, you know, and he wants to do some documentation, Lagos State can be laying claim and be asking that it's the same due, you have obligation to us. So part of what they wanted to do is to fizzle out payer ID so that you have tax ID. The tax ID will be a unique identifier to you, so that it doesn't matter where you go, right? It will be you. So if you move to Lagos, it will be you. So if you earn one income from Katsina or Jalingo, it's still you. Just something similar to your BVN and all of that, right? So that's what they are doing. So now, they've created for everyone that has NIN, don't let anybody swindle you, don't let anybody collect money from you to say, I'm generating tax ID for you. They've simulated tax ID for everyone that has NIN, such that when you go to that, is in conjunction with the NRS and the JRB. The JRB is the Joint Revenue Board. There's an act, you know, there are 4 acts that made up this tax reform. One act is dedicated to the formation of that board. It used to be the previous JTB, but it wasn't functioning as it was supposed to function. So that board now, working with the NRS, they've set up a platform where every Nigerian that has NIN can have their tax ID. So you just need to get that platform, you know. You input your NIN on it, and your tax ID pops up. So that's the issue with the JRB tax ID. So when anybody hears tax ID, that's what they're asking for. It's a unique identifier that ties you to your tax affairs as far as Nigeria is concerned. The other question says name change. So in accounting, there's something called entity concept, right? So every entity is unique and distinct, you know. But I also know that companies change names for whatever reasons. But I know that it goes through a lot of approval level at the CAC, because even before you incorporate an entity, you would have to first check if the names can be reserved, right? So you can't just up and change. And then when you change name, it's not like what we are familiar with, like all your sins. You know, it's only when a man gives the life to Christ that all things have passed away. When you change name, all things have not passed. In fact, when you merge, when you have 2 companies coming together, the surviving entity bears the sins of both. So with government, those things have not passed away. So if you change name, yes, name change can happen, but it does not mean all the tax liabilities of the past will suddenly just be waived off you because you changed name. Because you also said you've been existing for, the entity has been existing for 7 years, chances are that there will be some gaps. So we want to look at maybe having a new company altogether and just wind that one down, so that at any point in time when any conversation comes on that one, you know that that's what you are dealing with, and the one you are now forming will start on a clean slate. That's just something for you to consider. Then in terms of businesses, 100 million, so it's a threshold, right? Once you enter the threshold, it's like once you enter Millionaires Club, may we never be millionaires of yesterday, but once you enter Millionaires Club, you don't enter, say you don't enter, Abi? And so once you enter, you have entered. So even if your revenue is not up to 100 million next year, my brother, you have entered. We love you all together. So we'll just argue, you know. So then in terms of filing returns, is it what you, I think you already answered that person is planning to game the system. But let me tell you, this is what they do. Tax in Nigeria is based on self-assessment. Self-assessment means now you go by yourself, use your hand, put what you have earned there. And that's fantastic, right? Because it then gives you opportunity to be able to bring in other things, which is why I was talking about the deduction that most people don't focus on, right? But the sad part of that is there are parts of my presentation that mention penalties. You know, there are penalties for false disclosure, you know, and it could also include jail time. You know, so the way I'm looking at your face now, you don't want to go and serve one or two at Kirikiri, so you have to really consider what your options are. So it's self-assessment. Yes, you have the prerogative of self-declaring your income, but in their wisdom, they've also put it there that there's penalty for false declaration. But the question is, I've been 16 years in this practice. I've not seen anybody gone to jail on tax fraud in Nigeria. But you know, we are in new days, right? We don't know, maybe they will now start pursuing that. You know, but when you mention US, for instance, Wesley Snipes, for instance, I know that he served jail time, you know, based on tax fraud. So some countries take those things very seriously. But when something has then been codified, you want to be careful as to what you do, which is why we are discussing all of these things. If it's already in the law, then it means someone can pick you up. You don't know what tomorrow holds. It was one minister that wanted to come up in this very administration, and he wrote some things in 2020, Minister of Communication and ICT, I think. Yeah. And then they said that, no, you said shitty things about Nigeria, you are not, and he had to basically just make appeal. So you don't know what record someone is going to dig up. So before you put anything out there, you need to be sure that at least it's near accurate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So next 3 questions.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is to Mr. Oladejo. So my name is Vicky, and I operate an educational business. A section of my business is still in a rented apartment, and we are ready to pay rent, so we told our landlord that we'll be deducting 5% withholding tax and help him remit to the government. And Baba said we cannot because he pays consolidated income tax. I don't know what that means. So so we are at that stage right now, and so we have requested that he write us a letter so that we have something to present to the taxman when they come. So I don't know if that works. That's my question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sheyi Adebawale. I'm a cleaner. Please, I want to ask a question. I own a cleaning firm, and my business is registered as an enterprise. If I was to work for somebody or for a company now, will I charge for the VAT? Thank you.
Is there a problem, please?
All right. Good afternoon. I'm directing this question to Mr. Awojabi. Sir, you mentioned a strategy, the funnel strategy. I'm trying to say, you have a client and you know he's capable, and you are telling him, okay, sorry, my name is Obaloloa and I'm into real estate. So you have a client, you know he's capable to buy a particular property you want him to buy from you. And he's assuring you at the beginning that, I'm going to buy this one, I'm worry. And at the end of the whole day, the guy is now telling you he had 1 or 2 issues to attend to. How will you bring his head back to normal to tell him? To be part of your funnel, actually, you know, to be part of your funnel to make sure you fall into that part. And at the beginning, he has actually prompted you, he has gingered your whole energy. And at the end of the whole day, it just makes you know that it's going to get back to you. So are you going to scrap it out like, this one is not serious, Jerry, don't waste my time? Or what are you going to do actually? I just want to hear the formula of your funnel actually, sir. So to the tax part as well. The tax part is, you know, as an real estate consultant, you know, I don't know how it's been strategized when it comes to the law part when you want to pay your tax. You know, most times some people will get paid salary, while sometimes the money comes as a commission that comes to the board, which is more higher than the salary. How is this being charged? Because sometimes you might be saying you're handing like you just want to another come, bam, it just broke last night, it reached this morning. And you want to actually make sure you are going with this tax to be able to balance yourself. So I want Mr. Oladejo to please emphasize more about the tax part of people that get, let's say, sometimes you might like, within short minutes, you might say you are seeing like 16M in your account. You know, how is this going to be charged? Are you going to be on the safer side of the government? Because some these tax people are very, very high. Their eye is too sharp. So, Mr. Oladejo, please help us to emphasize that. And at the point of people that, you know, the salary part of someone that is earning like 400K in a month, and, you know, before you calculate that, it's more than 800,000. So, I don't know, Mr. Oladejo, please, your profession.
Thank you. So let him answer his first question, and then we'll hand over to him.
All right. So for that kind of person, I mean, we're Christians. Generally, you have to be praying. You can't just see whatever it is you set. You must just settle that business first in the spirit. That's the strategy. You have to. All right. Now let's move on. Let me clarify the sales funnel again, so you don't misuse it. It practically, it takes you through stages, right? And I'll just ask that you read it as well. You can read it. In that funnel, you need to know the stage that each of your customers are, each of your prospects are at. Whether it's the awareness stage, whether it is the interest, whether they are now making the decision, and whether they are ready to now take action. All right. The fact that someone has said to you, don't worry, don't worry, no, does not mean he's ready. He has taken an action yet. So that's what qualifying does. And that's why I said there's this simple technology that will help you. All right. To know whether this guy is still at the awareness stage. At the awareness stage, what are you doing? What should you be doing in your business? You are marketing. People are hearing about your service. They want to understand. They want to know more. So pull them together to say, okay, in this funnel, I have those who are I have 100. So if you have 100 in the entire funnel, I have 20. They're still at the awareness stage. They have not shown interest yet. The challenge is we don't qualify these guys the way we should qualify them. So once you have that, you say, okay, these ones are now, they understand the service. They are showing interest. The concern is they have not made the decision yet. Now, you can now help. What's going to help them make that decision? You could probably help them to make that decision quicker. All right? So that's what that funnel does. Beyond that, when you qualify properly, you won't misfire when you go to pray. Because you already know 20 guys are in the awareness stage. Lord, help me move them from awareness. It's enough. They are now aware. It's okay. Move them to the decision point. And you're also able to learn, what do I need to do to make this man that is saying, I will buy, maybe he's had an issue. You want to go and ask him, forget the house. Well, you wanted to buy this house, but suddenly you're like, so it's either it's village people you deal with in prayer, or is that, something happened. Maybe the son needed to go abroad for school and all of that. You could also step in and say, if you mentioned to me, I know an agent, you didn't need to pay. So you could have bought the house. You could have done down payment of 50% and then use this because the agent will not charge your son. Something like that. I'm just saying. So your knowledge, combine that with prayers, but understanding the decision and these different stages where they're at in that funnel is very important.
Thank you so much. The educational business, in terms of rental income, I think generally, I mean, I'd mentioned jokingly that I don't know what consolidated income tax is, but I know that generally landlords are, they are not, they don't freely entertain deductions, right? And it's not far-fetched. It's from practice. An individual is making that deduction. Chances are that the individual that was, remember there is an advance payment of income tax. The tenant would also not remit, right? So if the rent is, say, 10 million, the tenant is also just looking for how to reduce his or her payouts to 9 million. So when he gets to that vault where he's supposed to get tax credits, the landlord will meet nothing there because the tenant didn't remit anything to the government. So that's the old tradition. Then the more prevalent one is that I just want my money. My rent is just 10 million. I don't care what you do. Some even we put in the agreement that all taxes and what have you will be borne by, those agreements are null and void anyway. I should just mention that because any agreement that parties make to unilaterally shortchange the government or go against the law of the land is null and void from inception. You can't say, I cannot deduct from taxes. But this is what obtains, You mentioned that 5% is actually supposed to be 10%. Rental transactions are supposed to be 10%. But generally, if you want to comply because the law puts the burden on you to deduct, and withholding tax is a qualifying transaction, rent is a qualifying transaction for withholding tax purposes, and you really wanted to, because the tax authority knows, that the landlord will not make you, they will not want you to deduct. But let me tell you what they've done now. I mentioned the rent relief. Now, the landlord has been hiding that he didn't have any income for many years, right? And there was no way they could know. He has one property at Iberekodo, he had another one at Shangotedo, he has them like that. Now, that the law gives opportunity for the tenants to make claim of rent relief. Part of what the law requires is evidence, contracts for the rent. Remember that there's a 500,000 at stake, quote unquote, up to where the rental amount is up to 2.5 million, 20% of it. So in pursuit of that relief, the tenant will give anything. If you say, give me the phone number of the Omar Connie, he will write, and the tenant who wants to enjoy that relief will go any length to expose the landlord. Is that not so? Because I really don't care at that point as a tenant. I only care about what reduces my taxes, right? So government will now be armed with more and more information about that landlord, right? Which will make the landlord, be able to pay tax. They will be able to go after that landlord. So if you are unable to deduct the withholding tax, what some people do, which I don't agree with, is to say, okay, how much do you want to get? 10 million. Okay, I'll pay you your 10 million, but I also want to comply with this law because I don't want anybody to come and harass me later. The 10% on this 10 million is 1 million. So make the contract 11 million. I'll deduct my 1 million. So that way you are ballooning the rental cost, right? I'll deduct my 1 million. I'll deduct the 1 million and pay to the government, and I'll pay you your 10 million so that all parties are happy. Some companies do that just to be able to tick that compliance box. But as an individual, as a school, if you say the landlord didn't allow me to deduct, because if I couldn't deduct, I couldn't deduct. If the FRS then comes, you will be wrong because there's an obligation that is placed on you to deduct on rents, but everybody within the industry knows, especially when it is individual that is renting, they know that landlords typically don't allow that deduction happen. And there are more classical examples. You're taking a loan from a bank, right? Interest is a qualifying transaction for withholding tax purposes. But the bank has the arm and the knife. How do you deduct withholding tax from the interest? Because the bank is taking the installments from the source. They are taking from your account, right? So the law says deduct from interest. Interest is a qualifying transaction for withholding tax. But practically, how do you deduct? There are many examples. Netflix. There's a contract between you and Netflix. Most times when we are downloading app, that box, that small box. I say tick. If you don't tick it, it can't move. There's usually one clickable link by the side. Anytime you want to download another app, click that link. I know we don't like to read, but just click it. When you click it, you see there's an agreement. That tick indicates that you are signing off on an agreement. So there's an agreement between you and Netflix. So based on the law, there's a burden on you to deduct withholding tax from Netflix fee. But you can't do that practically because someone else is collecting the money on behalf of Netflix, and that money is being deducted from your account directly. So from a B2C, as a B2C customer, you don't have opportunity to deduct from that money that is paid to Netflix, even though the law places the obligation. I can go on and on, but we don't have the time. So the next question here says, enterprise cleaning, should we charge VAT? I think we mentioned that you, depending on what the way I'm looking at you, I know you're a deep pocket, you know, but if your turnover is less than 100 million, if you still have, if you are running a small company, the law says don't charge VAT. You don't have to, you know. I think I've taken that. Then on the real estate part, so you mentioned the salary, you know, you mentioned commission, and then generally money in your account. So there are some businesses, which is why record is important, right? We cannot overemphasize the need for records. There are some businesses that your clients even make payment to you in bulk, and then you settle other people, you settle the agent, you settle. So not everything that goes into your account, you know, constitutes your income, you know. So you need to be able to delineate where that is the case. But the way it typically works is, if you are a salary earner, the salary that you are being paid, remember that your employer will have deducted payee from it. So that deduction, you don't have any further obligation on that. But where you are also earning commission, commission is a qualifying transaction for withholding tax purposes, right? The party that is paying you that commission, whether it's your employer, you know, some employers do that to boost sales. They'll say you have a fixed salary, but you also get 5% of anything you sell. And that's where you see that Nigerians can really sell. Because when you show people what is in for them, they go all out, right? But you can also have that from other sources, other people. You can sell for other people that are not your employers. So what the law expects from you is that those commission will constitute like side hustle for you, right? So the salary that you've paid, the taxes that have been paid on that salary, you have the amounts. Your employer would file returns in January. That's employer returns. Then this March that just passed, you will then aggregate all those sources of income together. The gross income from the salary, the tax you paid from the salary, the gross income from the side hustle, and then you calculate the tax that should come from that side hustle and pay in addition. But guess what? A lot of people don't even file anything. A lot of people don't pay anything because, I mean, it is what it is. Government does not know me. I don't know them. I don't even know my local government chairman. He doesn't know my name. I don't know his name. He's just operating. You know, that understanding has been for a very long time. They're just doing their own thing. And then we are doing our own. When the road is bad, I buy an SUV. When there's no water, I drill borehole. When there's no road, we contribute money and fix it, right? So that understanding has been there until now, that they are now forcing everyone to say you have to participate, you have to pay. And we believe that that payment happens, then government will also become more and more responsible. So that's the way it works generally.
All right, thank you, sir. So the last 3 questions, please let's make it very brief, very, very brief. And please, we want our speakers to also be very brief in responding to them.
All right, thank you. Let me go straight to the point. My name is Ola Inka, and my question goes to Mr. Oladejo. Okay, my first question is, I have a business, LLC, registered as LLC, and it was said, as an LLC business, if your turnover is not up to 50 million or 100 million, you are tax-free. But me, as a person, am I going to pay personal tax income, or the exemption from the LLC cover me? I don't know if you get my question.
Yes, very clear. Thank you very much.
No, the last one. You know, this tax thing is a form of a new system in our country. People are not used to it. For example, now, the government is asking us to file a tax, to file our tax income, to register, to open up what we are earning. So how are we going to do that? Because let's say last year now, I believe every person does not have a record of what they are making throughout last year. So how am I going to know exactly how I'm making? what
Okay.
to put down.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
My name is Jane Bako. My first question is, say I start a small business in Nigeria and I move out of Nigeria, but the business is still operating here in Nigeria, but I want to sell some of, say for example, it's a dress, or I sell dresses, and now I want to sell some of those dresses outside Nigeria. Where do I pay the tax? Second question, Mr. James said something about the skills, how that he just got somebody and then, he did a design, sent it, and then they paid him. I enjoyed that as well. How do I then put a price to my skill? Somebody says, I want you to do a price list. I did it, and the person said, oh, it's 5K I was going to pay. I said, okay, give it. And then I correct it. But just for a paid, and that's because I do it for fun. I would probably have done it for free. So at what point do I get to tell what price to put on those skills that I find as, fun and easy?
Thank you very much. Last person, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ogochukwu, and I run a counseling company registered as a limited liability company. So my question goes to Mr. Adeyemi. So first of all, yes, the business is 1 year, and I'm planning to file compliance. But my question now is, the forms I was given to fill, do I have to fill the VAT form? Because one of the guys helping me that sent some documents to me to fill, I saw VAT form there. Do I have to, since I'm not going to be charging my clients for VAT? Number two, I am kind of part of my business. I do the counseling, though they pay into the business account. Am I going to also do in personal income tax? Thank you.
Thank you. So let me add the questions that people wrote here so it doesn't look like we excluded them. This person says, before the tax reform, tax officers do mandate us to fill VAT return monthly, though our business is not VATable. So with the new tax reform, is it advisable to still fill VAT monthly when our business line is not VATable? This one says, question one, this one is for Mr. Oladejo. How do I know if a vendor is a small or medium business to determine whether to deduct WHT when paying for their products or services? Question two, I am an accountant for a construction company and I get questions from customers asking me for evidence that I remit their VAT to the government. My usual response is to refer them back to check their tax pro-max. Is there any evidence I can show to customers to prove to them that the company remits the VAT to the government? And then third one is, Quincy is my name that partners in a real estate and solar company. Now I want to register for a CAC registration. What kind of registration can I use? Is it limited or unlimited or PLC? I need clarity in this aspect of business registration. Please, our speaker, let's be very, very brief in our responses.
Okay, so let's invert it this time around. Let's go from bottom up. So the PLC part just kind of off me. But it's good that we are asking here. So PLC is public limited liability. That's a company that the shares are traded on the stock exchange. So you cannot incorporate that, right? So that is like big brother of limited. Limited, you and your wife can just own 50%, and it's internal affair, right? You can be chopping the money as you like. But once you go to PLC, you have now gone to take money from the public, so that's the difference. So they are both corporations, but one is privately owned, one is publicly owned. So most of these banks, and all of the companies that their shares are traded on the stock exchange are the PLC guys. So you can't be PLC. But in terms of which one should you, what form of incorporation should you have, you would have to look at the prospect of the business vis-a-vis, because aside tax, what we've spoken of today are the tax considerations. There are some other considerations that people may have, which is why there's no one cap fits all when it comes to responses like this, right? You have to assess all other things. There might be other considerations. There are some family businesses that when your father gave it to you, they told you that do not change this structure. Do not change this structure. I warn you. So you don't want the dead to be angry with you. So I'm just saying that to say that you have to look at all other considerations to determine what form of business. But if you ask that, what is the most efficient form of business you can run, since you are not going, because when people will tell you, oh, as a limited, you're also going to have some obligations, you'll be filing CAC returns. There is nobody that doesn't have those obligations. You have the obligation. Just that people have not been doing those things. That's the reality. We are talking about tax returns now. You will also file tax returns when you have business name, right? So you will file returns. So you would have to determine which one, you want to go for. It's something that you have to determine for yourself. But we've spoken today on which one is tax efficient, considering that you are just starting and your revenue is not a lot. Evidence that VAT is remitted. When you remit VAT, you have a receipt that payment has been done, right? But the VAT, I'm wondering whether the VAT was self-deducted, because the way it works is, if you're in a construction company, I think that's what I heard from there. If you're in a construction company, maybe the person meant to say withholding tax and not VAT. I don't know. Because for VAT, you are the one that you have collected VAT from other people. You are really dealing with the government. There's no need for you to prove that you have remitted the VAT. It's the government that can become angry with you when you don't remit the VAT. But the one that the vendor will be concerned about is the withholding tax. When you have taken a part of the vendor's money, and the vendor expects that you lodge that money to the government, and the vendor gets to the platform and is not seeing it there, maybe the person meant to say withholding tax, except in an instance where there are some industries that they can't charge VAT. If you work with a bank, for instance, for those that have worked with the bank, even if you put VAT on your invoice, they won't pay the VAT over to you. They will deduct the VAT and remit to the government, because the government places the obligation on banks and some large corporations to withhold VAT at source. So if that is the point, then they can be saying, show me the evidence that you have deducted, you have remitted, and the receipt for that transaction should ordinarily just suffice. How do I know when to deduct from a small business, whether or not I should deduct withholding tax? Essentially, what should happen at the start of this new tax law, which was part of the things I was mentioning to say you have to assess, is that you need to do something they call vendor profiling. You need to look at the vendors that you have. You need to profile those vendors and say, these are small companies, these are big companies. You need to ask them questions. Provide me with this, give me that. Some of them will be able to attend to you because they are big enough, they already have those things. Some of them will not, because they don't have them, and you already have your answer. When you send an email, you call somebody, you say, give me your CAC, give me your CAC, give me your CAC. There's no CAC. You know that it's Jeko Nigeria Limited. The person is just looking for what he's going to eat. He never really incorporated anything. And you can then decide as a company and advise, your company, your management on what to do. Who is this person? Do we want to advise him? See, just as we're in a room like this, some large corporations put all of their vendors together and say, guys, come and help me talk to these people so that they will understand. Say, oh, why? He said, because I don't want my logistic and supply chain to be disrupted. I want to keep all of them. But I'm now seeing tax risk if they don't comply. So I need them to have 2 hours of professionals' time so that they ask their questions. Whatever, set up a desk here. I want you to help me resolve, and I will pay you for it. You see, that's a big corporation that is saying, I want these guys to comply. I will pay you for whatever it will take them to comply. Some companies are already doing that. So what you can do in your little corner is to profile those vendors. Who are the people you are dealing with? Maybe you have 50 of them. Put them in different buckets. Big guns, small guns, those ones that their call has not been answered yet until you get to the level that you have.
VAT return monthly, though our business is not VATable. So with the new tax reform, is it advisable to still file VAT monthly when our business line is not VATable?
Okay, I get that now. So that's with respect to new filing. So the way it works is, even that new filing, it was an administrative understanding. It was never in the law. Sometimes in Nigeria, the practice becomes the law. The law says X. Everybody found it convenient to do Y. Do you understand? And somehow, everybody just, if I shock you now that this 31st of March deadline is not in the law. It's not in the law. But you see, everybody adopted it. Everybody adopted it because it was specified in the old law, and it's convenient to just keep it that way. And you see that some states have extended 30th of April, 14th of April, but sometimes those practices are very huge, right? So this is a practice issue. So if you have a law that now says you don't have that burden, what will normally happen is when you don't file, you know they are coming for penalty. The first month that happens, you're able to engage to say, look at my turnover. You know, my turnover no longer meets this threshold. The former threshold was probably 25 million. Right? That conversation must happen. You know, I think it was earlier in the year when this presumptive tax came up. I think I was on TVC, and the presenter said that all of these people, they said there should be no roadblock. Nobody should go to anybody's shop. That's what the minister said. So what's my view? Do I think this is going to happen like a magic? I said, we are Nigerians now. We know that up to today, some people are still calling up NEPA when they bring light, right? Yes. So it's not going to be magical. So some of these things, people will still struggle with them. But I'm saying that by and by, as government continues to put their might on the things that they believe should happen, it will happen. People have printed revenue receipts for 2026 already, all those tax collectors. And they want to use them because they survive on those things. But guess what? It's the government that is also saying don't collect again, right? So government will find use for them in other areas, and then that understanding will happen. So this is something you have to engage and say, I won't file again because the law says I should not file. If you keep filing, you have to continue filing that way, that VAT. You know, I think we've addressed that. The other question I have here, my business, you know, pay tax. Will I also pay tax? I mentioned something called entity concept, right? So you, especially when you incorporate as a limited liability, I think the person said I incorporated as a limited liability, you are different from your business. And that's the whole idea about limited liability, that my business can hold you 10 million naira, and I'm hitting turkey and Five Alive in my house on a Sunday evening, and I'm enjoying. In fact, I just came out of the swimming pool. I don't have money to pay you. I can't pay you. It's the company that is owing you. You know when the Bible says, let no man bother me. Let no man trouble. It's the company. That, so you are seeing that company as the company is a separate legal entity different from you. That's the opportunity that the law gives you for that legal status, right? So in the same light, the company will pay its taxes. You will pay your tax because the persons are different. But for Okoro and Sons, Okoro is the company. The company is Okoro. If Okoro does not show up, there's no money. He has to show up every now and then. So if Okoro and Son is owing you, it's as good as Okoro is owing you. The day Okoro and Son does not pay you, you can go to Okoro's house and take his TV. If Okoro Limited is owing you, you can't go to Okoro's house and take Okoro's TV. They are two separate people. It's Okoro Limited that you will sue to. In fact, Okoro Limited can sue you to court. Company will sue you. But Okoro and Sons, or Okoro Ventures, Okoro is the company is Okoro. So if you sue Okoro Ventures, you have sued Okoro by implication. Are we together on that? Okay, I think I have last one here. LLC, counseling company. Business is 1 year. Forms given to fill include VAT form. Do I fill? The truth is that this is also another traditional issue, right? When compliance started, people fill all of those things together. Now that a threshold has been introduced, the NRS is not going to stop automatically. But once you fill that form, they are going to set you up on the tax pro max. Once they set you up on tax pro max, they're going to expect compliance. So my advice is you don't fill the form. When the person that is helping you, assisting you, then says, remains this VAT form. Oh, Oga, they've told us that VAT will not apply to me because my counseling is just 1 year and I don't have 100 million yet. So I don't have obligation to comply with VAT. When you tell him that, if he's a knowledgeable tax administrator, because that's another issue. You know, there's knowledge gap now. Everything that all of us have known has changed. Some people are yet to catch up with those changes. So the work will force them, you know, at their own pace to catch up. So, but my advice is don't fill the form so that you don't continue to reinvent the wheel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. He has one more question to answer.
All right, so how do you charge, right? That's the question, I believe. How do you charge? It's pretty difficult, especially if it is not a professional service that you can. So this is what I recommend. Number one, if it is something that other people do and it's being paid for, you might want to find out before you bill. The other one is, generally as a rule for me, billing is about value. It's about value. So then from value, you can begin to now tone down to elements of maybe hourly rates or time, how much of my time did I spend and that. But the big picture really is, what value is this person going to get from this? If you're able to quantify that value, and this person can also pay for that value, then you can just go ahead and reasonably go for it. All right? But be careful that you don't, that's why I said if it is professional, then it means that you also want to know going rates so that you don't price yourself outside and the guy will pay that one and possibly not return again and say, oh, this person wants to shave my head. So you just be careful. But generally, the Holy Spirit also gives you understanding.
Right. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our speakers, please.
Yes, my apologies. So the question speaking about Nigeria, sales in Nigeria, I think, so I'm just, someone drew my attention to it. Thank you. So generally speaking, you pay taxes on all of your income, right, as a Nigerian company. So it doesn't matter where the income is coming from. You are taxed on your global income. But there's a leeway. If you bring the income through government-approved channel, you won't pay tax on it. So if you make money from a country, for instance, and you bring the money in through the bank, when you have the money from another country, there's a leeway to say you won't pay tax. It's more like saying we want that inflow, to come in. But the fact that the company is a Nigerian company, even though you have relocated, remember we've spoken about entity concept, you would have obligation to pay tax return, to pay tax, in Nigeria. Then I think someone asked a question relating to the new tax law. We already did this transaction last year anyway. How do we know what to declare, and all of that? I think he mentioned something. You should, no matter how small you are, find somebody that is helping you do something. No matter, see, churches have done this with many groups at different levels. Churches will come together and say, 50 of us, we are using this one accountant. And bro, we can only pay you 50,000. He probably just finished AAC, what do they call it? He's a young person. He has the energy. He can do it. He will keep your books for you, and he will give you. We also rely on some of those free tools, and he will give you something. I'm saying that there's no excuse. Then there's bank statement, except you're collecting cash. Your bank statement can also help you. If you're collecting cash and you also want to be truthful to your own self, a self-assessment now. You are the one that will use your hand to pick your poison. Exactly. So you can actually come. If you flip it, if they say they are going to give you $5 million, when you bring your record for last year, the record will come out now.
Okay, round of applause for our speakers. It has been a very, very power-packed, very insightful time here. I believe that we have gotten so much. I have. You can always catch up on this, because this is recorded, so you can always go back to our YouTube channel to watch it at Lagos Business Fellowship. Mr. Oladejo Adeyemi also has a YouTube channel where he talks about tax issues. So if you need further insights, you can check him out using his name, Oladejo Adeyemi. All right, that will be my time. I've been your host here. My name is Busayo. I'll be handing over to Mr. Ola.
Thank you very much, Busayo, and thank you very much for everyone who's participated. I've been sitting just very quiet, and then in my mind, I'm thinking that Mr. Dejo has some invoices on our table in the office, and the last time I called him to negotiate, he said, I just landed, let's talk later. In my mind, I said, no problem. Let's book him for SME conference and collect part of the... Because, the good thing is all our speakers, we're not having to pay them anything, right? They have graciously... Yeah, thank you very much. all our speakers have been here not because we bargained that after this session we'll give you 1 million, we'll give you no. We just asked them to come. And because sometimes, when you hear, oh, thank the convener, thank you, you think, maybe after they finish, then there's one Ghana must go. No, there's no Ghana must go, right? They have graciously accepted to speak to us, just on the integrity of what we do, right? And because they just want to support all of this. As I hear some of the advice that, they just give in my mind, I'm like, and I know what you are charging us, so for this same advice, so and you are giving. When I heard somebody say construction company, in my mind I'm like, don't answer that question. In my mind I'm like, don't answer that question. That one we paid for it, and I know, right? So thank you very much to all our speakers once again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to all our volunteers. Let's appreciate all our volunteers, please. Yeah. Our volunteers have been very, very helpful. Even me, I'm like a guest speaker in this meeting. They put all these things together, and then we just come and enjoy. So thank you very much. Like someone said, we're now waiting for 3.0, right? Yeah, and it'll be bigger and better. I say big amen. Oh. Maybe your amen will make us eat breakfast and lunch. All right, it's been an amazing time. Just to remind us quickly that we were saying during our last business fellowship meeting, we say whether you like it or not, this year your businesses must grow. Right, so we're saying, so we had, in March we were discussing growth hack, and we're looking at practical steps, right, to grow in your business and your career. Then we had SME conference, right? And then we talked about catalyst for business growth. And then this month of April, we'll be talking about managing growth. Anywhere your business is, it must grow, right? That business, and I keep saying it, and I thank God that some of our speakers have said it here today, that regardless of how small that business is, right, that business can grow, and that business will grow. Right, so join us on Sunday, 5 p.m. We're back here, 5 p.m. on Sunday, 19th of April, and we'll be talking about managing growth. We'll have Mr. Babatunde Ojo. He'll be with us. He's the CFO of EHA Clinics, and he was one of our speakers during the last year SME clinic. And then let me also mention, these speakers, will bring them again, right? I know many of you want to learn about AI and stuff and all of that. We'll hijack Bro James again. We'll bring him back here, right? So, and then let me give you one final advice. When you come to the Lagos Business Fellowship, like we say, you have a brief moment of consultation. Is that what they will take now? You know what to, I will not tell you what to do. But you may have your own unique issues that cannot be addressed during the question and answer. If I were you, I'll lay ambush, right? You have the permission to lay ambush and, get whatever it is that you want to get. So thank you very much for your time. Let's rise up and close the meeting. Somebody reminded me that we host Monday morning prayers, 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. on MixLR, right? Join us. If you have not been joining us, there are many testimonies. We don't want to be talking about all of them here, but join us. We pray powerfully, and if your neighbors will be disturbed by the business morning prayer, pray that God should give you a house on 32 acres so that when you shout, nobody will hear. But that one may not be in Lagos. All right, let's pray. Father, we thank you. Thank you for the insights and all the knowledge that we have gleaned in this meeting. And thank you because you are moving our businesses forward. You are moving our careers forward. You are moving our lives forward. And to you be all the glory and praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, so before we leave, the 20 people we called earlier, one of my colleagues is outside. Please just wave your hand if you are there. Sister Vicky. She's waving her hand, so you just go out with her. The other one should just please stay around your seat. We have something for you before you leave. Please just be seated. We would come and give it to everyone. Thank you.
change the way of everything for me.
Please be seated briefly. They are bringing the items inside. Just be seated briefly, just briefly. Thank you.